Nice. One on the post, boys.
Kill the USS. Kill the USS.
Oh my god, funny stopped on the
Funny
bridge.
stop. I'm shooting. Funny's 1 HP. Funny no. Rest of you try buying it. Two guys try buying. Behind you, boys.
One stop bitch.
He's one low, he's fucking low.
Above me, try
He's low and yellow. Yellow low.
He's low.
You know.
This guy trying to
Relax.
blast us.
Where is he?
I don't
He stopped in front of you on the rock.
On the rock in front of me. Orange.
Yeah, in front of
Kill
you.
orange. We need to kill orange.
Okay, I'm boosting.
I'm pushing as well.
I have to come in.
No, they have.
Good job, bro. Like, watch out, bro. I need to pull up as well.
Yeah, but why are you pulling up at the sack itself?
Because I'm low. He headshot me, bro. Damn.
I'm gonna take this card bench. Just jump off. Right by me.
One is there, nice.
Knock on.
You there as well? I'm gonna push.
Driving at
Right
us,
behind,
UAC.
right behind. One guy is there.
On UAC, right behind.
Knocked you there.
Knock up on me.
On yellow.
Two guys.
Nice. From where they went?
Coming hella close up us.
Yeah.
South. Kill it, bro. Take one.
Nice. Yeah, up. Right.
Hold that.
Nice.
I don't know where he's at. Up. On green.
One knocked.
Just hide. Let him come.
Knock one. Nice.
Nice. Taking the car if possible.
Last one.
Flash his teammate. Teammate is disconnecting again. He's running away.
This knock.
Knock on him.
Выезжает.
Я хелюсь.
Есть, надо. Файт, может быть, мало ли Виталик убьет. Один. Класс. Молик влево.
One HP you can hit. One HP.
Made it.
Players on up, last exit.
It's okay,
Yeah,
last guy, I think.
Orange, yeah, last orange.
Yeah, I'm nading it over.
Speaking me. He's getting shot from the side. We need to get nades in.
Dead, nice.
Nice, dead. Рампер Салка закрой.
Там на тройке чё?
Я вижу, я его нокнуть хочу. Блять, ну это хуёво. Справа идет по зоне.
Выходи, зеленый. Давай.
Блядь, я...
Они поехали мне. Залезайте, пацаны. Можете зайти чуть назад?
Нокнул, смок слева.
Весы вам хуй.
Доел твой ног. Еще смоке дал.
In the smoke, habibi.
One is vitality now.
Knock in the smoke. See one more in the smoke. I think.
One in front of me. The guy was nading.
He's crawling on yellow, crawling. Knock on the yellow,
Reset.
knock yellow.
I'm resting a bit.
Take enough.
живет.
Дерево вышел опен. С панцером аккуратно.
Он пробегает. Его ебут.
Справа убить. Лас. Слева лас ноги, справа лас ноги.
Виталий, сливай.
Справа доиграть.
Я смоком где-то.
Кого понять? Найс.
О, мужчины, блядь.
Knock one.
Nice shots. I
This
think I'm gonna
fighting
rock
again.
now. Nice.
We have to go.
One stop on blow.
Blow. Do you have you?
Took us again. Net
No,
green.
I don't have. I'm
Don't have.
pushing. I'm just pushing.
I'm netting it. Chill.
Not green.
One more.
Orange and
Last
black.
guy.
Orange last guy. Orange, I
Watch
think.
your twisted.
Orange.
He's one hit.
Nice.
Купи.
Дал шот. Слинксы на тройке.
На тройке?
Да, даю молик дал.
On the shield, 3 guys. Pushing right, full open.
Nice.
On the shield, chill. I'm resing.
I know.
Не рестут, подпекают. Рестут тройку.
Есть что кинуть?
Есть смог кинуть?
Нет.
Рестали еще одного.
Справа за смоком.
Килли, Сема. Отойди
Метку ставлю, метку.
Отойди сюда.
Играй. Бля, я мусор ебаный.
Pink pro. Proning green, Luca, proning green. Hey, green, nice.
Get the flash.
Two shield, last two shield. Exactly in the shield. Exactly. One guy running closer. Both. Yes!
No way you won.
Найс, сука.
Бежать. Ну хуёво. Всё, хорош.
Верхний бегает, прыгает.
Можем под нее подъехать, Тём, я сейчас буду
Я
подышать.
иду на тач.
Okay. We're
Let's
killing
go
the
to
blue
blue
guy.
guy.
Wait,
Wait,
you guys are in
we need to go
front.
to bridge. Yeah,
Relax, Luca.
I'm waiting.
Still on blue, they know about me.
Yeah. Jabbing him.
Drive
3, 2, 1, go.
He's driving. And you have somewhere on me.
Knock.
Nice. You have 20 east of me. I think
Yeah, drive on the bridge, left side bridge.
Набить
Давай,
надо.
дурак, хаешки. Желтик, осторожно.
Забежал еще один. Все, не добить.
Подставляется на четверке.
Ничего не делал больше никого.
Вижу.
Let's check
Knock one. They're crashing the walls.
Flash yellow, guys. Flash yellow.
Выебали, который стал.
1 хп, тройка.
Окей. Право.
Я выйду.
Тройку заехал чел, 1 хп. В тройку заехал чел.
No, 3 man this. Listen,
Borz.
it's more, yeah, exactly. Two active.
Last two on the
One
house.
behind.
I'm gonna shoot up.
They could have lineups.
Get in.
Can we nade him?
Knock one. Someone in slack. I don't know.
We should kill them.
Chill.
Спайс хороший.
У нас зеленая метка.
Нам
зря надо
вверх
бежать.
могут прикатить, еще
Да,
вверх может
вверх могут,
прикатить.
вверх могут.
Full reset, вот, вверх нас смотреть.
Дивик надо зарезать.
Не иду по смокам. Да. Нокнул.
Nice, Trace.
Не успейте там жопкой.
Выезжает.
Нокнул давно.
Два нокнул, все, ласт.
Да есть ноки.
Он заехать не может.
Я заеду наебало.
Найс. Хая, аккуратно. Могут. Или заправка. Не спеши.
Я не спешу. Мне надо доиграть. Я левый угол дал, услышали?
Энгл поддержку. Надо еще.
Кто хп на Васике, парни?
Не видим. Киллинг.
Нокнул Васик.
Лучший.
Зеленую.
Это чел у меня лучше стройки, надо его ебать
Я меня
будет.
нокнул справа.
Левая хая.
Владов, ты не можешь кинуть хая налево? Они ломают щит сами.
Понимаю.
Ломай щит, Тём.
Да, он отпикивает.
Они в
Он
зоне.
не в зоне, все равно. Сломали.
У меня нету. Я блайнд.
Нокнул.
Я блайнд.
Лево, пикает.
Я блайнд. Фул блайнд.
Но нокнул.
Флешки прокидать просто и убить пойти.
У нас вылетел кто-то. Блядь,
Лежит,
куда ты
просто
пошел?
лежит.
Вылетел кто-то. Блядь,
Лежит,
куда ты
просто
пошел?
лежит.
Куда ты пошел?
Флеш.
За тачкой 1 и 2 горка. Тачка и 2 горка. Мог добить.
Вдвоем готов пикать? На раз-два. Готов вдвоем?
Ты один.
Аккуратно, Салик.
Stop on me.
They're gonna see a car. They see a car.
On me.
They see our safe.
Dr. Green, look out, Dr. Green.
What do you wanna do, guys? Roll on comp.
Wait.
Green waypoint.
We should
We
take
hit
God,
God
no?
compound.
We should
Yes.
hit God.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have to.
On it,
Nice.
They went, right?
Yeah, all
they're
three.
brilliant.
Good circle. Yeah, they might go back with this.
We still play late.
We killed one. It's fucking Bushido there if it's anyone. Go back.
Go back. Same zone, go back.
Is Green?
You can move toward us if you want.
You can come to us.
Comes.
Come to us.
They're above me already.
Hey, man.
Full team. On 3 man. Okay.
One more car. Crash him.
3 guys left. Kind of stop. Oh my god.
He's taking over.
Okay, guys, you need to crash. We can never stop short.
Wanna shoot him? Hit him now. 3.
sec. 2.
Kiss him.
Nice. We should pull up
Let's
on
go. Two active.
him. We should pull
Yes.
up on that guy.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Go, it's safe.
They're leaving.
They're leaving. One more. Renock.
Knock. New team.
Chill. Last should be on
They're gonna
tower,
steal
no?
the kills, they're gonna steal the
Last should
kills.
be on orange.
Knock on blue, two guys knock on blue.
Yeah, one flash, nice.
One more, one behind the USZ on blue mark. Behind blue USZ, exactly blue mark. Nice, T-Bone.
Did Bushido die?
Yes.
Bushido died,
Yes,
is 3 man.
3 man ace.
Nice.
He got
very
flash,
nice.
he flash is 3 man, chill boys.
One more, knock
Nice.
on send.
Yeah.
Inside, blue healing, blue mark. Nice try.
Needs to kill all of them. Play aggro boys now.
Flagger.
Where are they?
All same spot. Nice.
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 Get orange.
It's one and two active.
Scav, no.
Come
One
on.
active.
Racing.
Delay correctly.
Same spot. He's
Correctly
picking.
himself. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Be ready now, combat climbing.
They are gonna try
They're
to us.
comes.
They're trying to us.
No. Oh yeah, help.
They're driving
Defend.
to us.
Yes.
How many?
Campaigns going
Running in
kill.
yellow.
Solo on yellow 3 running. Nice. Kill orange now. BGG 2 men northeast.
Watch out behind you, guys. Picking
I'm
the
going
stairs.
back down.
You have to go down.
I'm healing.
Guys, get second place.
I'm taking bomb here, but-
die and...
Comms.
You have Panther force if you want to do a highlight shot.
Full floor of a DP.
In that, yeah. Nice knock, one active. Fuck him with Panzer.
One city.
Ты есть смоки?
Есть, Микки.
Попробуй
Ладно.
дорожку раскинуть. Да. Дорожку именно, прям, чтобы тебя не въебали.
Пробуем.
2 men under.
Do you have nades? I'll jump your mollies here.
Nice. Solo guy.
Do you have nades? I'll jump your mollies here.
Nice. Solo guy orange, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Running
Is it
closer
one team,
under
maybe?
beam. 1 HP
Flagger.
under beaming. 1 HP. Nice boys.
They're so easy.
They're cutting. They might be turning towards you to fight. Nice.
One on the coast. One on the coast, boys.
Kill the USS.
Oh my god, pony stopped on the
Pony
bridge.
stopped. I'm shooting pony's 1 HP. Pony no, best of you try buying it. Two guys try buying. Behind you boys.
One stop bits. Nice.
He's one low, he's fucking low.
Above me, try
He's low in yellow. Yellow low.
He's low.
You know.
This guy trying to
Relax.
pass you as well.
Where is he?
I don't
He
He
know.
stopped in front of you on the rock.
On the rock in front of me. Orange.
Yeah, in front of
Kill
you.
orange. You need to kill orange.
Okay, I'm pushing.
I'm pushing as well.
That's at the rock moment.
I have to come in.
No, they have.
Good job, bro. Like, watch out, bro. I need to pull up as well.
Yeah, but why are you pulling up at the sack itself?
Because I'm low. He headshot me, bro. Damn.
I'm gonna take the skirmishes. Just jump off. Try back.
One HP, nice.
Knock.
USA as well.
They keep...
I'm gonna push.
Driving at us,
Right
USA.
by. One guy USA.
On USC, drive by.
Knock USA.
Drop a bomb.
On yellow.
Two guys.
Nice.
From where they went?
Jumping hella close up us.
Yeah.
South. Kill him, bro. Take one.
Nice. Yeah, above. Right.
Hold that.
Right.
Above, on green.
One knocked.
Just hide. Let him come.
Knock one. Nice.
Taking the car if possible.
Last one.
Flash his teammate. Teammate is disconnecting again. He's running away.
This knock.
Уезжает. Я хилюсь.
Не имеет сна, посмотрите.
Файт, может быть, мало ли Виталити убьет. Один. Класс. Молик влево.
Oh, wait,
One
one
HP.
HP, isn't it? Orange, 1 HP.
Wait.
Players on, last active.
It's only
Yeah,
the
last
last guy, I think.
orange. Yeah, last orange.
Yeah, I'm nading it top.
Speak of me. He's shot from side. We need to get grenades in.
Dead, nice.
Nice, dead.
Йо,
Палку
на
закрой.
тройки чел. Це на тройки чел.
Я вижу, я его нокнуть хочу. Блядь, ну это хуёво. Справа идет по зоне.
Окей, зеленый.
Давай.
Блядь, я
Они поехали в них. Залезайте запасных. Можете зайти чуть-чуть.
Нокнул смок слева.
Весы вам хуй.
Доел твой ног. Еще смоке дал.
Let's smoke up, baby.
One is vitality now.
Knock in the smoke. Say one more, let's smoke, I think.
One in front of me. We got it. Aiding him.
He's crawling on yellow, crawling. Knock on the yellow, knock yellow.
I'm resting a bit.
I cannot.
живет.
Дерево вышел в опен. Пантер, вот.
Он пробегает. Его ебут.
Справа убить. Ласт. Слева ласт ноги, справа ласт ноги.
Виталий
Слева,
сливает.
справа доиграть.
За смоком где-то.
Смока в опане. Найс.
О, мужчины, блядь.
Knock one.
Nice shots. I
This
think
is
I'm
fighting
gonna
it.
run. Nice.
We have to go.
One stop in blow.
Blow. To her, you
Took us again. Net green.
I don't have, I'm
Don't have.
pushing. I'm just pushing.
I'm netting it. Chill.
Knock green.
One more.
Orange is
Last
left.
guy.
Orange last guy. Orange, I
One
think.
to twisted.
Orange.
He's one hit.
Nice.
Купи. Дал шот. Сликсы на тройке. Да, даю молик дал.
On the shield, 3 guys. Pushing right, full open.
Nice.
On the shield, chill. I'm resing.
I know.
Ресут, пикают. Ресут тройку.
Есть шокин?
Есть смог кинуть?
Нет.
Резали еще одного.
Справа за смоком.
Килли, Сема. Отойди от...
Вот метку ставлю, метку.
Отойди от щита.
Играй. Бля, я мусор ебаный.
Running green. Look up. Running green. Hey, green. Nice.
Get the flash.
Last two shield. Exactly in the shield. Exactly. One guy running closer. Both. Yes!
No way you won.
Nice, Luka.
Бежает. Ну хуёво. Все, хорош.
Вверх бегает, прыгает.
Можно под нее подъехать, там я сейчас буду подъезжать.
Я иду на тач.
Okay. We're killing the blue guy. Wait, you guys are in front. Relax, Luka.
I'm waiting.
Still on blue. They know about me, I think.
Jabbing him.
Drive
3,
blue.
2, 1, go.
He's driving. And US somewhere on me.
No.
Nice. US went east of me. I think.
Yeah, drive on the bridge, left side bridge.
Набить надо. Давай, хаешки. Желтый осторожно.
Забежал еще один.
Все, не набить. Ничего не сделал больше.
Вижу.
Let's check
Knock one. Flash yellow, guys. Flash yellow. Вы выебали, который стал.
1 хп тройка.
Окей. Право.
Окей, я выйдем.
Тройку заехал чел, 1 хп, в тройку заехал чел.
No, 3 men
Everyone's
Knock
playing
him.
worse.
Borz.
It's more, yeah, two active.
Last two in the
One
house.
behind.
Someone shoot up.
They could have lineups.
Get in.
Give me native.
Knock one. How many slack?
I don't know.
We should kill them.
Okay, chill.
Спайс хороший.
У нас зеленая метка.
Нам что, вверх могут прикатить, еще вверх
Да,
можно
вверх
прикатить.
могут.
Был ресет, вот, вверх нас смотреть.
Тебе их надо зарезать.
Внизу по смокам.
Да. Нокнул.
Найс, Крис.
Хили.
Не успейте на жопку.
Выезжайте.
Нокнул там одного.
Два, все, лад.
Где есть ноки?
Заехать не можно.
Я заеду наебало.
Найс. Хая, аккуратно. Могут. Плюс заправка.
Не спеши.
Я не... Мне надо доиграть. Я левый угол дал, слышали?
Энгл в одерку, надо еще.
Кто хп на вазике, парни?
Не видим, хилим.
Нокнул Васик.
Лучший.
Зеленую.
Это чего у меня очи стройки? Надо его ебать
Я
будет.
минуту справа.
Левая хрень.
Владос, ты не можешь кинуть хая налево? Они ломают щит Сани.
Понимаю.
Ломай щит, Тём.
Да, он отпикил.
Они в зоне.
Не в зоне все равно. Сломали. У меня нету. Я блайн.
Нокнул.
Я блайн.
Лево, пикает.
Я блайн. Фул блайн.
Но нокнул.
Флешки покидать просто и убить пойти.
У нас вылетел кто-то. Блядь,
Лежит, просто лежит.
Вылетел кто-то. Блядь,
Лежит, просто лежит.
Куда ты пошел?
За тачкой 1 и 2 горка. Тачка и 2 горка. Мог добить.
Вдвоем готов пикать? На раз-два. Готов вдвоем?
Ты один.
Аккуратно, Салик. Stop on me.
They're gonna see a car. They see a car.
On me.
They see our safe.
I know.
It's a full 4 man.
Doctor
Green, look out, Dr. Green.
What do you wanna do, guys? Road or compound?
Wait.
Green waypoint.
We should take God, no?
compound.
We should take God.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have to.
Nice.
They went to crash.
Yeah,
they did.
Good servo. Yeah, they might go back with this.
Still play late.
We killed one. It's fucking Bushido there if it's anyone. Go back.
Go back. Same zone, go back.
He's green.
You can move toward us if you want.
You can come to us. Come to us.
They're above me already.
Free man.
Full team. Oh, free man. Okay.
One more car. Crash him.
3 guys left.
Oh my god.
He's peeking over.
Okay, guys, you need to crash. We can never stop short.
Wanna shoot him. Hit him now. 3.
Two.
Kiss him.
Nice. We should pull up on
Nice,
that
go,
guy.
too active,
We
too
should pull
active.
him. We should pull up on that guy.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Go, let's say.
They're leaving.
They're leaving. One more.
Knock. New team.
Chill. Last should be on
They're gonna
power,
steal the
no?
kill. They're gonna steal the
Last
kill.
should be on orange.
Knock on blue, 2 guys knock on blue.
Yeah, one flush, nice.
One more, one behind the UAZ on blue mark. Behind blue UAZ, exactly blue mark. Nice, T1.
Did Bushido die?
Yes.
Bushido died, is 3 man. 3 man ace.
Nice.
He got flash,
nice.
it's 3 man. Chill, boys.
One more, not
Nice.
last end.
Yeah.
Inside, blue healing, blue mark. Nice try.
Nix can kill all of them. Play aggro, boys, now.
Flagger.
Where are they?
All same spot. Nice.
Nice.
Get orange.
It's 1 and 2 active.
Scav. No.
One active.
Racing.
Delay correctly.
Yeah.
Same spot. He's
Correctly
picking.
himself. Nice. Yeah.
Be ready now, come back.
They are gonna drive to
driving
us. They're driving to us.
No. Oh yeah, help.
They're driving to
Defend.
us.
Yes.
How many?
Compound's going
In
to
yellow.
Solo on yellow 3, Browning. Nice. Kill orange now. PGG 2 men northeast.
Watch out behind you, guys. Picking
I'm
this
going
guy.
back down.
You have to go down.
I'm healing.
Guys, get second place.
taking
Five
bomb,
is gonna die and...
Comms.
We have Panzer force if you want to do a highlight shot.
Full forward DD.
In that there. Nice mark, one active. Fuck him with Panzer.
Panzer it.
Fuck chicken.
У тебя есть смоки? Есть смоки. Попробуй дорожку раскинуть. Да. Дорожку именно, прям, чтобы тебя не въебали.
Попробуем.
2 men under.
You have nades? I'll jump your volleys here.
Nice. Solo guy.
You have nades? I'll jump your volleys here.
Nice. Solo guy orange, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
Running
Is it
closer
one team,
under
maybe?
beam. 1 HP
Flagger.
under beaming. 1 HP. Nice, boys.
They're so easy.
They're cutting. They might be turning towards you. Fight. Guys,
One on the
left.
coast. One on the coast, boys.
Kill the USS.
Oh my god, punish stop on the
Punish
bridge.
stop. I'm shooting. Phone is 1 HP. Phone in west of you, dry buying you. Two guys dry buying. Behind you, boys.
He's one low, he's fucking low. He's low and yellow. Yellow low.
He's low. Relax.
Where is he?
He's just in front of you on the rock.
On the rock in front of me. Orange.
Yeah, in front of
Kill
you.
orange. You kill orange. I'm pushing as well.
Come in.
No, but he had...
Good job, bro. Like, watch out, bro. I need to pull up as well.
Yeah, but he only have eftersäkit så.
Cause I'm low. He headshot me, bro. Damn.
I'm gonna take the scar points. Just jump off. Try back.
One is fair, nice.
Knock.
USD as well. I'm gonna push.
Driving at
Right
us,
bang.
USD.
One guy in USD.
On UAC, drive flying.
Knock USD.
Knock up on me.
On yellow.
Two guys above.
Nice.
Verde event.
Jumping hella close, up us.
Yeah.
South.
Kill
Kill him, bro. Second.
Nice. Yeah, up. Right.
Hold that.
Right.
Above, on green.
One knocked.
Just hide, let him come.
Knock one.
Nice. Taking the car if possible.
Last one.
Flashed his teammate. Even is disconnecting again. He's running away.
He's knocked.
Knock on mid.
We shot.
I kill us.
You missed, man.
Файт, может быть, мало ли Витальки убьет. Один. Класс. Молик влево.
One HP if you need. One HP.
Made it.
Players on last exit.
It's okay,
Yeah,
last guy, I think.
Orange. Yeah, last orange.
Yeah, I'm nading it also.
Speaking me. He's getting shot from the side. We need to get nades in.
Dead, nice.
Nice, dead.
Палку закрой. У тебя на тройке чел.
Я вижу, я его нокнуть хочу. Блять, ну это хуёво.
Просто живите.
Справа идет по зоне.
Глухая, зеленый. Давай.
Блядь, я...
Они поехали в них. Залезайте, пацаны. Можете зайти сюда.
Нокнул, смог слева.
Виси вам.
Доел твой ног, еще смоке дал.
In the smoke, up a bit.
One is vitality now.
Knock in the smoke. See one more in the smoke.
One in front of me. Look out side. Nading him.
He's crawling on yellow. Knock on the yellow.
I'm resting a bit.
You cannot.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way. Every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
We welcome you to day number 2 of PEC Finals number 1, where the very best play PUBG, and that, at the moment here for esports, is undisputed. A warm welcome, my name is Kalaris here, hosting everything that's going to be going down. We got Avenger, we got Blank, he was in, but now he's gone, and now he's back in. Jeez Louise, he's teleporting everywhere. Blank, it was a great day yesterday of games, and I'm expecting no different here today for day number 2.
Yes, I was trying to turn off my camera preview. Just trying to turn off my camera. Yesterday was incredible set of games. I think the big thing for today though is it's adaptation day, right? Yesterday potentially have some teams who didn't do so great, but they've had a lot of time since yesterday to look over the matches, figure out what went wrong. I mean, Nixie, even at the end of yesterday, we had a great conversation with him. He was talking about, there's a couple of games they need to look back on and figure out. So you can imagine that some of the teams that maybe were a little bit lower on the rankings yesterday have something to say about that today.
Yeah, 100%. Here's our 16 teams that are playing things out across the board. We had a bit of an extravaganza for day number 1, as 4 of our teams really kind of took the lead ahead of the pack Avenger. And the question for today is, can anyone catch up?
Yeah, that's the big one. And looking at the leaderboard here, 21 points lead from 4th to 5th place here. And even PTG got a win. So yeah, the consistency obviously from this was great, but the kills didn't really follow through. I think it's going to continue a little bit. We might see some teams on the right side of the board kind of jump in and maybe contest it, but it looks difficult, man. I don't think anyone of these is gonna stop. And I agree completely to what Blank said. And one of our great friends, Frost, once said it the best. It's adaptment day, and that's really what comes to. You really need to step up. Watch what happened yesterday, and the games happened yesterday, because these 4 teams had an absolute masterpiece of showings on most of their games.
No, absolutely. I know that some of the teams trying to challenge for the top spots, but having a rough day yesterday are donning the war paint. Blank. I saw a doozy posting a gif of him putting on war paint as S8UL. Obviously a bit of a terrible day for them considering how well that they did in the playoffs day number 1. So maybe a bit of a bounce back for some of those names down towards the bottom, like S8UL, like Na'Vi, that can do more than what we showed yesterday.
The buffer's pretty high though, right? Between, the top place right now with Team Nemesis and S8UL, it's a lot of catching up to do. And I think that the difficulty comes in the fact that at least for Team Nemesis and Twisted Minds, I think we can comfortably say this about both those teams. Virtus Pro, I'm not 100% confident to say it yet until we see the gameplay today, but both Team Nemesis and Twisted Minds are just so quietly brilliant throughout the entire day, and they don't really ever let up when it comes to not earning those points. I think Avenger was talking about how many placements they were getting per each game yesterday, and it was fairly high. It wasn't really a game where they did badly. For S8UL, it's a massive amount of profit they need to make. Still, there is a big chance. There is a big chance that they can get up towards the top side of the tables, top 8, and then maybe working to having that explosive finish on day 3.
Yeah, something I've always said about them is that they are the kind of team that could have a bad day like that, but then just come back straight next day and get 72 points in a day. But at the same time, this lobby has already shown themselves to be unbelievably stacked here, Avenger. The fact that Nemesis looked so good in cups, then looks great in the playoffs, and now looks good here in finals day number 1 is testament to just where we are in kind of terms of depths, but also the fact that they were just super consistent all yesterday. So taking number 1 spot across the big names is really impressive.
Yeah, I really like what I saw, especially from Diffix yesterday. Also here, top damage leader so far, 3,400 damage, 700 more damage than Example is kind of discussing. Also, pointed out yesterday, he has 18 kills. The second guys that is Lukarux and Nixie is 13 kills, right, each. Yeah. So having 5 more kills is just you giving 1 kill extra per game. It's just kind of insane. But yeah, I'm really excited, and we talked about it. That with we might call them the Na'Vi rejects in a way where they've all been a Na'Vi at one point and it kind of didn't mesh. Some of them have played together prior, but this team, if this is the kind of the start and the foundation we're starting off of to see, I think, especially like Blank likes to put as well, the growth potential in these guys are huge, right? Because throughout the year and with how little we've seen them play so far and how much they have ahead of them in terms of how many games they're about to play for the rest of the year here, these guys are going to continue to perform, and they're going to continue to perform in an upward potential. So that's really cool.
Crazy to see the emittance of Hakatori in the like top 4s of damage, top 4s of kills and things like that, despite him being an absolute monster. Again, just a team like Na'Vi just did not have a great time yesterday, and they're another team, I think, Blank, that can just easily bounce back against that. But I think when you also look at those top 4 teams that have been able to perform, right? noslack, I think, really surpassed everybody's expectations, even Nixie's to a degree when we were talking to him, and it's been awesome to watch that happen here at PEC.
Yeah, it was very nice speaking to Nixie in the terms of we were saying that Team Nemesis, absolutely a team that he expected to perform in a big way coming through from the PEC Cups.
Yeah.
noslack, on the other hand, kind of out of nowhere for him, like you say, and I think that they've done a very, very good job. I think that one part of their success is definitely just coming into this championship with just without a care in the world, right? There was, not to say that they don't care about winning, they do, but not a care in terms of who they're playing up against. I think that they've taken some very, very cool maneuvers. They don't show any nerves whatsoever going into this. It's a very, very impressive thing to do going up against a very, very cool moment. But yeah, it's a very impressive thing to do going up against some really well-storied and insanely good teams.
Yeah, for sure. Some just wall-to-wall crazy games yesterday. Even me and Blank were talking about it just before we went live once again. The level of play so far in just one day alone, Avenger, was awesome. Be it the Rondo finish, be it our last Erangel finish, be it all the individual plays we saw, be it the 1K club joiners in almost every single game. There was something to rave about in every game. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was really great. And then obviously we could go in and we can see IEXE have Hagevik with 7 kills. Like, there's just so many cool moments. This with the car flip, the kick flip on the cars even was awesome. But yeah, I gotta say, like, it was so cool yesterday that the biggest surprise was, you know, Hakatori having 1 kill, Aduzi having 0 kills. Was like, okay, how did that happen when we had such an explosive game? But it just didn't come on their side of the table. Like, everything kind of fell apart a little bit for them. But that's even more of a story to tell today, because I believe and I think these guys are gonna hit back and gonna push themselves into the top 8 potential today here.
You'd expect so. You really would, as we take a look at the final moments of the day. And I think if it wasn't for PGG, we would have seen even more dominance from those top teams at the very top here. Blank, PGG did a brilliant job of firstly dislodging noslack from the shack and then the position that they had, but then somehow winning this out against Nemesis. I say somehow. Nemesis kind of made this a bit more of a meal, really, than PGG, but PGG should have had that in the bag, and Salak was able to get it in the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is made a lot easier by the giant mole that lives underneath Erangel, making those big mounds in those fields, because they definitely needed that. And even with that, they almost lost to Team Nemesis. You're right. It was a bit of a meal that they made out of it. But I do think PGG's a great team. I think they've got some really good players on there and star players like Presenti. I was glad to see them get a win. I was a bit worried for them, like when we were getting through to match 4, but I'm glad they finished out strong, because that was a cup team that I was really excited to watch play.
And you guys at home can get involved with everything that's going on, not only watching what's happening here, but also heading on to social media and going on a little treasure hunt yourselves. If you can complete this code, you can get yourself some G-Coin in-game as well. So make sure to head on over there, try and complete it, get the G-Coin, get things good to go, and get yourself your favorite skins. I've been able to grab myself the progressives recently here, Mr. Avenger. I'm very happy with those. I've got my Car 98 leveled up a little bit to the uncommon skin, which is enough for me. That's okay. What about you?
I'm a kill feed enjoyer, so I'm saving my schematics for the time that I can get it. But right now I'm looking for maybe potentially a next Dragonov. I didn't catch the first Dragonov, progressive skin, so that's really what I'm trying to get here. That's especially with the recent buff to it. It's a little bit sad because it's kind of banging right now.
Yeah, if only I could hit anything with the Dragonov, maybe I'd care about the skin for it. I don't know why I'm so bad with that. Anyway, let's head on over to see a few questions for some of our teams before we get into the games for day number 2.
The most satisfying to kill is Aduzi, but we're in the same team.
Hackatori.
Nixie.
Alpha State.
Gyms as well.
Lucarux.
It's probably my friend from Team Redline, Zeko.
Beamy.
It's Chris.
The most satisfying to kill is Aruzi, but we're in the same team.
Probably the most overrated player, Nodi.
Gyms as well.
Mika.
Zeko from Redline.
Quizzy.
Sure.
Alpha State as well.
I would say Cappy.
Table.
Nice.
There you go. There's our 5 games coming at you here for today. All of our players kind of laying out the land a little bit. Who do they want to kill? Who is it hard to be killed by? Poor Cappy catching strays randomly here despite not being in the lot. It's tough stuff. But here's the point system, how it all breaks down as well. Avenger, the usual go-to. And then for those top 4 teams, they've already soaked up some of these points, so we'd hope that they won't be getting so many points, so we can keep things good for day number 3, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it being a 4-horse race. I just don't want Nemesis to run away with it already, right? They're already looking really strong here. And yeah, if it wasn't for that last game where PGG denied them, it would have been a absolute crazy banger day for them. So yeah, it's going to be cool to see here. And obviously, standard amount of kills and points coming in through. If it wasn't for the game for PGG yesterday, they would have set at 10 points. So it's great for them to get started here. And that's what I really hope today, that we're going to see some different teams win. You're Na'Vi, potentially you're Ascent, potentially you're S8UL.
I'm reading the lobby chat. They're saying, yes, Nemesis plays as 2 today, because that's 2 of the players that we're waiting for. I'm assuming that the rest of the lobby doesn't want Nemesis to be running away with things at the moment, which kind of is not too surprising considering how they've been playing so far here, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, a 13-point average is it's a wild margin to make.
Yeah.
Over 5 matches as well. It's very, very crazy stuff. I think that it's hard to beat. It is hard to beat. I do have this question in my mind of whether it's going to be completely different teams performing very well today, though, because you know, when you have that 4-horse race, the main things people are going to be doing is looking at those 4 teams. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing so well? Looking at their rotations, right? They're going to be very studied by everyone else, and that's where you do fall into some problems. But you know, it could be the same 4, but it could be a completely different 4, and that's what I hope for. I don't want there to be the same 4 teams at the top. I want it to be close towards the end of the day.
Well, the crazy thing is, Avenger, is how do those teams that aren't the top 4, what have they done last night? How have they kind of analysed things? Because the thing is that you get a Rondo game like that and you're like, what could we have done differently? With that kind of circle, with the places already taken and stuff like that, it gets a bit difficult in those moments in a lobby like this, I think.
Yeah, how do you analyze Na'Vi running into a gas can, getting exploded and burned by a VP, and then they ran on to win the game, where Lucarux did technically it's not a 1v4, but he killed all 4 of Twisted Minds, right? And that's just, again, that's the miracle run that you're hoping for. Sometimes it's just going to be crazy like that, and BP had 2 of those games. Then on the other side, they tried to do a bridge camp on HiVE, and let's say they didn't succeed. I don't want to say failed, but had a rough time with that, right? So you can have the 2 extremes, and that's really what we're hoping for the other teams. They're going to have some of these very high highs that the teams had yesterday, because there's obviously also some consistency. There's the reason why the guys are in the top. Or you're just going to have to win games with absolute bangers, double-digit kills. But you have to get your snowball rolling, and most importantly, like, you have to forget about, if you're not in the top 8, you have to forget about yesterday and say, we take the learnings, we apply that to our games and our style today. We'll look at what happened and how the team succeeded yesterday. Sure, there's I looked at S8UL's games yesterday. I was like, okay, they actually had so many circles go against them where they had to constantly be in cars. And that's obviously a big thing. And if you think about that and say, okay, guys, that's just how the games goes, and we cannot really, like, how do we improve in that? We don't. But, you know, if we put ourselves in some of the other situations in different styles, or the minuscule, you know, holy sent Hail Mary that just works out perfectly, that sometimes goes right, that's really the only time that it can go up to.
I do wonder as well, Blank, because it's our double Miramar day, so that is going to change the dynamic quite a bit, right? Obviously, our Miramar yesterday was a little bit more kind of spicy compared to a normal Miramar, but double Miramar is always exciting.
Yeah, it's a lot of chasing of that circle when it comes down to it with Miramar, but I do think it's slightly easier when you get towards that mid game. A lot of people have those positions to play, but that circle we had yesterday, it's a bit of an outlier. I don't think I've seen that circle too often. But I think a lot of the players had a good plan of how to go about it, but it gets messy. It does get messy on Miramar. I think even Nixie was saying the same thing, where it was a messy situation for them. They could have played it better, but they don't get past phase 2. So I do think for a lot of our squads, I am really excited to see what they can get done over on Miramar. Obviously, some teams are better at other maps than most, so we'll see who that team actually is. I mean, Starry Skies was getting deep into our Miramars there, and deep into a lot of the games, honestly. 9 placement points. I just don't think they've got the firepower behind them right now, but fundamentally, that is a decent team.
Well, if you check it in just at the tail end of this pre-show, here is the lay of the land. Team Nemesis currently in number 1 with 65 points, 46 of which were kills in just 5 games alone. Virtus Pro in second place alongside the old guard, Twisted Minds, with 57 points apiece as well. And as much, it's so funny, Avenger, because we talk, wow, Team Nemesis is so cool. Wow, Virtus Pro is so cool. Twisted Minds is never out of the conversation, even though we don't talk about them. They're always there.
And it's with no wins yesterday, right? They had second place, they had a third place. Like, they did extremely well. They had a fourth place. The worst game was 3 kills and a 15th in the first game. But everything else was just so consistent, and that's why they're up here. But today, guys, I guarantee you, we're gonna see a big banger game win from them, like double-digit win, and that's where they're making the push for it, and that's why they are the GOATs of EMEA. So that's what I'm really looking for today. Also, so ever consistent, and it's just so evenly spread out, like across the team, right? It's not we've seen on some of the other teams where one player has a few kills, the other guys are banging out, 18 kills like Diffix, but here the consistency across the team, and this is why Twisted Minds and so many has them as favorites, and it's really granted.
I mean, the crazy thing is that if they didn't have that 15th place in game number 1 across the finals so far here, Blank, it's arguable that considering their other performances with 8 kills, 9 kills, 10 kills, podium, they would have got a similar game to that and then be number 1 even without actually winning a game, which would have just, considering all the other performances that we saw from the 3 that are alongside them in that kind of 4 host race situation, is just insanity to the point where it's likely that they just keep repeating doing that.
Well, they have great setups, though. I think they have a great setup towards the mid game. They're very, very good at identifying weakness points of where they're playing on the map, and they're dealing with teams that try and challenge them on them. I think it's very rare, like you say, you don't see them in those end circles. When they go out so early in that singular game yesterday, you are right. I think that's a big outlier for Twisted Minds, and they could have easily been in first place after all of this when, like you say, it didn't really feel crazy. And even versus VP, if they win that, very, very different story. It's an exciting one for Twisted Minds. You just hope that Rondo game doesn't hurt the mental too much. I don't think it will. I think they'll bounce back.
It's a funny one, is the Rondo game, especially because in 9 times out of 10 in EMEA, you expect Twisted Minds or Na'Vi to win that game. Just based on the location, Martin, just based on kind of the setups and how you would actually play things out. So for that to have been subverted in that Rondo, that's not, I mean, there was many reasons that was exciting, but that's definitely one of them, why that game was very exciting to watch as Virtus Pro just ran an absolute muck through what was their home territory.
There was a more serious conversation going on from that game than there was from their 15th place 3 kills. I can guarantee you that. How did they lose that? We are outnumbering these. How does Lukrux get all 4 kills without us getting a nade, a stun, a Molotov, something on him? Especially with the information that they had with the knocks from the side. But yeah, that's sometimes, that's the day you play the lottery if you're Lukrux, because as much as he's a great player, everything went in his direction as well.
And here is Example going up against Diffx. As always, anytime anybody is compared to Example, and if you're able to overtake his numbers, you better be proud of what you've done so far. For Diffx, it's been a great performance, but we are getting ready here to go on to Miramar. Any final thoughts, Blank, before we head on in?
No, other than I want to see noslack continue the carnage today.
Okay, I'm here for it. I do love my good old Finns. They are looking fantastic in a lobby full of Goliaths. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. We'll get you back after this game. It's going to be me and Avenger bringing you the first game, Miramar, game number 6 of our finals 1 here for PEC.
Hell yes. Miramar all day today here. Not all day, but 2 games today. It's getting me all excited. We had some absolute bangers today. We're starting Southeast. If there's one tendency I've ever seen from the hundreds of Miramars I've watched through my time, is that could be a southern side circle here. Maybe south of Los Leones again, maybe over towards the eastern side of Los Leones. Some of my favorite terrain, actually, with how all the ridges work out here. Not too close to get for all the teams trying to get to your El Azahar, to your Cruz del Val, to your water treatment, even to San Martin. It's going to be difficult without a car here, so they're going to have to stretch those parachutes.
Yeah, I'm so ready, Avenger, for Resort to be center of this circle, or we get like a bit of a weird circle moving kind of like a bit more north of the plane path, and then we end up in the silly fields near Impala. If we just keep getting hard shift. We'll see. We will see. But for all of these teams involved, once again, I am still surprised by the fact that Everlong has had kind of the pick of the litter when it comes to these central locations, central drop spots, but it seems like just people are far more happy to stick to what works for them, and we are actually centered nearish Picado, just a little bit northeast of it, here. So for the Mythov, not making a little bit of a drive up, they're going to be happy to start things off. But this feels a bit like Na'Vi territory for me as well. They've been able to be very successful on what I consider home circles for Na'Vi, and they need it for today, don't they?
Ah, yes. The ghost of PGS Miramar Circle strikes again. Kantara comes back to us here. But yeah, obviously their location was great for them, especially to log out that PGS win here. But yeah, it does look close. Does look good for them. It's also something that I feel like a team like Na'Vi here, James, we can obviously discuss this and your thoughts about it. But my kind of idea of the new Na'Vi with the lineup change that we've had is compared to what we saw the previous years, where they're always very, very slow and kind of outside circles, waiting heavily on the edge until circle 2-3. This Na'Vi, that when they get circles where they don't have to chase, they actually get big banger games so much more often than we, before and 2024, 2025 Na'Vi. So I'm actually pretty excited about this one here. This could be the snowball that we're kind of hoping for a little bit for Na'Vi here. If this is the double-digit win for them here, they're straight back into the conversation, especially if some of the top 4 teams, they slack a little bit, if you could say.
Yeah, I mean, for those teams down towards the bottom, it is a case of, you look at what happened yesterday, you saw that 4 teams especially got insane points, and you think to yourself, yeah, but we're Na'Vi and we're S8UL. We can also do that as well. And they could quite easily have a bad day. And then suddenly everything's kind of evened out, right? So really not over till the fat lady sings for this one. As we have good old Aduzi and S8UL looting on up, getting themselves plenty going here up at Impala side. And then we'll be moving on in. At least for them as well, if you think about what their potential is, this is not a bad circle, right? They're not having to chase this one just yet, unless they, for some reason, just don't move at all for a little while, and then we get a hard shift west. And then it might become a bit of a problem. Only then will it be really a chase like we saw all day yesterday for S8UL, which was tough to watch. It was a tough watch.
There's just say that they had all their unfortunate circles in the first 5 games of this 15-game series, maybe.
Hopefully.
And then we'll see a little bit of luck go their way for sure. But yeah, crazy circles to come against them yesterday. I'll say this, though. I was happily surprised to see how well this was doing compared to how they kind of scrambled through in their qualification, right? 28 points, a 3rd place, a 2nd place, a 4th. Only a few bad games where they had 1 and 2 kills. Or 1 or 2 kills and a placement. Otherwise, it was actually pretty consistent for them here. And sure, they could maybe have capitalized a bit more, but still, this is within striking distance and way higher than some of the teams that we would probably see above them, as Vitality, as your Na'Vi, as your Ascent, as your S8UL.
Yeah, them and Bushido Wildcats, right? Like some decent points, finding themselves middle of the pack compared to where you might normally find them in a lobby like this. I think, though, the problem saying mid-pack, in inverted commas, is the fact that, unfortunately, mid-pack is kind of everything below 4th, because they are technically close to one another, because all of the points were hoovered up by those top 4 teams. But regardless of the fact, Bushido Wildcats are our only true, proper Turkish team in the lobby right now. It would feel a little weird in the EMEA Finals if we didn't have one. We did get one on through after they were able to assimilate in Code Marco here for the Wildcats, who is always great to watch. Really enjoy watching good old Code Marco.
Yeah, he was great yesterday as well. He did pop off as basically the only guy on the team. 8 kills. He got a third of their total points just himself in his kills. We are on board with Virtus Pro, of course, to look in. All zoomed out, all looking good though compared to some of the vertical cameras we have from the other teams, so that's good. Oh my god, IEXE finds Levante, pops off, and it's actually crazy here. Taking down Vitality already. Just one more shot. Oh, that was close. Are they going to chase you, James? It could happen.
Yeah, maybe.
What's the finish saying when you just had a successful victory in the Viking-ish finish?
I was about to say a phrase and finish that's just like not that at all. Like, so, I don't know.
I mean, you lived there for some time, you know. That's the kind of phrase you would know, but
yeah, I'll be like Ongo dalla Vese, basically asking where the toilet is.
That's what I wanted to. Yeah. Where's the toilet, please? That's exactly what these guys say when.
Because they flushed the competition. Yeah.
Yeah, put them in the toilet, flush them immediately, get the point, confirm on the team here. Yeah, that's great for them to get the first kill. That's, again, another confidence booster. They're like, okay, it's easy. More points to come our way. On board with Ascent here. Good to see the new English lineup coming through here for these guys. Good old T-Bone in the bottom with some PNC jerseys on that. Great wall. There is one more slot, though, I can see just next to his head. It fits in perfectly. Maybe there's going to be an ENC, maybe a PNC jersey for him so far. Is he the only UK player in the lobby? Just quick.
I think so.
I think so, right? Because there's obviously there was Blist on Bob Trucks. There's obviously Michael Vard. Is there another UK guy? I'm actually not sure.
Bex, Michael Vard.
Yeah, I mean that's they're
you mean
not
in his
here.
lobby?
Yeah,
no.
That's what I think so. Yeah. So
a
that's
fall
looking
from
good
grace
for him.
For the UK.
Yeah, big fall from grace. I think that is it, at least. I'm not sure, maybe... not sure. Doesn't matter. Anyway, he's looking good for his tenure for PNC. Obviously, the selection method for PNC has been announced already, and there's going to be a lot and heavily reliant on your performances through 2026, and maybe with some consideration of 2025 as well here. So that's looking good. Obviously, the selection goes through when PC is done. So your performance here in this finals, and also the playoffs next week, and the finals that we have at the end of everything, it's going to have quite the effect here. So looking good for T-Bone to have another shot at PNC, another championship, to either come his way or fall through his hands.
I don't have much hope for the UK.
Say that.
Yeah,
they had a second place as well, along with the win, right? So
they did, and then how did it go after the win in the PNCs? Anyway, they're lads. I do love my UK boys. I even painted them some Warhams for the last PGC, which was good fun. It was good fun. They're big Black Templar fans. But anyway, we have got games going on. The reason we're kind of just, chilling, talking about some stuff at the moment is because with a circle like this on Miramar, ain't much happening, right? Like they're just positioning towards the middle. Everlong stretched themselves out a little bit across the positions over Picardo, just a little bit farther south as well. Kind of position themselves between Borz, which you've got to be a little bit careful about that. Borz's 2-2 split is not too bad at all, but getting in wedged between it can sometimes be a little bit scary.
Yep, it can indeed. Could get rough for them too. This circle here, though, is not that congested towards the center here. Obviously, there's some space to be taken. Some of the graveyard area in the northern side, maybe Bushido Wildcats are going to pounce on that and kind of send themselves in. A little bit of a crate here in MG3. I'm thoroughly an MG3 enjoyer myself with the 990 RPM, James.
Oh, yes.
Slam those guys down and get them out. Especially if laid down with the 6X. It's actually disgusting. Have you tried that?
Oh, yeah. Big fan of it. Big fan. One or two of my boys that I play. El Diablo. Every game. Thank you for that guess. Lovely.
They're trying to summon the mask.
Well, we've had a bit of an Eastern shift, so let's talk about the app for a moment, because we were talking about the Curse of Cantera from PGS, and currently that is currently in. And Virtus Pro... Oh, my days. Virtus Pro's taken the warehouse compound already. All right, everybody abandon ship. It's a strong old compound, that warehouse.
Adusi as well, and the guys are in a great 2-2 split here with the concrete west of Cantera and the kind of high ground 2 story that Phil First and Adusi is sitting in. And then again, with these 2-2 splits here, this is really your time, and that's often what happens here in these high-level pro games, is you have these 2-2 splits, and you need to search the information, especially in Circle 2, because once the 2-2 splits, they kind of abolish themselves and come together, that's where you have an open opportunity to come in and maybe get an open backside and back sweep into a compound here. That'd be great for some of these teams here. Cantera's still open, surprisingly. Sure, it's an Eastern shift, but the teams that are in there left early on here. And now VP looking great in this compound here. Pretty much dead center.
Are we mortaring? Is that what Nix is up to here? That was trained towards Cantera or Cantera Hills. So is he repositioning it is the question. Yes, he's looking elsewhere now. He's looking a bit more northwest.
That's towards Twisted.
Yeah.
Let's look at the map and then see. Oh my god, Nitro hits Silas here. Starry guy. A little bit sad for them to lose some here. Now Borz in the distance here. Gonna have some shots towards VP here. Most of the teams on the western side are gonna have to make a big shift. Obviously, with an eastern shift, James, they would assume that there's some space in the east, and they are assuming correctly here. So we might see some big rotations coming in for the guys that are not in currently.
This is like the most EMEA start of all time.
Yeah, it is. It is actually.
It's not many shots going on. One person dead. Just Levante doing his thing on the rotate. And now some shots are happening. You know, kind of a little bit of a scuffle here and there. Vis down towards the south side, realizing Ascend is coming in a little bit later. Which actually, that's kind of the old Ascend MO coming in later from a kind of southwest position.
Right. And that's actually kind of surprising, right? Because that was a Brexco thing, and with him having retired, it kind of continues. It might be a Ascend Club thing rather than the players. They're just like, all right, guys, this is the style. It's under contract. You have to play edge. You have to play late. You have to get in there. I think it also comes through with how I think T-Bone is either idealing or co-idealing at least. So that's also a little bit to his style, right? So
yeah, you hear him a lot in comms when it comes to the scrims for sure. Yeah.
So we'll see how these guys approach it, how they kind of come in. Some call it the barefoot hill where he's at right now, but right now Viz with the BRDM here, if they play it right, they can actually get kind of deep. There's a lot of fields that is kind of open around some of the compounds. You can actually drive quite deep through that. I don't think too many teams are gonna commit a couple of magazines to get this one down here just early on.
I'm curious to see what Viz can do with the BRDM. I mean, coming in that late, it gets a little bit dicey, right? However, sometimes, you know, in these lobbies, we've seen people make insane plays with the BRDM, getting themselves to top 5 almost guaranteed, using it as a mobile fortress. On the other hand, we've seen some disastrous BRDM plays where BRDM has been sacrificed and just stolen away because you've kind of flubbed the either swap out into trying to go for a spray or something like that.
Oh, James.
It's not just him, admittedly. It's actually happened a few times in the cups. I've watched it as well. But anyway, here we have our circle. And yeah, you remember when I said abandon ship earlier because Virtus Pro had the warehouse compound? I'm still feeling that way inclined, Avenger.
They might have found a magnet somewhere in the map. And it's kind of heavily coming towards them, that's for sure. But that's what I'm talking about here with the S8UL leaving the concrete west of Cantera. It kind of leaves some open space for some of the teams to backfill. And I would even say for either a Navi or a TMO on the northern side, if they see that's free, that's actually quite the playable space, especially if the next circle goes towards them here. There's only a little bit unplayable on that south side towards Los Leones. But otherwise, it's looking kind of good for a VP and S8UL game to start things off with. Oh, that did not work out as intended. Schengen pushes in here and gets Justice down.
I was about to say, how many minutes until we have our next kill in the lobby? And I was going to say, not many, because, right, there's so much movement that now has to happen for a circle like this as these teams are trying to push on positions that are already taken. as Ares wants to try and find a little bit of an angle on the HiVE intrusion that has occurred here down on church location, but he's going to have to move on away from the whole graveyard as a whole here. So for the Mythov, bit of a brutal wound there, especially since they're in last place with 6 points, right? It's truly the hardest place for them to be playing out from, considering that they did pretty well in the playoffs to be able to get themselves on through.
Yeah, that's a big thing obviously for them already. Looking good as is, but still with the 6 points that TMO had, oof, it's not enough to compete, but you're still in the sub-16. You're still in it for the PGC points here. Now, this is coming in for this one here. This different side on the map here. Perfected gets Scaff and gets confirmed by Patulins as well.
Yeah, they're actually leapfrogging ahead of noslack on that western side. And actually, that's a brilliant play here from Patulins and the boys from Twisted Minds to try and shut down noslack as much as they can. At the same time, though, Starry Skies currently stuck in a bit of a fight here with Vis kind of pulling up. I'm not sure if Vis actually wants to fully pull up, though. I mean, they've got the BRDM still in play. They're seeing this fight going on from a distance, but pulling up means potentially giving away the BRDM. Nitro shooting in some shots from the distance here and actually doing quite a bit of damage against them. But Anne, as well as Habibi, are cleaning up the rest in the concrete.
All right, what can they do to get this kind of under control just a little bit here? That's on the guy. Silas gone down here. The Belgian prodigy from 2019. So I'm trying to make the most out of it. Arton as well from Vis. One of our few Estonian players, actually.
Oh,
it's cool to see them in and kind of bang out. But here with this southern shift, James, it's a little bit rough for the northern teams. There's so much space around that VP compound that you're gonna have to kind of argue that at one point it's just gonna be worth breaching it, right? And I don't know if that's going to be HiVE's straddle plan right now. There's a dip west of them as well. I don't know if that's worth playing yet. Could be it that they're going for with a few cars and stuff like that's going to work out for them. The dip is out. They're splitting even. I don't know if that's the play. Okay, they're driving now. A 4-man on that western side of VP is actually worth it. I'd say here Correction finds Perfect 6 for the confirmation after Nixie knocked him with a headshot.
The only problem is, though, that sometimes that becomes nade bait or mortar bait, right? Like, mortar bait's the scary one for them, I think, at the moment.
But if they use a mortar in that dip, it's going to be practically impossible to see anyone from there. It's going to be even deeper than it is already. Oh my god, Beamy finds Dante. That's actually disgusting. And now, look at that. Mortar. They're gonna consider that and see if they can maybe get a confirmation on it. They've got really, really good idea of how close that is. That's like that's actually kind of close. I think
it's slightly off. I think it's 2 left, but the distance is not bad. But I think it's just a little 2 left. We'll see as it comes down. Navi did a lot of work on the other side as well. Yeah, you can see it's just
a little bit left. Yeah, he turned a little bit though. Oh, okay. Okay, so the next one a little bit more right, and that actually might be on point. They got a point man and Lucarooks and Beamy on the roof, so
yeah.
Now they might be able to blow the cover away. Look at that, straight on.
No, they're doing all right about dodging it at the moment here, so good stuff there by them. But, I mean, if anything's going by a game like this, usually that's not the end of it when it comes to that kind of dip and the potential being damaged. A load of damage done by an S8UL. A Doozy and Molodok go crazy against Vitality. Admittedly, Vitality was a little bit wounded coming into this. Of course, losing Levante as early as they did. Oh, no, Habibi. Oh, no.
That's crazy to see that happen here. Paints goes down as well. Starry Sky. That's also in a fight here. Nitro trying to make a push for it to get the point confirmed at some points here with this guy. See, he spotted him, I think, and I'm not sure. You know where he is now. He's going to push around. Habibi gets Nitro. Down to just Vatso here from Starry Sky. Good shots coming in, and Vis is eliminated, having lost the BRDM as well. Big fight for them, and looks like Ascent is going to be pulling up on that.
This is why I'm always so concerned about those kinds of fights when you've got a BRDM. But Cover Levy with a nade finishes off Everlong here from the distance. And noslack has done a really good job of negating the fact that Twisted Minds actually leapfrog ahead of them. But that being said, here's Hakatori in the wings, spotted by Beamy in the far distance of all things. We'll be able to heal up a little bit during this. Maybe get a bit of a backstab here on Twisted Minds, but Twisted does know that they are lurking around here.
Here we are, the Ascent push third party onto the Starry Sky location. Great play by them. Yeah, Hakatori confirmed as well. Stolen by Best of Luck here. Good for him. Example, get the knock on the AUG, but now hit on the guys. are gonna make a send for it, a play for it. And they, again, Vatso being the last player here. Can he survive? Can he get another point out of this? They're not inside the top 8 for placement here, James. The question is just for Ascent to finish this off quickly so they can kind of continue their campaign. They actually have quite the playable space ahead of them with this next circle, slightly keeping them in.
I can't believe that the warehouses has been in this whole time as well, though. Yeah. From circle 1 all the way down to where we are right now. Filthurst does go down. Ferris with the M249 doing massive damage, but Batulins finishes it off. Kind of saves S8UL here for the moment. And now, if they can make the recovery happen here, unless this nade... Oh, no, it doesn't go far enough. Never mind, I was looking at a death box. Batulins, can he connect? If this nade connects, that could be all 4 of them.
Oh, my God!
Oh, my God!
Batulins tries to go for a Panzerfaust play on it. Try to get the confirmed. Oh, it's a little bit. It crested the hill just slightly here. But now all the guys are looking to see if they can get the confirmations here. That's insane. The points are going to kind of come through to him now. Twisted, 5 kills. Now a 1v1 with the last remaining player in a doozy.
I can't believe how much Batulins has done against S8UL here, because I think the S8UL, if they'd have been able to just clean out even just Batulins just a little bit or anything like that, it could have been a really good game for them from that north side, maybe kind of playing in through some of the dip, but not to be the case. Batulins once again shuts them down completely, and maybe the Wildcats are going to be shut down completely here by Nemesis, still alive, raining down havoc on the position here of Bushido Wildcats. Medibase down, and that is going to be Celtic to try and do something against all of this, but they've got anything. Hello. Okay. Well, you know, that's not how that. What?
Rosberg gonna lose his life here. Percentage getting another kill. It's good for him. Diffix finds Celtic, and now it's PGG versus Nemesis. Nemesis, they're the big benefactors of this southern shift to come their way. They're looking in really great inside this concrete here, holding on to both sides a little bit. With the State playing the other side, they're gonna have to hold out PGG, but a BRDM. Actually might enable PGG to go basically anywhere they want from now on here. It looks like they're going to go from the northern side. That's going to be a VP looking out to try to deny this push here. Is it going to be a crash onto VP?
No way.
They're holding on to inside.
Yeah, this opens up so much opportunity for them in a field like this, right? Where normal vehicles are just going to get blown up and anything like that. At least having this moving fortress in what is very open fields. Admittedly, there's some dips and kind of some inclines like PGG is trying to use at the moment, but it's not that deep. So technically, if you're on these roofs, you can kind of still see down into them, and that's why the smoke's there. This is a difficult circle. Technically, a little bit of VP still in, so they can have it for a while. It just depends on what's going to happen after that. Yeah, and with Nemesis as well, obviously having the concrete in there safe, but it's very likely that neither of these two compounds in the next circle is going to be in, and we're going to have a field-esque ending. Probably some road still in, surely, but yeah, sure, State's side here with the kind of open concrete that's close to him on the other side is the best area right now, but it's extremely difficult to hold unless you have a really crazy amount of cover here. With some vehicles, it's very playable here. But VP is still in, and on the roofs now is going to make it so rough. And they also know that nobody's in the north of them anymore, so that means that they can kind of use this with no impediment whatsoever and be able to just duck behind all of this when Sused inevitably puts some shots in against it. Sused's taken actually some of the little bit of a concrete position himself over the road here to be able to kind of hold that down. That's an incredibly important location for a circle like this, as Beamy does even more damage here against PGG. They're getting destroyed. Yeah, getting absolutely destroyed here. Keta stealing one of the kills from Beamy and getting another knock on to Sloyd Jacket here. Keta 98, as you guys said yesterday, was actually one of the greatest calls I've ever heard. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. I like that a lot. 6x here, and Ascend actually on this southern side with high ground and cover to play might actually be a great game for them too. Currently in 15th place. One great game. Look how close it is from 18th up to 24. You can jump from 15th place to 7 with a few kills and a good game for Ascent here. So it's really, really tight. And that matters when we're talking PGC points and actually prize pool as well. So very, very tight for that place here right now. And as we're talking about, it might be a falls race currently. And it's looking really good for the teams already with Twisted Mind still. But 5th place is so much more different than 15th. Yep, the top 4 still looking really good at the moment here, but Ascend kind of coming alive at the moment, taking down Hello My Bad. So is noslack still, though, still doing a lot of damage against HiVE. Nice nade there from HiVE, but it's not really enough to be able to do anything with it. As that, well, you know what? That vehicle it's gone. It's leaving. Bye. See you later. Look how
Get her now with some shots here from the ace. Can they? Oh my God, Killikai got him as well. Borz. This is going to be difficult for them because both noslack is going to be looking towards them. Nemesis is going to be looking towards them. Once these smokes they dissipate, they're going to have such a hard time to play. And with the vehicles that's been placed already, that could be the next spot for Ascent to play here. MG3 and full 3 gear for T-Bone, looking good for them. 5 kills as well coming their way. Dante finds Sata.
Yeah, important person to take away here at the moment. More blue zone nades come forwards, trying to shut them down on any movements that they actually want to make. That's a good nade as well, trying to hit Sata. Does 48 damage. Here's another one. Bounces perfectly onto him as well there. Now EXE taken down by T-Bone from a distance. So they've been able to have a decent overwatch against that. But they're going to have to move eventually, right? Ascend here. And Mogor finishes off noslack. It's really important that these teams start shutting down the top 4.
Yeah, we have a northern shift here. It's actually the compound that's still in for VP. A little bit disgusting for this northern shift here, but Nemesis also still has some cover on that southeast side, and eventually we're going to be ending up in the fields. Now Ascend is going to have to make a play here, either on that southern side or to make a push onto Nemesis eventually, but we'll see what they decide to do. Surely it looks like a VP finish here. James, in my book, right?
Yeah, you'd think so. I guess me saying abandoned ship from like 5 minutes in was accurate. This is such a problem for everybody else right now, but Nemesis still alive, technically still ahead of them on the leaderboard right now. PGG trying to join that top pack as they've got themselves honestly in a bit of a bind, because eventually what's going to happen is that teams are going to get desperate and try and crash in against maybe their position, right? Like I don't know how all these teams are going to be able to eventually fit in this circle without some casualties.
Yeah, that's again that southwest side here with Borz, with the Send, with PGG, with HiVE. Like that's 3 teams that's eventually going to go out, right? Could PGG survive it? It's potentially just going to be the last team with the push here, but I think HiVE is looking to try and kind of encroach a little bit on that northern side to get in.
Okay,
Borz,
there was a big development in the north because Nixie's was the anchor position, just a little bit ahead, and he's been knocked. The rest of Virtus Pro is on the warehouse wall right now, so that's actually a bit of a problem here for Virtus Pro that they're going to have to solve. Maybe get across on with some smokes and try and get this sorted as quickly as possible.
Definitely in our circles are really ticking here. 10 damage per second. And that's it for Borz to go out here. He actually got Keter down as well.
Nice.
Delaying Ascent so much that they're just going to be swept in by Nemesis. All the points free. More for Divik to come here. Sosit goes down, States get the confirmation onto Keter here. And now Nemesis can just encroach a little bit onto this roadside. Maybe get Sosit up potentially.
Corrects across to Nixie, so there is still some hope and light in the VP camp right now. Even though only 1 kill's gone their way, this is the thing. You might have a compound like this, but these teams at this level know how to negate those lines of sight. Even from such a strong fortress compound like this for the moment. Melman knocks Nixie. And the pressure is going to continue on them. That little shack area is in the next circle here, so they're going to have a bit of a reprieve for the moment. It's up to HiVE now, as well as maybe the last member from Ascend, to try and do something against what is some fortified positions.
Yeah, HiVE trying to survive with smokes. Nades coming in. That's a great nade. It's going to do some damage. Finds Schengen. Takes Mogor low as well. BRDM. Oh my god, just going to go in and get the confirmation. Yow! Well played by him here. Now they're just going to take some shots at top fire. He's going to jump out, and Mogor gets the point here. Mogor's been such a force to be reckoned with here from HiVE.
How did Dante go down to the PRDM? I think it exploded and rolled into him.
Yeah.
Oh no. Maybe you can get him up here as now we shut down Presenti. Zabilla and Sloy trying to hold on off. They do know that somebody still wants to cross the road, so they're keeping an eye on that at the moment. Also trying their very best to keep an eye on HiVE, because they know HiVE eventually is going to get desperate after they do get their res on up.
Sees it. Yeah, he's got info. 3 gear as well. Stun grenades. No lethals though, so he's going to have to get the kills with the AUG or with the MK. Can he get another point? Can he get 2 kills here? 2 kills on PGG would be huge. Damage done onto HiVE. Really good connections here from Killikai. The Austrian fragger himself has
I think he's running out of time.
Yeah. No, that's greedy. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. Maybe another. Maybe go for the cover here. Sevilla gets smoke, or I think that's the other side you gotta continue and focusing on here, because HiVE out, PGG backstab here would be a point for placement and 2 points for the kills here. That'll be 3 kills, 3 points for Ascent instead. Great game for them so far, but Kilyakai, some more lethals coming out from Nemesis.
Yeah.
Trying to survive for as long as he can.
I think Kiliakai's done enough in this game for a salvage, right? Like, he stayed alive to top 4. There's not much way you're going to be able to get further into this circle now. So we come down to PGG, Virtus Pro, Nemesis. But it is a problem that Virtus Pro and Nemesis are 4 alive right now. Diffx, though, as well as Zabila, doing a lot of damage here to Virtus Pro. This might just be giving it to the hands here of Nemesis. Oh, my days! PGG outlasts Virtus Pro. That is brilliant from them.
That's so surprising. I was actually assuming that they had way more smokes, way more utility to use. But look again, James. Once again, we see Nemesis in a top 2 situation, and it's looking dire for PGG at this point. Diffx gets another one, already 3 on the board. Can he get him as well? Oh my god. Gets a 5-piece on top of the 18 kills he already has. And it's another victory here for Nemesis. They are looking poised for this finals.
They played it great from the southeast side. Every single move they made, be it individual or 2-2 splits, meant that they were just taking further land into these circles. Really good stuff from Nemesis, who was already #1 on the day, Blank, and now they've got themselves another chicken dinner. This is getting scary for the rest of the teams.
I mean, I certainly want to see the same teams popping off again, but Team Nemesis starting to delve with a chicken dinner is just unreasonable. Some really good play overall from a lot of the teams on what was quite a difficult ending. I think I particularly like the Melman held back for a long time over on that roadside. He played off on the concretes towards the eastern edge, and he was just locking players down. But I do think it's hard to play that kind of position on the backside anchor, because if you go down, it's kind of a detriment to your team, because it does open a path for teams to rock up and backfill you. So I think Melman played that fairly perfectly, and then just that instant lineup as soon as they know VPs goes down. This team is so quick to react.
Oh, for sure. I think you hit the nail on the head in that this is one of the harder situations to play on Miramar, because it takes away a lot of what Miramar is, right, Avenger? You're playing against this warehouse location that nobody really kind of wants to go into line of sight of. There's so much field around that. Everybody's playing these small compounds here and there on the south side with just flat terrain in front of them. So it's tough. It's tough this game.
Yeah, it's a big one. Obviously, Nemesis having this concrete on the southern side. Once we had that eastern shift, Sosat was there for so long solo. I don't think anybody expected this circle to go that far south, but once that southern shift hit, they were just all there, and they were farming. 8 kills, 18 points to come their way on top of their already 65 points prior from yesterday. That is crazy.
Yeah, they are going to be flying high if they're able to take one of these PEC finals. That is a fantastic result for them so far. And they don't really show any sign of kind of slowing down. I mean, Blank, you already said they had 13 points average yesterday, and now another 18 points on top of that. That pushes their average even further across just 6 games alone. I will say, actually, Blank, if we'd seen a team get 83 points in 6 games, because we used to obviously play 6 games a day, we would be going mental right now. But yeah, that's the reality. That's where we're at.
We'd be going pretty bonkers. I mean, 83 points over 6 games, like you say, it's unheard of, let alone from a cup team. There is a big asterisk on that, though, with Team Nemesis being filled with some star-studded players anyway. I did just want to quickly talk about PGG as well on that game, though, because I think they had a fairly decent game off the back of that, and they are having that bounce back. It did happen in the late of the day yesterday, but I think this is a good game, because you do see a lot of times players with the BRDM, they get a little bit boisterous with it, right? And I do think they maybe towards the end they got a little bit too boisterous with it, but they waited to unveil that thing until very late. They were playing far out on the eastern side, waiting, and then as soon as they got to a point where they were like, okay, it's go time, rocked up alongside VP, dropped all the smokes to keep the BRDM as healthy as possible, and they were able to later on slip themselves into a position that was playable. I actually quite liked the way that PGG played that out. I don't think it was ever going to be a winning game, but from the position they're in, I think they got a good result off what was a difficult game.
No, I completely agree. Really well played by them. Also, obviously outlasting Virtus Pro, who had that kind of warehouse compound, is extremely impressive considering what they had to work with. But as we take a look back at the highlights from this game, Avenger, are we just going to see Diffx in every top damage, top kills, every game from now on? Because this is what he's doing, man.
I mean, he's crazy good, right?
Yeah.
That's really awesome to
23
see.
kills?
23 kills.
What?
After just 6 games, man, it's almost averaging 4 kills per game. That's just the next level here. But yeah, they play super well. They play extremely good. Look at that, the C4, by the way. I didn't notice that during the game. They put a C4 on the coop to kind of push away the push that was coming in from Bushido Wildcats. So, but yeah, they were just playing so well, executing perfectly here. Tons of damage done, both from utility and how everything kind of lines up. My biggest surprise in this game here was, first of all, the BRDM not being destroyed earlier. There's so many teams that had an eye on it, and standing in that open hay bale shacks, you can take that away from them and even make sure that it's, disable it. But also, in a case where we were talking about during the game, obviously BRDMs can get you really deep into the late game, but here this was criminally deep into the late game, considering how many teams was actually close to them, right? I could have seen a Virtus Pro and someone else just laying the hammer down, saying, okay, no more. But I really like the way that they played with it, where they were playing with 2 cars in front, where it was catching all the attention, because that's obviously an easier target than a BDM, right? Which left all the bullets to go to the front cars, which were, later disposable, that the BDM actually had enough health that even if you put a few mags in it, it was still staying. So kind of like that from PGG, and that really put them into that second place.
They went on a journey, man. I mean, if you think about where they were on the east side of that circle, and then suddenly finding themselves on the west side as well, considering how difficult it is to usually traverse a circle like that. Yeah, very impressive stuff by them. Also, just as a side note, by the way, the team focus that we just watched was pre-picked before that game, and it just so happened to be Nemesis, and Nemesis took that to heart apparently, and decided, yeah, we'll win the game as well. That would be really cool for you guys, wouldn't it? But I do get word that our team comms are ready, so actually let's listen in. Maybe it's Nemesis, who knows? Let's listen in from that previous game.
We need to make it orange table and kill right team.
Running pull open.
Tractor and green.
Dark me full shield.
I don't smoke and bait on me.
Убил Максим Сальника. Нок. Хорошо.
ВП, еще ног.
Ласт. Лучший нахуй. Играйте, похуй играйте.
Пробегайте со мной один!
Давай.
Иду. Вайп, я право забираю.
По КГ ластовые остались.
Да, дают.
Пытаемся фармить их. У них и так поинтов дохуя, килю аптеку.
Я нихуя это не могу сделать.
Да, дают.
За зубчиком. Без КП, зубчик. Не спешите, просто доиграйте.
Я прижимаю лево, нормально. Нету.
Я где фиксу?
Жмите позицию, без ноков, пацаны, доиграем. Один в стене,
Двое выше, стена выше.
Одного ног, еще один.
Флэш даю. Надо доигрывать, убивать. Пойдем.
Ой,
Молодец.
Дисциплине.
Well, we may not understand it, but we can certainly hear how important it is to this team. They understand what they're playing with right now. They are playing with house money, and if they can keep hold of it and be able to take it away from the rest of the teams in the lobby, they're going to be getting some big PGC points, which kind of puts them in the running to be able to go to what is our next PGSs, of course. Not necessarily those points, but you know what I mean, because of the qualification via PEC, as well as maybe even EWC as well. So right now they're playing lights out, and it's very exciting to see here, Martin, considering what we just listened to.
I mean, I understand some of the crucial words there, especially with the divide. I don't think they expected, with how they were positioning themselves and how the comms were prior to VP going down, I don't think they expected PGG to take 3 of the kills on VP as they did. But when you saw the 4x spray on the AUG, he demolished him. That was a demonic spray. No surprises there. But yeah, not much cover there, and the hard cover really comes into play with that. And they didn't have that many smokes to kind of play with. So there's not much guessing game. Like, you have soft cover. There's going to be 4 players just spraying through that. There's a lot of teams, players going down from that. So yeah, big kudos to PGG from that game. That was really well played towards the late game.
Yep, maybe they can jump up eventually if they're able to continue that here throughout the day and get into that kind of top 4 pack that does exist currently. At the same time, Blank, I mean, when you look at the Nemesis as a whole, it feels like respect has been put on the name, and a lot of respect when you think about exactly what you said about what you were talking about with Nixie yesterday. He was saying, yeah, I'm not surprised by what Nemesis is able to do with the names that are on that team. So it definitely, it's very well earned right now, even after just 6 games.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. I mean, let's talk about some of the other big names, though, inside the lobby, like S8UL and Twisted Minds. I mean, that engagement there, the fact that Batulin's is able to get that massive nade, take down 4 of them, like, that was a wild moment for me as a solo player. But again, it does feel like S8UL is consistently getting caught out on the edge of circles right now. This is where they're struggling the most. And it's over 6 games, right? It is over 6 games. It's a hard circle to play, but we can't keep saying that every single time. It's a hard circle. They're chasing the circle. I do want to see something a little bit more from S8UL coming into the next match. We know they have it in them. We know it's possible. Just let's get it going. This is crazy. I think the production team just wants to show it because it does look so insane.
They love looking at Diffex, I think.
Well, he makes the stats look hilarious.
Yeah, especially across 6 games, as Martin was mentioning, like almost a 4-point kill death average is just ridiculous for Diffex. It's not even kill death because he's just surviving through some of those late games. Anyway, regardless, Blank will get you after this game. It's time for the grassy pastures. It's Erangel here for game number 7, and right now the lobby needs to shut them down. Nemesis has to go down early, somehow, some way, in these games, Avenger.
Yeah, someone has to stop him. I'm not sure who's going to be. I think it's going to have to be a collective effort here, James, with our northwest plane starting over Sagi, going down towards Novo here. A very fair plane. You can get into your usual loot spot as you want, or you can take a car and get into where you want. So that's great. But yeah, what a showing for them so far here, and yeah, someone does have to stop him. It's looking a little bit crazy. It would be cool though that PGG kind of put themselves into the conversation of this 5-horse race, or well, a 4-horse race chasing Nemesis, which is eventually is going to be, I guess, with Diffex breaking records as it is right now. And wouldn't mind asking, is this circle going to go north, James? Can we somehow, anti or counter curse this, cast a curse this, that it doesn't go Servany? Because these northern circles, man, with this plane path, it smells like a Sagi Servany ending or plane crash ending to me if it's in anything in my book.
Well, the fact that Nemesis gets the room that they do on a drop like this as well is just barbaric. It doesn't go that way though, circle-wise. We will be going south of Yasnaya, centering near Hall of Fame, centering near Shelter. So there's a lot of options for this one. Of course, good old Twisted Minds, being the usual school apartments team, will be eyeing this up and salivating at the idea of being able to play out for this one. But what's also important from compared to our previous Erangels, is the Mythov actually finally gets to go up towards Yasnaya. Obviously, they didn't really get that too easily yesterday because the plane paths didn't really favour it too much for them in one of the Erangels. So for the Mythov, this is an opportunity to have a bit of a bounce back after only having 8 points on the board.
Yeah. That's the big one here. Now Lukrux is in a bit of a pickle here. Takes a dragon off himself, and now he's half HP Dante. Looking at it to try to get one. No helmet himself, so a little bit scary too, but the car's out there. Yeah, got a cat one. The car's out there, and that's the one Lukrux is trying to get to kind of get into deeper here. Maybe he's going to get a pickup here by Correxia this time. I think it is the case. So now that's smart. Get him in, get him out.
Yeah.
And then extract, get some points into.
I also agree. Do I want to vault over that fence? No. Shoot it down. Just shoot it. Goops on the way here for good old Vis as well, who are going all the way over to kind of the Lipovka. Big split across mansion, across prison. So they've got a lot of potential options loot-wise available to them. And it also gives them good purchase on a circle like this as well, right? Vis, I think it was mentioned prior by either you or Blank, but they've just done a bit of a stellar job being in 6th place at the moment, 30 points on the board as well. Definitely surpassed what I thought that they were going to be able to do. It's kind of early days though still, realistically speaking, with 1 and a bit days down here. There's definitely still room for some of the teams below them to take them over who have more experience on the regionals, more experience even on lands as well for some of them towards the 7th through, I would say, 15th spots.
Yeah. I can even 6th even, right, with this swing 30. It's so close. 11 points from 15th to 6th.
Exactly.
It's kind of crazy, right? That is really, really... I mean, I love the separation that's happening already from PGG, having their consistency, 14 points down, but there's another 13 points up to noslack. So, yeah, we'll see how deep they are able to push themselves into this one. I'll say this, though, James, in my book here, this is a top 3, top 4 prio for SADUL. They have like prison prior something. This is kind of the game where, well, not sure we can say no excuses, but let's see how second and third circle goes. They have kind of good spots that they can take early on here. Prison side of things, some of the high ground, some of the guard compounds is actually fully available from them. So that's really what I want to see once they get out. Not a home turf circle, but let's see where second and third circle goes.
We're definitely keen to see them kind of succeed. And it isn't even just the fact that, SAUL, big organization from India, they've been able to pick up these great players, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's great that SAUL is here. However, them playing the way they did before as BB team, as question mark, there was many a time, and you know it as well, I would say it's only a matter of time before this roster wins an international. And they did it, right? So... excellent roster. And it's actually funny when they won that international, because people look back at it and think to themselves, they probably should have won the international prior to that and didn't. So, because how good they were playing at that one as well. So, individually, they're fantastic players. It's just not gone their way so far.
Yeah, for that series to get a 4th in PGS 7 and a 1st in PGS 8 is just insane, right? That showing is some of the greatest showing we've seen from former BB team now as at UL. It's obviously awesome. I hope that kind of continues to come in through. They got was it an 11th at PGC last year? Not as high as they're hoping to, but still a great showing in the finals. Still within, pretty close to actually being able to get into the top 8. The lobby is so close once you get to these PGCs here. So it has to come your way just a little bit. And now with this circle on a angle here, Molotov getting lots of info. Looking at Heaven here, or as some of our friends from the Asia region like to say, Sky Garden.
No, it's worse, because sometimes I think we said like Sky Garden. Hate that. That's awful. It's Heaven Forever.
Or Backflip. That's fine as well. I get that for the Americans.
I'm okay with that, because it's so much fun to do, Yeah.
And great game from them yesterday. I was going to say here, a great game from them the prior game, but they're going to have to continue this. They had a little bit of a struggle bus yesterday. Now they put themselves in 10th place. 7 more points and they're in 6th. Again, really talks to how close our bottom half, or bottom 2/3 of the lobby is currently with the 11 pack chasing everyone here. Now Nemesis, Millman getting lots of space on this eastern side here. I don't want to be running into a Nemesis if I am either Viz or SADUL right now, but they've got space. They've got Prison right now. They've got some of the Harry Potters and some of the control that they have on the high ground here. So how these shift could be great for them, but now we'll see what we get in terms of circles, James, and how greedy the teams are. Right now, really greedy from Viz's side, both Mansion and Hall of Fame.
For me, looking at HiVE coming in from the west, this is the most... If you cast your mind back to 2025, this is so a circle where they would be coming in late and somehow threading the needle to get a central position on the next circle shift. This is like the typical scenario where HiVE would do that and somehow get away with it in Masters from 2025. But we'll see. I think it's been a whole lot harder here so far, with everybody really focusing on 2026 format. And for Virtus Pro, just kind of going on an excursion here, driving on through, seeing what they can find themselves on the very south side of this circle.
I think in TBP Masters, the fishing nets were not as fine as we have them now. I think there's just so much more congestion towards that central side that threading the needle is more difficult. And for me, especially in a lobby where there's so much in the line. Arguably, we were talking about you and I and Blank, obviously, with the guys. Like, this is probably the tournament in PUBG's history for obviously multiple regions, but there is the most on the line in this. We're talking 2 big regionals.
Huge, yeah.
This one has 2 PGSs, Esports World Cup. And if you win this, I would argue that there's a big chance you're going to PGC 2. Also for the teams and the players individually, after PC is over, there's the PNC selection. So there is just so much coming through that matters so much, especially for obviously the 24 teams that's playing PNC, but so much in line for this, and one of the most exciting tournaments to watch so far of the year for my book here.
I completely agree. The knock-on effects are tough here from the regionals for this one. I mean, it might even quell your motivation. If you don't do well here, it might quell your motivation to do well at the next ones. I mean, you're thinking, oh god, it's such an uphill struggle to be able to try and overcome the points that all these other teams have been able to already acquire. So it might be difficult, but we will see. S8UL just kind of still perched up around kind of lumberyard area, a little bit west of it as well. They're just waiting for the circle to come along and see what options are going to be going for. Fantasia, though, goes down to rocks. HiVE did not thread the needle. They just crashed head first straight into this compound. And Mogor takes down Story. So that is a brilliant start here for HiVE.
That's big. And it's Mogor again. It's this story is just continuing from Mogor. Really love what we've seen from him this year so far. I hope HiVE can continue just a little bit here now on the chase. Trying to get onto that PGG spot. That 5th place is really the big talking point for the other 12 teams in the chase. Sure, Timo, maybe not right now, but still all the other teams are within, one really good game or two pretty decent games here. Southern Shift here. Let's talk about it. S8UL, Starry Sky for the copy pasta compounds. PGT looking good as well to take farm here. Virtus Pro on that southern side might get some of the garage buildings north of Milta. Could also look good for this one.
Yeah, they were the furthest south team, and Virtus Pro just gets handed yet again an opportunity, a golden opportunity. That said, at the same time, though, those teams that were pre-driving on that east side, Nemesis, namely, is being able to get in here very rapidly, which is fantastic for our number one leaders right now. As you see, Vitality also moving into what looks like tempo dip. Are they just going to stop here, or are they going to go further?
Yeah, that's my question as well. Further, yeah. I mean, with a southern shift like this, you would also assume that that's more southern side of it is going to be more open, right? So if you can drive through and maybe get some space open, that would be cool to see. Let's see how deep Vitality goes. Maybe just goes for a shelter play here. And Arvi's already here with 2-2 split on the eastern side. Levante and Chrissy goes for the more south side of. But now TMO, this drives in, drives close to each other. R2 gets Ares. Pains gets Mika. It's just a complete mutual destruction for these teams. Shots come in too. Justice with the drive-by on the barrel. Gets him really low though. More shots from Habibi. Can he get a connection? No, he didn't get it.
The Mythov can't catch a break, right? Every single time, unfortunately for them. We're probably going down here in 16th place, and there they go. And it's not even Vis that puts in the killing blow. It's Borz. So wait, hello car in the distance. So Habib is going to look on through and see what's going on there, as Borz will be continuing their drive on. That was just a casualty as they were driving past. So yeah, the Mythov, brutal stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately for these guys. And the fun thing is that a few Germans on that lineup is also individually competing against each other for a PNC slot. So performance in here is important. That's HiVE out in 15th place though. Mogo, Dante, and Rox down here. Perfectix and Badulin's finding multiple kills. And Badulin's going to have to be saved. That's looking pretty easy for them, but still, it's going to delay them just a little bit here in the new compound. And they're inside the circle, but they're going to have some space to move ahead of them here. A little bit surprised for S8UL not moving and being more greedy with the compound now. VP has actually threaded the needle and found tons of open space inside these garage buildings just outside of Milton, where we have so many endings, James. We've seen in PGS, in Master Series, in Korea as well. We have so many endings close to this area here throughout the last couple of months and years.
Well, I mean, for Starry Skies, right, when do they eventually move from copy-paste? Because they've currently got 2-2 at the moment across the whole location, and that normally becomes a bit of a focal point, like we've been mentioning in the previous games. I think you were totally right, though, for HiVE, about the fishing net being finer, right? It was less...
You like that
so
one?
Fishing net, yeah, more so like just a sheet of steel that they kind of crashed into. Unfortunately, it was twisted minds at the very end of it. So, yeah, there's just not much room for what we saw from them success 2025 wise in the Masters, but anyway, we'll see if they can kind of quell those concerns later on, as Everlong is only 2 alive and coming in from this west side too. I don't know, I think that sheet of steel might hit them hard as well.
The steel wall of denial is coming through for sure. Next circle popped, and it's going a little bit west. His Starry Sky, dead center. T-Bone now might be able to get some kills onto Borz here. He's got all the info. Backup is coming in. Maybe it's Chris can bait some shots, and then T-Bone can strike a little bit. Look at that. They're actually going into a car. They're going to be leading. They're not in for it. Time to shoot. Get one. T-Bone up on. Oh my god. Hello, Senpai. Turns him a headshot from the Hawk as well. It's Chris now with a nade. Now the other guys have to come help as well. Kilikai coming in.
Yeah, felt a little slow from T-Bone. He's done his job on the Kai and the car. You can't just then peek it over on the left-hand side because you've already given away your location here. So you need more reinforcements. It's Chris. Maybe throwing some nades on down here to try and deny exactly their position at the moment. Gets us also down. That's a little bit of an air burst there, catching them a little bit, but not really getting any damage done. The 3-6, calm down, Chris. These little 360s is jumping away, but you've lost players here of Ascend, even though they kind of got the jump on them.
Yeah, and there's teams lurking in the distance here too. Marshall will full 3 gear too, barrel in hand. A little bit of a smoke here now. SZUL actually coming out and you know, spacing out the space in between them and the other teams. They're trying to take space, trying to take angles. Now Nemesis, sharks in the water here, smelling blood, James.
Yes, they are. And nobody needs that right now. But I think that they have an opportunity here to be able to put in the boot a little bit more against some of these teams. Because the thing is that for Ascend and Borz, where do they go? They go down into prison, and that's awful. They're going to have to bail here at the moment, which I'm not a fan of. But there is not much. They're not a fan of it either, but there's not many options available to them. So they've got to try this.
They volunteer in incarceration here and don't want to do that. If I'm Borz, though, with this knocking on the door, Nemesis in the distance as well, SZUL also kind of investing some time into trying to get the points here. It's worth kind of getting out and striking, but right now you also have to look towards the center, have to look towards space ahead of you to see if you have some teams that's open, that's readily available to have a fight, or even call out a 2-2 split from Starry Sky, some of the space around them. I feel like Aduzi being kind of the furthest in this kind of the triangle of where the Harry Potter towers are west of prison. He's locking down the information to see, okay, we actually have quite the space. He's looking towards the center. He knows that he has space ahead of him. If this next circle goes west, they actually can either backfill Starry Sky, or they can say, and we can go into the Harry Potter that's above them. So it's actually quite the play, and I think they have all the information. They're just making plays to get the points on the board here for the rest.
Surely they've got to kind of consolidate at some point of Starry Skies. When the circle shifts now, and then if Copy and Paste is both still in, this is going to be insane. I did see that Vis was kind of like in a surrounded position against prison. And that's what I was concerned about, just in case Ascend actually wanted to move out of prison, because Aaron was in a spot where he might have been the kind of the trap door. That is a big eastern shift. Well, we know exactly where the 2-2 Starry Skies is going. Meanwhile, over on the lumberyard side, this is so important for S8UL to be able to convert from. The only problem is Nemesis is lurking, and as you said, smelling blood in the water. S8UL might not have bled just yet in this game, but if Nemesis comes across them, that is the biggest player in the lobby right now, potentially going to be able to shut down S8UL.
The Toolings being the point man for this with the BDM here. Tons of information coming through, obviously. Doesn't want to commit too much time towards the Stalber side, but they also need to thread the needle. And south side of Shelter and above Starry Sky is kind of this highway where you drive, you know, just above the prison side of things. And that's usually where a lot of teams kind of go to. Twisted Minds, they saw it. A lot of shots coming in here. Aduzi getting 2 shots and a confirmation on to noslack here. Scaff down and confirmed too. The Lynx singing its song.
Yeah, we tuned in at just the right time for this Lynx, because the thing is, he's got 1 shot left, and those were 3 shots, which means 6 shots probably didn't do that much because he's only got 270 damage. So that's kind of, good that we saw these shots. As Nixie shuts down Everlong completely here. Virtus Pro on this south side. Someone's got to stop them as well, man.
Yeah. Looking good here, taking a lot of space on this southern side. It's a 2-1-1 split. Lukarux and Beamy holding on to the compounds they don't want to be backfilled from. State get the confirmation onto Hello Senpai. And Pains gets Luik here. Borz is falling apart here. This was a halfway point for them, but it turned out to be their cemetery instead.
It's not easy now. I mean, getting caught in the middle of all of this. The fact that Vis did not concede the position either. They stuck around, waited, whilst this team is on the struggle bus on the cliff side against Prism. Tough stuff completely. And of course, Nemesis still lurking, still completely okay with playing the edge. I mean, if they were going to send it further on in, they would try and crash again, as you say, some of the towers or whatnot and things like that. But it's such a Hail Mary. Like, if you're Nemesis right now and playing the edge play at the moment, you know that you're super confident about your team fight capabilities as well, with guys like Diffex leading the charge. An example leads the charge as well against noslack, who, unfortunately for noslack, not had the best of starts here for today, considering an amazing day number 1 for them. But again, going up against Twisted Minds, now effectively 2 games in a row, there's only so much you can do.
All right. Circle's about to pop here in just 25 seconds here. Oh my god, Molotov finds Millman here. Someone's got to stop Millman and the guys from Nemesis. And looks like ZZUL is up for it. They didn't kind of back down from this. Finds Diffex as well with a headshot on the barrel. And James, it's on.
That's huge. That's huge. So said and stayed in the distance. They're not in a position to really be able to reinforce this either. They can maybe throw in a few shots, but that's 2 bleed outs, and he knows it as well. Underhand with the Molotov to try and shut them down from Molodoct. And now Stayed and So said, they're looking for an angle, looking for an opportunity, but they're taking casualties. This is the perfect thing for the rest of the lobby to start making moves.
Well, perfect thing for ZZUL getting points here on the board. Molotov, get damage. Now he can see a little bit.
Reaction.
At Doozy also here, still inside the circle, getting all the information while the other guys are set out to strike and get some points and deny Nemesis a point of entry into this circle here. Molotov has a great angle on this rock here.
Yeah.
Has all the information on Stayed. Has all the information as well.
Especially with the circle move, Avenger, this is an unbelievably important fight for S8UL. You've got to shut down Nemesis, because if you do, you've got this game by the horns right now with a circle shift like this. If you can clear out this eastern side, it is denying them a bit of time, though, but there's no pressure really on S8UL right now. If they can shut down the east side, they're going to have such an easy defensive position from that spot.
They're gonna have to do it quick, but because eventually someone's gonna backfill them. Someone's gonna get up and get into the lumber side on that southern side that's kind of freely available. Someone's gonna take the Harry Potter on the northern side, which is kind of the twin to a Doozy's. And Nemesis is trying to leave here. Baby finds 2, finds Sparrow, finds Hagatari. It's down to just Ferris. He continues for a drive-by too. And Nemesis is out, and Ferris finds Stayed. That's great.
Yeah, Habibi and Viss are doing quite a lot of damage here. Tire pop, that car's rolling on down. Careful here. Navi's gone. That's Ferris out as well. Viss doing a lot of damage to these teams that are trying to make these desperate rotates, either north to east or east to the north, as Nemesis, of course, was trying to bail from the situation against S8UL, and S8UL knows exactly the potential threat that's going to be coming from this angle now as well, as they are actually moving into a position with Habibi hunting down the remaining member of Borz. But S8UL is looking to crush this northeast side and take full control of the game once again.
Yeah, 10 kills for this here. Great effort for them. Top 7 as well. If they can sneak in and maybe get another placement point or something like that, eventually Vitality and Twisted Minds are going to fight with a BRDM and how everything is kind of looking. I really like the style that we're seeing with the approach from the BRDM here. Get into the circle, get some pressure, try to force some of the other teams away here, and then once they see the last circle, they're going to make a send for a play where they know that they can win the game from.
Yeah, I think there's huge value in keeping... Okay, all right, that's a Panzerfaust. Let's see if Alamaibe can do something. He was the Mr. Bazooka man from what we saw in the playoffs, especially on that last day. And they do have a high ground position against him, which is quite nice. The thing is that, as you say, like with the BRDM, if you can keep it alive into the late game, has unbelievable value, almost unparalleled value against some other util that is available in the game. They're not looking to put more damage into it just yet here. Vitality, they're bailing from that fight straight into the hands of S8UL as they lie down and try and get away from it, but Molodok does catch Gedrox.
That's great. Billavanta down too. Hello, my bad finds Fatula in the BRDM though. It's a fight on multiple sides. Molodoks get the Gedrox confirmation here, and now also Levante is getting confirmed, and it's down to just Quizzy. They know where he is. He's getting a blue zone straight to the tree as well. This fight can end up quickly to just be completely destroyed. And Twisted Minds might be the winner of this, besides not getting the points, obviously, but still surviving from that.
They do. I'm just wondering whether or not Virtus Pro starts reading into the lobby as a whole and then starts taking more room from a fight like this, right? Because S8UL actually abandoned a bit of a location what is west of Lumberyard, which could potentially allow Virtus Pro to claim some of that and then be able to control this game from there as well. So I appreciate the fact that S8UL's out for the kills. as Lucarux, he found a crate and came back, and now he's seizing the middle position. So this is kind of playing out how I maybe envisaged it here, Avenger.
Yeah, great astute observation here with a boat in there for some cover. Starry Sky now 0 kills, had the compounds, but did not put a lot of pressure on for the rest here. Going for Sin, and now they're going to have a big fight with PGG. Cover going out here, Nitro goes for him lethal. Can he find a connection on some of the guys? It's going out, and it's falling apart for them. Look how many of them are falling already. We're down to just Nitro, and he's got half HP.
Massive damage against Starry Skies. I'm not sure that this is going to be... They're going to be long for this world, much longer. Salik has a Panzerfaust as well. He could put in so much damage if he wanted to, but I understand that he wants to actually keep it around for maybe the most desperate situations. Lucarux is going around for the flank here, looking for an opportunity. He's got the ghillie. He's got plenty of 3 gear on board as well, sending some flashes forwards. Even Molotovs in as well here for Starry Skies. The skies are going to be lit up as they are out in 5th place. Virtus Pros currently on the warpath once again. 8 kills to their name. Need some cover though.
Oh, Batulin's falling again here. That's the 2nd knock for him here. It's going to go down in 30 seconds if he doesn't get helped up. Even the 3rd knock, it looks 4th knock. It looks like currently Bluestone's going out. It's just enough to save potentially Batulin's. Look at that. On the edge here, Nate's coming in now. They're going to have to commit to either getting him up or getting this Harry Potter cleared. Molodok finds Subila. 6 kills for Molodok, 10 for S8UL. They have turned on. They're in 7th place already.
Yeah, look at that jump. It's huge, and that's the problem with the mid-pack here, but Virtus Pro is looking to completely distinguish that top 4 still from the positions. Actually, looking at it, it's almost turning into a top 3 right now. As for Virtus Pro, PGG, man, you are done soon. You are going to be cooked. There is not much you'll be able to do from this. More nades go forwards against the position of Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro knows there's a team right next to them, but is trying to do huge damage to our reigning Goliath in EMEA, as Twisted Minds is just a little further than this as well. Virtus Pro has their eyes on so many potential conflicts and opportunities here.
Next circle goes southeast. It's the worst possible circle for everyone in this lobby here except for VP. 11 kills so far. 4 guys strong. Lucarux with full 3 gear is absolutely disgusting. Beamy finds the confirmation steal onto Sloy Jacket as Perfectix found the knock here. And now S8UL is laying down the hammer onto Twisted Minds. They are the furthest team outside the zone here. Presenti goes down, and now Example is trying for the push here onto VP.
That's the problem. Anytime Example goes for a spray or something like that, it's going to be stolen away by Virtus Pro. Perfectix down. In the previous PEC Championship, he was an absolute monster, was Perfectix, arguably the MVP. But that, it might be gone here at the moment. Virtus Pro looking fantastic, shutting them down. 15 kills, jumps into #1 against an insane Nemesis performance from our previous games. Virtus Pro, the PGS3 champions, is so here to play, but so is a doozy with a mortar here from the north side.
Yeah, and arguably, this is going to be a fight for King of the Hill, basically, because they have space on the eastern side. VP has space on that western side. And it's a 4v4. S8UL, a big task ahead of them with this, James, though. With this win, potentially with 3 or 4 kills, depending on what happens if they get this locked down. That could put them into 3rd place, considering where they started. Considering that Adusi had 0 kills yesterday, this is the start that they needed.
Yeah. It felt like this game was almost predetermined with the way in which Virtus Pro was holding out the south side, with the way in which S8UL was holding down Lumberyard side. This is a potentially great 4v4 in the making, with these 2 teams looking fantastic throughout the whole game. 6 for Molodoct. Where are we shooting these? I understand the
cover
potential move for them, just in case they have completely wrapped on around. But yeah, we're not going to be connecting.
Is that a play for cover, or for they thought that they were there already? Because like that's the ridge where they could have played already. And if they cleared that, that could be the angle of approach maybe for S8UL.
Maybe.
Obviously, they had the Harry Potter already in, so that's a safe playing area right now for VP. It does look like a bit of an advantage is on VP's side in terms of the circle, but we have one more circle to pop before we go dead center. So let's see where we go, James.
Ooh, Ooh, okay. Yeah, I still feel like advantage versus pro. I think the problem for S8UL is they kind of lost track of exactly where their opponents are to a degree, whereas Virtus Pro is just saying they're northeast, somewhere up on the high ground. And what could come back to bite S8UL right now is the fact that Curexi is still being a bit of a sneaker. As you can see, even Aduzi is still kind of trying to keep an eye on some of that direction here. But if you want to put it in the hands of an individual, Curexi as your 1-3 in the 1, he's a meanie.
Yeah, they've got the terrain advantage here. The question is, how much is the utility on the side of Virtus Pro? They're going to need smokes eventually still. Some of the space is ahead of them here, so if we eventually can check in. Look at that. 4 nades on Nixie. Not a lot of smokes available for them side. 15 total. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Good shots connecting here. We're also going to have to check on S8UL's smokes. Not a lot either. So that's a total of 8. So this is going to be very, very heavily smoked towards the middle. Oh my god. Falls. Crashes just a little bit in the car here, but survives eventually. One more shot.
Okay. So,
got him.
Oh my days. I think Curexi played his hand quite early in proceedings there for a second, but of course had the card just to go back. Now, they can get him up, I think, from this, but what is S8UL going to do? They know that there's a little bit of a window here where one is not. He's in the smokes as well, moving very aggressively forward, spraying into those smokes as well, trying to shut down the position that is potentially afforded to them. And that has been actually S8UL moving closer to the center off that knock alone. So good moves here by them.
Yeah, taking space after the pressure is coming out here. Now smokes is coming out, and a lot has already been used here. I was talking about it. 15 is not a lot. It's not a lot because usually we see 4, 5, 6 smokes kind of coming out and making a wall towards the center, and it lasts for 40, 50 seconds in total until you can start seeing a lot of area around it. Now Molotov gets burned. Actually, cannot ADS with the Molotov around him. And now he's going to have to try to survive just a little bit, try to get this off here. Beamy off the side. I don't think they saw it, expected him. Look at push up, gets Molotov down here. Now it's on the side of VP getting the majority of this space here.
Yeah, to have a knock on a flush that quickly. This is now Virtus Pro's wheelhouse. You might have a little bit of a control of the little dot for the circle like this. However, still some smokes available, still some util available. Lukaruk's on that right-hand side could become an extreme problem because it's a bit closer to you. And some shots through the smokes here from Curexi, and that might force a little bit of a heal-up coming in from S8UL. But Aduzi, he has a P90 in hand. I didn't realize he got it from that crate, and that could be a complete game-changer here, taking down Nixie. This thing is a laser beam.
Now using more and last emergency cover coming in here. This could be the opening for them, but they are spread out compared to how congested VP is. VP had more lethals, no more utility on the side of Aduzi, and he tries to go for the push here. The window of opportunity was shut down already. Beamy is down, is getting multiple knocks. Lukarux as well gets Wilburst too.
It's looking rough, and that is Virtus Pro here. It's our rich get richer teams as Virtus Pro already in the money when it came to the points. And they take a victory here after seizing complete control of the south side of this Circle Avenger. What a performance from them.
Yeah, what a great step up. What a great point of entry they had in this circle here. With that shift, with everything kind of coming in, with when we saw that coming close to Milta, they were already ready. They got so much space from being ready to get in and get some of the compounds that are available for them. Nemesis still getting kills though, but that 19 kills alongside, oh my god, a lot of damage done here. First couple of shots hits some damage too, but the knock coming in too for Aduzi was great. But yeah, VP, what a game for them, man. 29 total points for them.
An unbelievably important game from S8UL as well, though, of course, getting them back in a bit of the race. Let's get Blank back in to talk about this. Finally, Blank S8UL gets some points on the board, but the headlines are taken away once again by the PGS3 champions.
Yeah, they were in the papers, but they were on page 16, right? They were a little bit further down. It was VP who were on that front page. I think for... Honestly, for S8UL, though, this is good. In terms of the eye test, it's good. And where they were playing, this is home turf. It's expected them to get a good game off the back of this. I think a second place is absolutely fine from where they were.
Sure.
It's hard to win versus VP in that situation, though. They are so warm during that game. Getting a 19-kill match is incredible. But you could tell right at the end here is that S8UL, yeah, they were having a good match, but the gunfights here were unparalleled from Virtus Pro. I don't think they lost a single 1v1 in that situation.
29.
It was just like, I think that the small window of hope there was a doozy on the wrap, and I think SAUL knew it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moments in those final fights, right, where like Virtus Pro is like feel shooting. What do I mean by that? It's like, because there's so many smokes down, you're just like, well, you know, we've wrapped around far enough, the smoke's next to a tree, we're going to spray there and probably hit someone, and Virtus Pro is just doing this masterfully. But 29 points is a ginormous game for them, as they're at 94 points in 7 games here, Avenger. Whew.
Yeah. That's just unreal, right? And it's yeah, starting to look a little bit like a 2-horse race, even though Twisted Minds was in the conversation, but they got stopped, man. They got denied, and mostly off the back of that knock. If they had that BRDM, that would have actually played out a little bit differently. I think they would have made a push onto SAUL potentially later on, but what a way for them. Again, the consistency still is there, guys. They have not still had that big game, and they're still on 75 points, right? So that's the big one for me. I'm excited to see this one here, but wow, look at that.
Jeez Louise, Nixie just doesn't stop. A doozy though, almost 800 damage for him. Again, you know, Blank, when you look at a doozy, SAUL, it's a fragging IGL, and that's absolutely true of a doozy. Despite, you know, Molodok, I think, taking the majority of the kills there from SAUL, a doozy does lead by example for this roster for sure.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of work. I think for SAUL as well, they play on that eastern side, and they try not to get too involved in that engagement between PGG and Twisted Minds. I think that was the key moment for VP, where they're happy to get stuck in. They clear out their entire area, and then they have so much space to play from. But it's totally understandable for SAUL, where they just want to confirm like a top 3 game, right? Getting a second place for them is great.
Is our production team just like Profits? So they made Nemesis the team focus in game 1 and they won. And then they made Virtus Pro the team focus in game 2 and then they won. So what we'll do is, after this segment, Martin, we'll just ask production who the team focus is going to be, and we'll know the winner for game 3.
Yeah, I mean, these guys know it all. It's like they have 20 observers just following your team, but no, they actually have quite a few. They just know exactly who to follow. But yeah, obviously, following the top teams doing well. They're going to continue to do well. Nixie, 21 kills. Lukaruk, 17. Beamy getting the 14. And that's obviously huge for these guys. Beamy leading quite the charge here with the damage, so that's good. But can someone catch Diffix? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, eh? The fact that, yeah, the PGS3 MVP isn't even above where Diffix is at the moment. Of course, as Nemesis does actually bear a little bit of an opportunity to talk about here, Blank, because over on that east side, going up against SAUL, it was very difficult for Nemesis to get any purchase on that whatsoever. And a little bit, it's probably, I guess, their worst game so far out of the 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot to be playing from where they were, but it's expected at some point you can't just keep having good games. As much as most teams would like for that to happen, I think at some point you're going to get put down. Even then, I think they got a couple here and there, but I think for Team Nemesis, it is looking a little bit stressful, right? Where you're trying to take this first place, but you have these beasts chasing you down in the form of Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. And I think that for Virtus Pro, it's interesting the way they play, because you can kind of line it up directly in comparison to Team Nemesis, where, for instance, you know, Virtus Pro, yeah, they have some games where they don't get a huge amount of points, but they're having these massive games consistently enough that I'm okay with some of this aggressive gameplay, which maybe sends them down in like 12th, 11th place certain games. But if you're coming out with 29 point, 26 point games more often than not, that's fine. That's fine.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's listen in on some team comms from our previous Erangel here as Virtus Pro takes the win.
Играй, не гасай.
Ты сынок.
Играй.
Соло остался. Вот.
Тихо.
Я в зону.
Есть смоки еще там по себя быть. 2 смока скинул.
Нажать можно. Еще смоков раскидать.
Behind Wizard, I think. I'm nading Wizard.
One more guy on
Green?
He's resting my guy on green.
Okay, net green, it's Swiss.
One more guy on green.
Yeah. Should be close on us, the PGG guy.
Just chill out, the smoke's up.
Налево, Тёма, налево.
I think last guy was healing.
I can smoke.
Yeah, that's all four.
Может взорвется, я смотрю. У вас левый выйдет, смотрите лево.
Я смотрю лево.
Бля, убегает налево.
Гарики будут еще.
Звук, у меня звуком.
Я
Надо
смотрю.
Никите
Он мне молик дает.
Гарик первый этаж.
Первый этаж Гарика.
Он мне хлеб будет давать.
Ты один
За
играешь.
синий.
Слева, помочь.
Почти ногу синюю.
Блять, на меня запушил.
Я жду Гарик.
On triangle, I think. I'm only triangle.
Yeah.
Go triangle. Burning.
Cannot see much. We need to wait for the smoke.
Give me a sec. I'm smoking up to good angle. Healing.
Dog triangle, my triangle. One left to top, I think.
Yes.
Дал желтый урон.
Я пытаюсь нашить смоки.
Бля, надо пропушить ее, походу, уже, парни. У меня смоков нет. Есть мне передо мной смок?
Идите, я сейчас справа пойду просто пушить.
Он убежал слева, кажется.
Я прохожу пока.
У меня флопом просто.
Он убегает, я
Ну,
его слышу.
парни, я иду, вам надо идти, блядь. За камнями живут.
He has a fucking P90. We need to nade him. He's running. We have 0 smokes. Knock.
Last two up right. One orange, one right.
Yes.
Orange last guy.
Yeah.
I'm pushing.
I'm taking space.
Nice.
Oh my god, baby. What the fuck did you just do to him?
It's always good to see from the first-person perspective of Virtus Pro here looking as good as they do. I was saying it during that blank. If this team continues the way they do, looking the way they did at PGS3 and now here, they're becoming world champions. It's just a matter of time. They look crazy right now this year.
Yeah, it's a very high likelihood when you look at this team and compared to everyone else. And I mean, Nixie is catching Diffx up. I mean, maybe not in the damage department, but man, what a player Nixie's been. I mean, such a chill guy as well, and getting this amount of kills, like he is really doing a lot of work for the squad.
Yeah.
It's great to see. I think Virtus Pro just has this great mentality when they get to the late game and they bounce off one another so well.
Set themselves apart, and will that divide continue here as Diffx has got some wolves at the door? But it is time for game number 3 of the day, game 8 of our finals, number 1 here for PEC, as Blank and Avenger are going to bring you all of the action, Mr. Blinkers.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, but we're heading straight into the game. This is from the northeast down towards the southwest on this one. A little bit less availability on that south side, but to be honest, not that much. This is a fairly decent playing path for everyone. For Virtus Pro, though, what a game that last one was. For Team Nemesis, I'd like to see potentially another strong showing in this match so they can catch up, because I don't think Team Nemesis is done just yet. For S8UL, though, I was very happy to see what they were able to pull off in that last match. I think that overall, we've been waiting for this moment to happen for quite a long time now, and it just hadn't quite got there just yet. But for S8UL, great stuff. I'd like to see this continue. You know, you get your second place, you can do a little bit more. Virtus Pro, well, 2-2 split. Hanging around. I mean, last time we saw them on this map, it was an absolute monstrous finish from Lukarux. I do think potentially they do something again. And they head up towards the northeast side. I told Clarice this yesterday. I'll tell you again, it's dirty. I don't like it up there. It's horrid. But it is a fun place to finish a lot of our circles. With all the water involved as well, a lot of the high ground availability. You do have HiVE Town as well up on this edge, and it's been a long while since I've seen a HiVE Town finished. Team Vitality starting up there early. And let's talk about Team Vitality for a sec as well, because for Team Vitality, it's a far cry of a distance from what we saw in day 3 of those qualifiers. I think they really had this massive showing. It felt like going into day 1 of the finals that it would be just carried across. And that wasn't the case for Team Vitality. They have not been able to carry across that momentum. They're not doing horribly on the rankings, 27 points, but when you compare that to some of our top squads from that top 5, you know, with PGG being at 48 and then Virtus Pro at 94, it's really not where I think they'd feel they belonged. They have some great players on the team. Levante, when he is blasting, looks fantastic. Similarly on the rest of the squad, Bad Bazooka, he's crazy. But I want to see a bit more from that. Yeah, hello, my bazooka. That's what I want to. I want to see more on our team Vitality here, Avenger.
Yeah, this is the big one for them. Obviously, this home turf here is really where they need to start scrapping. Also, an absolutely insane circle. Chris is hitting dead center, but there's so much unplayable up here that they need to get their heat maps out and get ready. And here are a collection of maps. Oh, look at that. I wonder, a good old hot drop on the boot camp. I love that.
Wow. Where is that? What is that place? What's that? My favorite map of all time.
It's 2019 middle map. Have fun. Hot drops. the Pina and hot drops where you fight side by side over the rivers. I love that.
Oh, Paris as well. Hot drops as well. Good times. Good times.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Better times.
All right. What's your thoughts so far on what we've seen from Viz, though? I gotta say, man, I've been surprised and impressed with them holding on to 6th place here. Last game, 10 kills. They got, held out eventually, but they still fought their way through Borz, fought their way through some of Ascent, had some of the fights throughout, especially with Na'Vi as well. They tried to do a pull-up and a drive-by, but they got denied by Habibi, man. They're looking good.
Yeah, they're sort of like a steam train that's low on fuel, right?
Okay.
They chug along from the early to mid game. They're a force to be reckoned with, but at some point they run out of gas, run out of steam. And I do think that's the problem with Viz right now, is that you don't often see them far towards those end games. But, early to mid, it's fairly decent. You're right, and they are picking up those points in those positions. I don't think they're afraid to take some of these fights either. They have a decent entry point towards this circle, though, right on that northern side around Concierge. So I do think that, this could be a game for them to maybe get deeper into the match, with most teams being on this south side, with the playing path actually dropping most players off further down towards the southern edge of the map. This is absolutely fair from SAUL on the E pickup. But yeah, I think I'd absolutely agree with you. I do think it is surprising still seeing Viz in 6th place.
Yeah, that's good. I like that from them. Well, we're gonna have to see how they approach this one here. So far, with coming in from the northern side, they've really figured out that, okay, there's not gonna be a lot of space up here. And with how everything kind of lines up, it's gonna be a fun one for sure. And also with how Rondo is in general, looking at some of the heat maps from Rondo, like, it's actually so rare we see this exact circle here. The closest kind of usual circles we have is just below Muho Pan and the area below there, because that's the kind of only unplayable or playable space that doesn't go away from water. So we'll see if we end up there. It's the closest compound to where the northern stack, where Vitality is currently. So maybe they also have some inside information on this one.
So what you're saying is these teams, they're cooked. They're absolutely cooked.
Unless you're close to Vitality, or you're fighting out from Muho Pan, or you're on the Muho Pan kind of top side, then you're going to have a rough one. Hollow K9 is my worst nightmare. If he gets this knock, he gets this knock, that'd be crazy.
He gave it a good go. He gave it a real good go. And we can only respect that from a man like Marshall here on Borz. But again, this does sort of speak to me of how this game's going, where so many teams have had to rapidly Muho ram their way up here because it is so far away for a lot of these squads. So loot is looking a little bit dire. It's looking a bit dire in a lot of the camps at the moment. Holographic K9, it speaks to me. MK12 though, Na'Vi, Boostic going absolutely sicko mode over on Twisted Minds.
Getting that many is just insane. I think he might be able to get the last one too. That was insane from him, and they were able to hold out. It's just Batulins maybe coming back for the chips later, or maybe stealing the chips. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Could be some explosive action here for that. I do love the new addition of stealing chips and putting in the recall tower to get a chance at some gear and guns from the crates. I kind of like that. I don't think it's going to have an impact on competitive in terms of we're going to see early fights. It's still not worth it unless you get thousands of. Okay, here we go. Replay. One first guy destroyed. Two next guys absolutely destroyed as well. insane from Boostic. He got 299 damage from that. That's just next level.
That was very clean. Very clean couple of sprays there coming through. I don't think Twisted Minds expected him at all on that bridge. Let alone to get blasted as quickly as they did either. Let's see here the
just
aftermath.
Things, man.
Yeah, I mean the guy's good, but again, I think a lot of the onus for us has been over on Hakatori. Where is he? Where's the damage numbers coming out from that guy? That's what we expected to see coming out into the finals here, the playoffs. But yeah, I think for Na'Vi, it's been a bit of a weird time right now on 26 points. Then again, we do keep alluding to it. It's a crazy stacked lobby. I think that, you know, even if you're towards the middle of the pack right now, I don't think you should feel too disappointed in yourself. This is a very, very hard lobby to play in.
It is extremely tough. It's honestly, again, a place where I'm thinking, okay, this is probably some of the most stacked lobby we've ever had, especially with some of the new guys coming back, some of the prodigies coming in. Sure, we had some retirements. Sure, we had some players that didn't qualify through this, but it is extremely stacked. It is very, very top heavy. And also, like, just look at it from this in 6th place down to 15th is just 20 points. Like, one big game, you're jumping so many placements. You're jumping prize pool, you're jumping PGC points. It's actually such a huge impact.
Sad that you left out TMO. They're having a pretty big shocker, right?
Yeah.
we're almost on a 1 point average. I think for TMO, it's not a great time for them. They did shine though last week, and it is a bit disappointing for me to see them in 16th place because I was really excited for them to make a resurgence. I think they had some very cool plays last week as well, but now, and the stakes are even higher. The players are even better, and that is a circle. To be sure.
My God.
On Middle Island, this one just went south side of Muho Pan. This is a very awkward area to play. It is not deterministic on either side. I think maybe a slightly higher likelihood of heading over towards the east here, but even then I'm guessing.
We could end on this, like, you see the river with the bridges. We can end on that little peninsula that is west, not kind of southwest of Muho Pan. Like, if we end there, that's going to be absolute shambles for everyone but one team. Oh my God.
It's SAUL's second e-pickup of the game coming in.
We're going back.
Days, we're going back. We're going back.
So, I mean, they got some loot in HiVE Town. It's worth it. And then they might go high ground. I don't know. This is actually such a different. I never played an ending that ended or had a second circle pop with this much water on this side here and this much unplayable still in play. So I feel like a lot of teams are going to realize and think, okay, we are actually just going to play for kills and points here. Let's try to see if we can get the most out of it. See if we can get into a spot where we can just kill, because we're not going to win this game. And that's the big one here. And now the Sen of the guys are trying to get across here. Drive-by trying to come in, and Micah hit one. A Saint Aris just gave up there, it felt like. Coming through here. Oh, look at that. Swaps around. Justice gets one. Himman gets one as well. Everlong is having a rough fight here. One of two teams fighting for survival at this point.
Sorry.
Oh!
Yeah, sorry. Gets blown away by Justice on a nice nade sent through. The Mythov currently recuperating inside this warehouse, getting players back up again. It just killed me. It killed me to watch Ares rock up in the vehicle and then basically make the most aggressive side-eye I've ever seen in the car. I think the story was equally as confused in that situation. A slight delay before he just sprayed him down. I'm going to have to clip that for myself later on. The Mythov, though, still in this engagement. Yeah, for my own enjoyment. It's got to be done. A little nade gets sent in. Justice realizes this is getting tough. Doesn't really know where to go. Saint will be flushed out, though.
They've got utility. They've got something to play with here. They've got a quick and easy way to finish this fight here. A few stun grenades thrown at the corners, thrown at the walls. Now smokes deployed too. Ares got some lethals as well. Now they saw Lethals come their way, so they're just gonna bow down and bow out. Nades coming in inside and outside wall, then you're absolutely banging here. Great nade, wasn't cooked enough. 3 damage only. Looks like Fantasia's gonna be holding the front line of this. They're gonna be swinging off to the western side. Great stun grades. I think Aris stunned himself and now also got stunned by Micah, so a little bit shambles for that. But now they're swinging. Got the shots on Reiner. Got him down. Also swings in on Fantasia. Surely this is gonna be an easy way to finish this fight for them. Fantasia finds one though. Justice down. Can he find Micah?
There he swings round. It's a cheeky spot, but they've got a pretty good idea of where he's playing. There's not really any other place inside that building he could have been. So the pre-fire is in effect. And TMO will garner themselves some more points. Much better, much better. What is this circle though? We head up
this is the exact circle I was talking about.
I know, that's what you were saying.
This is the hill south of Muho Pond. That's the only place that I've ever seen this end, and it looks like we're going there because you have unplayable, you have water around it. So there's going to be a southeast shift, but it's going to be fun because we're going to have a lot of urban fighting here inside Muho Pond and the southern side of it. SCA looking good there, but look at VP. These guys have the same info I have. They know this is the spot. They're just straight sending it to it. They lost Luckaruks, but a 3-man here on this western side is going to be great. A little bit of a safe space to play with for now. They can sit in here and wait for a little while, and then once the teams they come out, they're going to have some fun with it. Borz is actually kind of lurking in the distance here. This shack does not have too much info to get out of, except for the door, obviously. Hello, Senpai. Look at that. Runs for Correxy. Tries to get the info. They also have a spot on the island just south of it. Headshots too. SKS headshots, double of it even. Nixie goes down.
Correxy is making a real long shot on this side of things. VP only have 3 players to speak of though, so there's only 2 ups. For Borz, there's a big potential they might be able to overtake them on this one. It was a tough position to land on. They had some emergency cover flares to work with towards that late game. Levante will find a nice nade over towards Melman, over towards Team Nemesis, so they have to respond quick in kind. As Vitality is looking to gear themselves up into this match. Melman will be flushed out as GetDrugs just drops the painkillers and the energy drink before getting back on the road again. But for VP, it looked like a crazy approach. They really did wait a long while. Oh, and that's TMO out. Oof, yeah. VP waited a long while. They were coming in very late. They managed to make their way over here. Corexy's doing good work, though, as is Beamy. And this maybe doesn't look as bad as we thought it did.
Oh, okay. Borz is out.
Yeah, right.
They got it. noslack actually ended up helping them finding Hello Senpai and Hickses. Huge for Sapta and Scav. Now Beamy says, thank you for the help, but here, take some lead.
Navi, please Hakatori. On PGG. noslack playing on that small island. I like that. I respect it. Not a bad place to be. Some good shots from Stade right now. Getting a little bit of revenge on Team Vitality for Melman going down. Taking full advantage of that jammer pack to use that little cheeky angle outside the blue. But didn't find too much success off the back of it. I think if he maybe found a knock, it would have been much better. Stratos, Artoon do need to make their way in. Diffex, though, won't miss. Does find GetDrugs. So the fight between Team Nemesis and Team Vitality continues.
Look at that. Shots coming in. Starry Sky losing a few, but gets PGG down. Someone's got to stop them in that 5th place. The chase is on, and Starry Skies is looking for it. Last game, good placement, but not a lot of kills for them. They could have capitalized a bit more here. Silas jumps in, and that's a very, very low B&M. Surely some point someone's going to have to get out and get some rests in and get some damage done here. Stun grenades goes out. PGG, one nade into this smoke here and could be looking really good. That's going to do some damage to BDM here. Boostic finds Salik, and PGG's at the receiving end of this. Is Silas just going for a straight play for points here? Gets one, gets Salik. Taken away from Boostic, and now PGG's going away. Look at it's basically just a few bullets from dying. If someone has a repair kit, that could actually be worth investing into.
I feel like it's gone though, but it's a nice nade from Kovalevi in the background. Some shots towards him, gets his helmet plinked right off his head. And he will immediately run away off the back of that one. Tried to go for a nasty little backstab over towards them. Vitality those flush out defects. That has been a really painful fight for both teams. Neither team really wanting to give up at all. Team Vitality do come out ahead though with one extra player, albeit he is down. Another nade will get another knock. Kovalevy.
Oh!
Just not giving up on this one. Gets a flush over towards Vazo. Continues to send these grenades in.
Yeah, this lethal utility is on point here. Really destroying the remainders of Starry's guy. noslack looking to hold on to this 4th place currently. They have great information from this southern side. And if they can hold on and lock this one down here, it would be great. Oh, look at that. Beamy with the 2 knocks on to Bushido Wildcats. Percentage finds Nixie though. More utility coming through, trying to get the flushes, get the confirms onto these 2 points that's available for them. They've sent it towards the center here because it is very, very central right now. Schenken finds Beamy. VP is getting stopped a little bit here.
Yeah, not bad shots from Code Marco. Yeah, definitely helped by Schengen, but not bad shots at all. It's a bit of a horrible spot to be in when it comes to those nades and Ascend just swinging around on that northern side. It's a little bit scary. In comes the mortars. Somehow noslack don't get hit by any of them.
GG out in 13th. Ascent getting 1 kill here. Percentage going down. Now Navi, Ferris trying to go for some mortar shots here. Maybe just make some space ahead of them. Get some confirmations in. That's a really pinpoint accurate onto that tree. But that's not where they are. IXC is on the rock for cover. And Starry Sky is in the little dip there. Let's see where we go for the next one here. Are we going to go and continue on that southeast side? Look at that Vitality. I was talking about that compound. It's a really strong one to kind of get out from and get some control. But Navi is really hunking down the damage onto them.
Boostig will get taken out though, so this is fairly decent for Vitality. 2 players left, Halamabad and Levante. 2 of the star players from the qualifiers who are really doing the lion's share of the work for the squad. Looking really, really good. See if that duo can get much more done in this game. noslack still hovering around on that southwest side. The Tulins has been healing out on the southern edge for a long, long time. You wonder how many more kits he's got left remaining, and we saw something very similar to that over in the qualifiers.
No way.
Nitro from Starry Skies will find the Molotov down on him. It's a very aggressive position to go for, but they've lost their frontliner now.
You know, IXC is down now. The rest of the help is going to come in here. Using nades on trying to defend themselves instead of getting their points here. They're probably going to get the rest off this. Goes for the flush for the nade. Now a drive-by from Scab gets him down here. The IGL of noslack trying to get the help. Big games from IXC yesterday. One of them 7 kills. This team is really coming through, coming to fruition. Really loving what I'm seeing from them, and they're holding on to this 4th place right now. 12 points ahead of PGG that died out. They might be able to try to catch up to Twisted Minds. It's down to just 1 player.
So you will. Nades over the top end here. It's a great explosion on the vehicle. Now just leaving 1 player in the back line as SAUL do push on forward. Habibi on the edge of this rock. It's a nice nade, but not the airburst you were looking for.
Whoa.
But his second one sent to the side. Really well predicted there coming through from Molodok. That will put SAUL in a decent position on this northeast edge to keep clearing. They have a general idea of where Ascend's playing. They know they're off towards their western side. They're keeping eyes on it, but clearing out over towards this position does give them way more freedom to play. VP, although might be a slightly roughened up beast, still strong, will take down Mogor and Schengen, but not before Dante's able to finish the job.
That's not a smoke, Rocks. That's an 8. And now the Sharks in the water is coming for that. That's 3 knocks. Easy points to be stolen, both from Bushido Wildcats and noslack and Ascend. So, look at that. It's the hammerheads, all the types of Sharks. The great whites, though, are in the distance. So, looking really great on that top. They are really trying to make sure that the rest of the teams don't get into a good spot for this one here. noslack now has to get out, has to get in. I think he's trying to get some of the maybe util off it, but I'm not sure. Has to run for it. Sata with the 3 vests. Now trying to eliminate Navi, but look down to the right. Look at the shots coming in. The push coming in from Fairest here. M249 gets taken down with the AUG though from Fairest. Headshot for him. Now Scav's going to have to try to save and help him.
Yeah, Sata just turned his back, and You cannot do that in that situation. It's not a bad nade. It was actually an insanely good nade. Nice bounce on it as well. And still more and more shots going through, putting Na'Vi in a difficult position now. So the rest of noslack come in to try and reinforce this area, get Sata back up again. As a 4, this game is a lot easier. The whole point of this circle is that it has forced a lot of teams into situations where they've got 3 or 2 players, and noslack knows that if they want a big chance at a chicken dinner at the end of this game, they're going to need 4 players. They're going to need all the sight lines they can get when it gets up towards this high ground.
Blind gets another Eastern shift here. Imagine if Vitality was 4 alive, that would have been a great game for them, but S8UL looking like they are so strong. King of the hill right now on that northern side. Ascent's eventually going to have to fight Bushido Wildcats, and then noslack's going to have to fight Na'Vi. Still, Betulins, having lost 3 members, has fought his way in and survived into the placement games. He has 1 first aid left. Now he has to make a run for it and try to get in behind the guys from noslack. And look at that. I think in that tactical pack, he might have had some more help to get his way from that. You can store all kinds of crazy things in that. And look at that, he actually gets in. Just 1 bandage left. Look at that, there's even... Oh, there's points to be had here. There is no way he gets 1. Oh, that's a really tough loss here for noslack. They did not expect a snake here.
Yeah, that's a game ruiner. That's absolutely a game ruiner for you. Fact he gets in, they don't spot him. I think he was surprised he was able just to rock up into the circle, and for noslack, they get torn apart because of Betulins coming in from the edge of the blue. What a shame. What a big shame.
That's rough. And now S8UL is taking the control on the top here. And our fight's going to be happening. Crossberg finds Molotov. That's a big name to take down. Filfer is gone down as well. Crossberg continues. One of Turkey's finest here. Great to see here with the SKS as well. noslack is out in 6th place. S8UL here a little bit falling apart here, but Adusi finds Crossberg. Gets the confirmation 2 on him. And now the rest is going to have to come through.
Easy. Sends a nade in. A little bit short on that one.
Celtic.
Bushido Wildcats, though, still finding a little bit more. Celtic will find a doozy up top tide. And right now, Soul's in a bad position. You said it before, but yeah, S8UL actually struggling with 2 knocks on side. 1 player on barely any HP. A doozy will fall, meaning that team's down to 3 now. Ascend, though, has slowly ascended towards this top side, and they're getting a lot done off the back of it.
That's looking good. Good nade as well. Gonna bounce. Great Celtic down to the last player. Kilyakai and the boys is getting so much damage done. Top 4 for them. An Ascend on 5 kills. All 4 guys standing strong here as the only team. And it's 2v2. We won versus Ascend here. I don't think they're going to save Molotov. I think he's going to bleed out. And look at that. Ascend has the majority of the zone control and the terrain advantage here. Looking good for them, Blank.
Yeah, I think for Ascend, this is their game to take, right? They have a lot to work with. S8UL has had to patch themselves back together with glue and tape on the northern side, so they'll be coming in a little bit late to this one, and Ascend has a lot of time to take pot shots over towards them. Fairis doesn't really want to move too much. Vitality doesn't want to get involved. Molotov is flushed there, leaving S8UL on 2 players. Ascend has a really good chance to end this game, and it could have easily been an Ascend versus noslack 4v4 in the end here if it wasn't for Betulins.
Yeah, noslack looked really strong. 8 kills for them. And then the team that they're trying to chase down, he came in and he denied their tactical pack play from Betulins. I wonder how much he have tried to heal, tried to survive, and how much blue zone backpacks damage he has mitigated from that. And now Vitality in the chase here. Look how tight it is from Na'Vi 32 up to Vitality 35, 36 on Ascend. Now shots coming in. Levante finds Phil first. They did not expect them here in this angle, that's for sure. And now it's a 4v2v1.
Yeah, S8UL gets torn to shreds on the eastern side by Team Vitality, looking for a 3rd place. Now, I talked about at the beginning of this game, the Team Vitality not really seen too much out of them, but I would be very pleased to see a 2nd place off the back of this game for Team Vitality with Levante and Hello My Bad. I think this is probably the duo to do it. Very, very deadly indeed. It's only Ferris down the hill. Really, Hello My Bad just needs to hold off whilst Levante maybe looks around for this last player. But Ascend not playing this really slow, you know, cautiously. They control the majority of the zone in terms of where there is cover to play around with. They might start pushing up a little bit now, but again, they just have these ridge sides. They could just peek over the top of them. There's not much to be done.
Ferris has nothing. No bandages, no first aids, no utility, no stims. He has 10 reload for his AUG. If he gets one more point out of this game, that's a miracle.
It's raw.
It's a rough one here. But 5 kills on a 3rd place is still points for Na'Vi. Not the expectations to be met so far, though. But let's see how this turns out here. Terrain advantage still on the side of Ascend. Na'Vi trying to survive for as long as possible. And Vitality obviously trying to not be snaked and not to be struck upon from all the utility that's still in the bags of Ascend. They have played this masterfully. It's a chaotic circle, and they managed to survive as a full 4-man with kills, with engagements. It's a hard one to fight for.
For Ascend, they don't want to give this away too easily. I mean, 6 kills right now, make that 9 at the end of the game if they can pick up everything else off the back of this one. So 10 points. Put yourself in a bit of a better position to get towards the top side of the tables. It is a slow match. I think no one really wants to give up the ghost here. I think Ascend, this game means a lot to Ascend, but I am curious as to why. You know, I know why. This is a game they can wait until Zone 9, right?
Sure.
It's the technical correct play. You know, if maybe this Virtus Pro, they'd be sweeping at this point in time. But there is no downside to waiting until Zone 9 for them.
I mean, they have terrain to play and work with, and the question is really, they are probably fully aware of how many is left on each team, right? They know that Ascend have not lost one. They know there's probably a Na'Vi player still alive, obviously knowing them that they're too. So they know there's a snake out there. They don't know where he is. A kill on him would be 2 points for Vitality, which would put them really close to 7th place. So that's obviously huge here, but the big one is, can they try to hurt and strike on Ascend at the right time? Because both Ferris and Vitality knows that if they strike at Ascend at the same time, they have a shot. They have a chance at taking them down to compete for the King of the Hill.
Yeah, but let's be honest, Ferris is not very useful right now. You know?
I mean, sure not. He has one mag in the AUG, right? That's one AUG.
He's brought nothing to the cookout. We're never inviting this guy back ever again. Ferris is happy just to sit underneath. He's not flipping the burgers. I've expelled him from the party. Nade's getting sent over the top right now towards Ascend.
Not bad.
Back off that 123 damage. A little tickle. That one feels like it's on target. Yeah. That's me, T-Bone.
They have lots of utility still to expend here, and T-Bone's getting hammered. 26 more damage taken from Nades here. Hello My Bad with the 5 in the bag, and now look at that. If that's accurate, could blow away. That's a great nade as well. Does damage 52, 35. Now the utility is coming through here. 40 as well to Levante. Blue zones as well. Molotovs being committed, and this is the time. Stun grenades too. They're so blind. Another blue zone. They're going to be absolutely demolished here, and Ascend is going to take this one home. Can Ferris survive for a little bit longer? Stun grenade goes out towards Ferris' side. They need to take him down. Ferris goes down. That's low, my bad. That's important. And now Ascend takes this win easily with the 7 kills to come along with it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Where it's not quite as interesting as our last game. Let's put it that way. It's a fairly, you know, boiled chicken ending. Not a huge fan of that one, Avenger. But either way, Ascend gets the job done, and they do get much needed points.
Yeah, that's the big one for them, obviously. For me, this one was calculated moves to put themselves in a position in a difficult circle. But I really liked that Vitality put themselves in a situation where they're thinking, you see all the utilities commit, they know probably around where Ferris were with the couple of rocks that was left inside, right? So the play was to, okay, let's see if we can get a few nade knocks onto Ascent and make a play for the win, and then hope that Ferris strikes against Ascent too. So they're kind of saying, okay, Ferris, if you want to survive and try to shoot at Ascent, that's fine, but we know where you are. So if we're going down, we're going to commit the rest of our forces towards you. And Hello My Bad got them down, and they got their second place and the extra 2 points from killing Ferris and getting the placement point.
Yeah, it's such a shame, though, Colaris, about noslack having Batulins, though. It's such an annoying play.
No, of course. Yeah, tough stuff for noslack on that west side. I mean, the way they dislodged Borz was very important to get themselves more points on the board than the previous couple of games. But, I mean, you're our sports ball aficionado. I think for Ascend, you'd say that's one love against Vitality there at the end, no?
If I was the umpy, is that what they call him? The umpy?
The umpy?
You know, the referee and the umpire, you combine them together to become the umpy.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
That is
God, we're terrible. We're actually useless.
You guys are even from the UK. The Wimbledon is held there.
Yeah, if I was
the Wimbledon.
The Wimbledon. Yeah, if I was the PUBG umpy, you know, I'd be upset. You know, I'd be upset about that one.
I was coughing.
I still give him the one love. I wouldn't be happy about it.
Great. Well, 17 loves for Ascend here for number one, as Team Vitality is in very much needed points with the 13 going their way, and likewise for Na'Vi, 10 is important too. The thing is, though, after all said and done here, S8UL started in, like 15th place, and they've jumped up to 44 points. That's very big. I thought that a successful day for them, but Avenger was going to be like, because of the caliber of the players on that team, I thought, okay, maybe they can get 5th or 6th, and so far they're there.
Yeah, they're there. And now it's just 7 points up to PGG. Yeah. But it's a tall mountain to climb once we talk about the top 4. noslack again, 10 points only from Twisted Minds. And look at that, Boostic. And Levante hit the big damage coming in here, almost 700 from Boostic. What a game from him. But Hello My Bad with 5, that's impressive.
Yeah, he just looks very pleased about it. Just, you know, quietly content. He's 5. I'll take that. Not much for Beamy in the ways there for this one. Not
bazookas.
Much for... Oh, he loves a good old bazooka, he does. R.I.P. to my grandma, or whatever that song goes. But anyway, yes, Boostic. That is a real song. Anyway, 700 damage coming in from Boostic. Always fantastic to watch. I mean, that triple spray he got Avenger in the early formative moments of this game was just a shocker.
I mean, that's the reason why he's on Na'Vi.
Yeah.
That's exactly how we expected him to play eventually, right? But that's not what Twisted Minds expected from their position. How they kind of drove into this. A real shocker, but also driving into each other, slowing each other down enough that this angle of approach for Boostic just absolutely destroyed them, right? And the 300 damage already at that point there is just insane. But Tulin's here now. Obviously, we're talking about the survival from him. I'm really curious to see how much yields and how much backpacks he were expending through this. An interesting team focus. Just a little bit more, and he would have been in Ferris's position, right? That's the interesting
I will say, though, again, the profits of production, right? They got Nemesis correct, they got Virtus Pro correct, and it's not that bad a gamble to go for Twisted Minds on Rondo. I'm going to be real. So production knows what they're doing.
They do. I mean, to be honest with you, well, maybe this is what they were pondering their orb over, is that little moment there. They knew Twisted Mind would have a big effect, but they didn't know if a chicken dinner or just ruining another team's chances. What do you think about that?
Seeing what's going to be going on. All right, well, let's check in with the team comms as well from our Rondo game, as, I mean, that circle really kind of threw a spanner in the works, so let's see what the team's had to make of it.
Камень ожидай.
Только на выбили. Его въебите с камнем слева под синькой. Выбил.
Insta, with that 2v1, guys, 2v1. How do we win this?
I think we just play.
Two men on orange. That I think you're fucking useless, no? Come with car to blue mark.
I can play full edge. Надо готовиться стакать хае на зеленую. Можно ролить Леву, у нас 8 хаешек, даже больше.
Мне кажется, ты на Леву должен проходить, Сом.
I got one net, yeah.
Be ready to nade when the circle's closing in to get
If they fight, by the way, we need to take this switch, by the way, otherwise we lose.
Справа под на хитпике. Я грею хае ему.
Он лево отбежал.
Надо Нави убить, надо Нави убить.
I'm flashing once.
Ищи play zones.
Зашка долбит.
Парни, надо найти.
Да, го на Нави выпад, го на Нави выпад. Я горю.
Справа слева под зоной! Все, умирай.
Маша, синки.
Да.
We have smoke.
Are we smoke in front of us?
Yes.
Holy shit on our left!
I'm full white. I'm flashing left.
Knock one left. Last is left. In last left.
Nice, let's fucking go.
Good job.
And that is Ascend getting themselves a very important win to keep themselves alive as they try and progress on through here, Blank.
Yeah, Ferris just didn't want to turn up, did he, in that last moment? You know, didn't want to help Team Vitality out whatsoever. To be honest with you, Team Vitality, they had a good showing, but it was not meant to be as they lost to Ascend.
Tough one. All right, well, tough circle, tough game in general for a lot of these teams. I completely understand why they had a bit of a toughie. All right, we are going to a break, and when we return, we have 2 more games remaining here for day number 2 of our finals for PEC number 1. We'll see you in a few.
With one, guys. Still knocked. Dead. They're left. Never mind, he's close.
On the rock still.
50
on the rock.
Nice.
Oh, they're behind.
Upstairs, I think.
Bottom left, I think.
Bottom close, yeah.
Fading bottom left. He took the tank. Oh, jumped out.
I got this.
On me. Open. Pushing. On pains. Yellow.
Oh my god, boys.
Inside.
He's inside spectrum.
On me. I'm full. We're raising. Reset.
Down the stairs. So green.
He's gonna push now.
Full white again.
Insta.
Nice, good job. Nice.
Raise.
On orange.
The ATM is gonna explode. I'm not shooting the panzer.
Guys, get the cars in.
GG.
One man.
Yeah, I can. Just come to me.
It's gonna be really
Flash
good,
one on
guys.
hay-bales.
Good shot.
Nice. Good job.
Knock one more.
Nice, bro.
They have
PDG, how many?
PDM. Dropping your 7s here, bro. No.
Nice, good job. I'm taking now. Okay, Killy, do it. I'm holding.
Я ползу сейф. Чтоб хей не дали, дайте смог какой-то.
Я дал.
ВП могут, ВП не могут?
Даю.
Yep. He died.
Knock one on the road.
We need to make it orange table and kill right team.
Running pull open. That's a guy.
A set. Tracker in green.
Drop me follow shield.
I don't smoke and
Убил машину сальника. ВП нок. Хорошо.
ВП, еще ног.
Ласт. Ши нахуй. Играйте, похуй играйте. Пробегайте со мной один!
Давай.
Иду. Вайп, я право забираю. Вот.
ПГГ ластовые остались.
Дай даю.
Пытаемся фармить их. У них и так поинтов дохуя, килю аптеку.
Я нихуя не могу сделать.
Дай даю.
Зубчиком.
Да.
Без КП, зубчик. Не спешите, просто доиграйте.
Я прижимаю лево, нормально. Нету. Я где фикшу?
Пожмите позицию, без ноков, пацаны, доиграем. Один в стене,
Двое выше, стена выше. Одного ног, еще один. Флэш даю. Надо доигрывать, убивать. Пойдем.
Ой,
Молодец.
дисциплине прям.
Охуенно.
You can reset on me, okay?
The buggy.
Copy. Reset Aris, nice. Coming to Aris.
I'm on you.
1-2 on me.
I'm dropping on Aris.
Go back to Wizard to hold it. Wizard getting crashed, we lost. Commit to that, it's only one USC. Yeah, but we have to fight in between, guys. 2 guys in the open, one running in the open, yellow.
Knock one open, is yellow.
Nice, baby. One up. Behind you, Habibi. One HP in the buggy.
Keep to get flashes though. I'm coming. Where is it? He put up a yellow.
Justus.
On wizard.
The wizard. One more wizard.
Green side.
I'm trying to bait for you.
You need to help me here. On my
I'm
rocks.
coming.
I'm leaving.
Not one. One HP on green. Right. 2 on me. 2 on my rocks. Underneath me.
All 3 downstairs. All 3 downstairs.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Hey there, setup is on your screen, the coach of the Twisted Minds team, and today I'll show you a feature which related to the drive-by in TPP mode, so it's possibility to use only in TPP because there is a transition between two POVs, FPP and TPP. For example, your enemy is here and you're using drive-by at this seat, and in TPP you're trying to aim him, and by the ADS it's impossible because you cannot down your camera, but after you use the FPP mode, transit it, and you can kill this guy. So it works even in ADS, you see. After I using my button, transition to the TPP, my scope gonna up. So for the different side, other side, it works another way. While doing TPP, you can kill someone here, but if you use the FPP button, you see. So now I cannot move my camera down. So use this feature, be perfect, enjoy your game, see you on the battlegrounds.
The tab, as always. What a gamer for Twisted Minds. Some of the minds behind it, never mind Batalions. But 2 more games remain for today. Some of our big dogs at the start of the day were able to take some huge wins, and Ascend manages to wrangle Rondo, getting themselves a win under their belt, trying to move up into that middle pack, and they got themselves to 7th place, which is very important for them. The problem is, Avenger, is the middle pack is all still quite close.
My only problem is that I think Nimbus should have had 1 more point. I don't know how they should get it, but it would be perfect. 10 points in between all the way down there. That would have been great. But yeah, it's looking good. It's looking like it's a little bit of a 2-horse race at the moment. But yeah, the catch-up could happen here. I still want to see one big Twisted Minds game. That's really where it's coming through, I think.
Still no win, right? Still no win.
Yeah.
Which one's the dark horse?
Virtus Pro 3 in 8 games. And no win for Twisted Minds. And we are, we're not halfway exactly, but, you know, once we've played a little bit of the next game here, then we are more than halfway, actually, I should say. We're playing, it's 8 games now we've played, right? So halfway through and not a single Twisted Minds, but it's kind of surprising.
Go on, say it again, Blank.
Which one's the dark horse?
Like, after I've been talking about Twisted Minds, I'm like, there's no way when I'm giving them the moniker. That's insane. Like,
no, not out of the two of them, but just in the tournament in general.
Oh, right. Well, at the moment, it's the Mythov. They're...
They're the Rainbow Horse. I won't say they were the Dark Horse.
Well, anyway, let's take a look at these two players. Of course, as once again we compare more people to Example because he's basically the GOAT, but Beamy is able to surpass some of those numbers. Going on to Tego here, though, in just a few moments' time. And I think, Avenger, it's about bloody time we get that Twisted Minds win on the way. So let's do it. It's time to Tego. It's Avenger and Blank casting the bloody game.
It's a really good day to be here on Tego. He needs to stop being Northern because I will transition as if I'm still up in the moors. But we're not. We're here on Tego. Very different area of the world, I would say. But when will Twisted Mind gets that big win? Will Batulians once again ruin another team's chances? Wait and find out here at the PEC. We're at match 9. Like you say, Avenger, we're we're past the halfway point now. It's time to get a move on. It's time to start bumping up those numbers. For Team Vitality, time is running out. Similarly for Na'Vi. But the middle packet, it's cramped. It's cramped in there, right? It's like a London Underground tube. Not much space to work around with.
Oh, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that. You know, some blunt weapons are in there. Maybe you pull up some pants and go crazy.
That's not my usual trans.
Okay. I don't know UK stuff. You guys are different over there, but yeah, for this circle and for how everything is kind of lining up already, Blank. Oh my goodness! If this is not an S8UL circle, I don't know what is. These guys are looking feisty for this one here. HiVE also looking poised. High Prior for them. This is already full sending it to try to get up to Army Base anywhere. Prior up there. Vitality now here. Levanta taking lots of shots with the AK. He's got nothing else but an AK, 9 shots and a Dream.
And a dream a lot of teams will have to have here is e-pickup. Will they find one? Will they not? Because we're heading all the way up towards the north side. I think it's the second time you've seen this type of circle. Very unfun as we head over towards
unfun? These are the greatest to watch, the worst to play.
Exactly. It's unfun for the players, fun for us. SAUL, though, starting in a wall song, so we'll see what they can get done from that position. Honestly, I've been quite happy with SAUL today because I think that the question has been answered that yesterday was just a string of pretty horrible circles to be working with. But today, I think they've been a little bit more luckier with those circles. And I think that they have been able to translate that into some decent games.
Yeah, some would say there was question marks around this team today when we started, but no more. They did end up going absolutely ballistic in one of the games, and that's good to see. Obviously, for me, I'm looking at it and saying, okay, guys, so we know that you guys can play, but you need to be able to step up, and you should be contesting for this top 4. But right now, they are in the hunt. They're trying to get into this 5th, even potentially this 4th place here. They need 2 more big games today if they or to be anywhere close to PGD. Also, PGD are the team that's kind of behind them. They've already set up an e-pickup, even though they're already on the northern side of this island here, Blank, which is a little bit interesting. So let's see where they end up going. Seoul getting multiple cars here, both the truck and the US is to try to get in and get some space here. HiVE already set up dead center. VP already getting close to Army Base here, where Viz is already set up. We could see an early fight if VP end up losing players early on here again. It could be another sight to see in terms of what we saw from the other Tego game when it came to the HiVE bridge camp. Failed bridge camp even.
Salik so high in the sky, having a little bit of a scout for the time being. The rest of the team is following in behind him. I think he does have Zabilla underneath in a vehicle. We have another E-pickup coming through for Twisted Minds. They're going to make their way over. Similarly, TMO's also E-pickup. It's helicopters galore right now. All heading on over. You're going to love that noise.
Surely. Yeah, Twisted surely goes for some cars on the northwest side, maybe hoping that the Wallsong team didn't take all of it, because here you really need vehicles to traverse this terrain here. There's so much trees, so much cover to play, but if the circle goes against you, you're going to have to go multiple kilometers, and that's the different one, because there's so many teams hiding in the compounds, in the cover, especially behind some of the trees, some of the rocks, as you can see here below him. If you had a pickaxe, you would be loving life, because all the iron ore and copper ore, you'd be able to get in and craft some other weapons. But this is not the kind of game we're playing here. It's for the cover.
It is for the cover, you know. No swords. No swords available for them here. Can't craft yourself a level 3 vest either. That's not happening. All right. It would
Imagine
be nice.
That's the kind of arcade I want to see in the future, by the way.
Oh,
you know, with
diamond vest.
No, yeah, I mean more like crafting stuff, maybe destroying the terrain. Now that we have the pickaxe in, that you can actually destroy terrain. Imagine you can start going a little bit more survival, open world survival on PUBG. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean that arcade mode.
No!
Arton, though, that's a cheeky little run out there. Goes down to 6 HP. Going to try and finish things off with a nice underhander out the window. It doesn't quite happen. Very quick lane gameplay right now from Artoon, though. Payne's finding Lucas. What a mortar! Onto himself.
That's a red zone.
Oh, the red zone, yeah, of course.
Yeah, the red zone on top of them. Oh my god, Beamy finds Stratos. It's falling apart for this, even though they got the great opening. Look at this, Habibi. Can he make something work here? Oh, blue zone, this is going to be great for them. They're just going to have to get out and maybe try to help some of the other guys, get him into a better spot here. Nixie holds the front edge, goes for the rest immediately here. It's actually going to work out. They're going to get the rests off. Habibi trying to get the most out of it, but VP really looking and poised for this win here.
It's been a tough fight. Red zone coming in clutch, though, towards the end. Nice pick up on the sidelines. Over towards Habibi. Nixie is taking no prisoners, though. And we'll find him on the jump out. Yeah, the red zone absolutely was the MVP of that fight for Virtus Pro. It's such an unfortunate location for it to land.
Yeah, so close to the building is super rare. Borz has seen this, but they're safe inside. I think VP is actually going to recover. The only thing is that they now have broken vests, used utility, and some of them are on second and third knocks. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but still that works out. They're all 4 strong here, and now with the circle closing in, we're looking at Na'Vi and seeing how they're going to be getting into this. They're driving south of the palace side here, and for the rest of it, it really means that hopefully they're going to be able to get all together here. They're a little bit split spurs on the other side here, close to Starry Sky, but I don't think it's worth fighting. This zone, you have to get in deep. You have to get in to some of the terrain that's in the cover, because this one has just a few compounds on the northern side. HiVE is locking down multiple of them. Otherwise, it's just open space and open terrain fights.
Most teams have found like a little space to play. For noslack, they were actually attempting to get in past Shipyard Bridge, but TMO actually held them out there, so noslack opted just to slow it down. I think they realized they're going to be in really late on this one, so getting in slightly later is not the biggest deal in the world for them. Obviously, it's going to affect their performance, but yeah, I think they're happy just to wait this one out, as opposed to try and go for the full-on engagement between them and the Mifov, who are already moving. But Team Vitality will be one of the last to get out of the blue, and they're going to use a E-pickup to get in.
Late E-pickup here, Blank. That's that might work out. When the second circle pops, if it's not too far away from the plane path of the E-pickup, it might work out. But still, I really feel like you need vehicles in this kind of zone. Unless you end up dropping on the straight spot we're going to be ending up. It's great. some high ground and some stuff, but still, this is a difficult circle to approach, especially with that road going up from Godok, where there's strong compounds, where HiVE is kind of locking down already. If it's either side of that road and you don't have a vehicle to traverse across, then it's difficult. It's really difficult. So let's see how it goes. Maybe they were looting for that long to get another E-pickup, and they're just E-pickuping into an E-pickup.
Yeah, well, I think most of the rotations that have happened in this game are through E-pickups, and you're wondering how many vehicles are left remaining on this north side of the map, because that's what a lot of teams were banking on, is having some cars available after they do hit the ground. HiVE does drop down a little bit further down towards the south side. I always find the compounds around this area a little bit awkward to play, where you've got the high ground surrounding you. It's not always the most ideal position to be picking up knowledge and intel from. Starry Skies are going to E-pick up now. How many are on the map for these teams?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's the big one. Next circle popping here with the eastern circle going this way, Blank. The very big high top and hill where TMO is getting close to is actually super strong. And if Virtus Pro locks that down and gets the compound and we end up close to it, that's actually a brilliant E-pick up. Let's see where Starry Sky goes, and let's see where the rest of the teams that end up. But the amount of pressure that's coming in from this western side, look at how many teams moving.
It's an incredible migration from a lot of squads right now. Team Nemesis also on the way. A little bit more of a quiet past couple of matches so far for Team Nemesis. Now looking to turn up the heat a little bit here and regain their top spot. That high ground alongside all the rocks and the outcrops in that area going to be a big focal point for a lot of teams, just as already scouting it out in the glider, which is a very nice thing to have, I would say, in a circle like this. Getting the aerial view of where teams might be playing when it's so obscured by all these trees is very useful.
It's both dangerous and useful here. If he gets shot down, they're going to lose a player, but he could also just dive down and get maybe to some of the high ground, but he continues his UAV action here coming in. Now HiVE finds PGG, Sibylla gets found. Danta could find another one here. More shots come in. Rux finds another one. Vitality for the third party, though, in the distance. Jenkins fight Joyce Lloyd Jacket. Sibylla gets flushed too. And HiVE is on the winning end of this one here. And PGG gets stopped just a little bit. Everyone chasing this 5th place team, and there's just immediate action for everyone.
I mean, we're all getting very close to one another at this point in time, especially as you start to sort of circle the high ground. It's in the middle. Presenti will go down. It's PGG going out in 15th. We lost Viz a little bit earlier, if you remember, versus Virtus Pro. It's a bit of a big congregation, right, around this central high ground. Virtus Pro, though, this team is very locked in towards the central arena. But on that northern side, S8UL off in the distance. And it is a lot of this tree line that just makes this area of the map so interesting to play, where you are just trying to thread the needle and get as much information as possible, but sometimes it can be quite difficult, which is where like Virtus Pro's high ground actually comes in very useful, right? Because they get to look down upon players.
Yeah, now we have Justice jumping out here. He's done with the UAV, and he gets and has gotten all the information already readily available for them here. So the question is really, do we end up on this northern side? And I completely agree here. There's some very obvious kind of playing lines with how the riches and how everything kind of works. And if you know exactly how to approach that and how to kind of play around that, you can have an absolutely great game. Drops coming in. Oh, look at that. That's a spicy one.
Yeah, you want that. You want that right now. And to be honest, for the mid-4, this is a super easy pickup for a lot of these crates. Grab yourself a P9C level 3s. It's going to really put you ahead. And those boxes are very closely clustered. And already the mid-4 are starting to move their little peek on over, see what they can garner from that location. Circle does move down towards the south, though. And Na'Vi really benefits off the back of this.
Yeah, that's a huge southern shift. Look how much teams is on the from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock and outside the circle that's going to have to make moves. Na'Vi is laughing. This is their chance, Blank. This is their turn to make sure that they get points and kind of push themselves up to that top 5, top 6 positions here. Bushido Wildcats trying to thread the needle, but they're going to get shot and maybe shot down as well. Nixie finds Micah. And look at that. It's VP pushing over towards these northeastern sides. Trying to get around. Schengen finds Crossberg.
Yeah, for the myth of it, it's sort of interesting that Miko was down there on that northern side in the first place. I guess he was trying to inspect the loot crates or try and look where players were coming on that northern side. But yeah, do you think there was a possibility for them to just move down towards the south? It just felt a little bit strange to me. He gets caught out there. First Pro absolutely happy with that, though. They know that they've weakened the position on their southern edge. So they can maybe push through that later.
Oh, Code Marco finding Michelle here. Borz getting lots of damage taken here. And now Bushido Wildcats are going to pounce onto this one here. They're going to send it towards the confirmation. And yeah, that's going to be Marshall out. They're spread out too thin here, Borz. They cannot defend this position already with them being in basically a 1-1-1 one-way split. Difficult for them. And now 1 point for Bushido Wildcats. Trying to push themselves up. Right now 12th place, but they're in this big mid-pack where a great game pushes us into 6th place. So is that fine for Tulins? No level 3 gear or 3 helmet for him. And he's knocked out. Now Diffix tries to find more of Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds has just been straight up unlucky today, but still finding a little bit of points, a little bit of placements, some kills. Rough game so far for them today, though.
Yeah, found themselves in awkward spots. I mean, getting absolutely sprayed down by Na'Vi last game was a bit unfortunate for them. See how they can handle off versus Team Nemesis, though. This is not a fun team to be running into, especially when you're trying to rotate inwards. So says the type of guy alongside with Diffx who can absolutely hit those shots as they're moving through. Team Nemesis, though, realized that, you know, already Twisted Minds, they've got ahead. They're starting to wrap ahead. Time for them to get a move on.
Chrissy trying to get this confirmation on a doozy. But I think he's actually going to get out. Example's been found as well. Twisted Mind just continues to run into so much damage. Schengen finds him. And explosion on it. Blue does find Rina. And Everlong is on the receiving end of the damage here from Twisted Mind. Oh, tire popped. And this is a terrible car to drive with just 3 wheels. It just scoots everywhere. And look at that circle.
Yeah, that's why you gotta put it in reverse. Best thing you can do. Slow but steady. Circle directly on top of Na'Vi. This is their game to win. Back of this one. Got a lot of space to work with. Yeah, they're kind of in a ditch right now, slightly. But it's just going to give them so much safety all the way through that end game. And this is going to be a bit of a battle on the outside edge of the circle between a lot of squads. I don't think anyone's really getting through this unscathed, if that means that they have to use utility to get through as a 4-man, or even just lose one player here and there. You are losing something whilst battling on the outside edge.
Scav gets the confirmation onto Mame Rocks. Gets the knock on to Phil first here. 9 noslack. They're trying to hold on to this northeastern side, but they've got VP, our current lobby leaders, ahead of them. It's looking like a tall task ahead of them to make something work, but they can get in. Levante gets the confirmation onto Batulins here. It's really a rough game for Twisted Minds so far.
Yeah, I mean, wherever Twisted Minds has gone, it's constantly under pressure right now. I think they tried to spread out, try and figure out as much area as possible to play in. I think it's the best thing that they could have done. It's going to keep them alive a little bit longer. BME finding Borz. Celtic running down Code Marco, unfortunately. A little bit of team kill action. Not sure why. SAUL chasing down high. This team had a strong position at the start of the game. They get caught out of it now, and SAUL looking to push on through. Mogor, though, has got something to say about it. Phil first will go down.
This is a difficult angle to push here because those riches are not out inside. HiVE's holding terrain that's also not inside here, so they're fighting for terrain that's not in 1 minute. They're going to have to finish this fight quickly or disengage and get into a different spot here. They're trying to get the points, trying to resolve this quickly. A doozy tries to run away from that. 17 damage still done. Smoke's ahead of them here, and now they're trying to leapfrog into this circle to hold out HiVE. Blue gets a kill from Fantasia. Levante finds a doozy in the distance there. They're holding the northern side of this new circle here, and Vitality looking good, looking poised for some more points.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, for SAUL, like, they've come on the edge of this circle.
Good nades.
It has just been tough. They've run into a bunch of competition. Twisted Minds said the similar thing, but I think for them it was quite literally the case of we just have to split up and try and get as many positions as possible to play in. It's not likely we get in further, and I think that's the difference maker between them and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds just says that we agree that we are going to lose players.
Yeah, I mean, HiVE committing so much to not get into this next circle here. Now Perfect is just going to rain hell of them with the nades. Good nades coming through. More committed here. Shouldn't have been cooked, but that's still one more knock to come in for Lou as well. And now there's smokes upon smokes. Look at that. Confirmations trying to come through from the knocks. And Twisted Minds trying to just salvage as many points as they can.
You have to, I mean, this is a hard shift over towards the eastern side. First Pro going absolutely crazy. Lucarux does have the P90, takes down Nitro. Vitality also still consistently chiming in here. Quizzy has an absolute swivel over the circle right now. He has got the telescope out and he is finding targets around. The Mythov still stuck out though on that northern edge. We'll have to pass by through Team Vitality. Schengen's going to try and get a little bit of tiny high ground, see if he can spot over towards Perfectix, but the shots are good right now from Twisted Minds still.
Difficult game for HiVE, difficult game for Nemesis and for Twisted Minds. The circles continue to go away from them. All the fights are happening on the eastern side, and now Na'Vi is looking to hold out all these teams here. We're going to have a fight on the northern side with TMO and Vitality eventually, and Twisted Minds going out in 10th place. Diffix finding Perfectix. They continue to get kills even though they're in a difficult spot.
Yeah, Team Nemesis immediately set themselves up between HiVE and the blue zone. I think it's a very good position to play, all things considered. They identified the location of Team Vitality. The Mythos sending in, doing tricks on it with the bike. They are still losing players. Justice up on high. Woe to leave this rock as Hello My Bad has an angle.
Very difficult for them. And now with Levante in the front man here, he's just gonna try to take him down, but him and finds the off angle. And yeah, losing so much here, and it's outside the circle. Look at Nemesis also encroaching onto their position, flexing out to close it off. Nixie finds him, and TMO is out in 7th place. 10 kills already for VP SAUL out in 6th place.
Yeah, crossing that border into triple digits as well earlier on in this game. Really fantastic stuff. But Team Nemesis, though, they have been all over the place. I think it's been a really cool game watching them identify weak points of the circle and figure out how can they get in, how can they capitalize off the back of it. But gigantic shots coming through from Lucarux, takes down Diffex, the top player currently in the lobby. Hard to do much versus a P90, though, and Team Nemesis will go down to 3 as VP immediately bolsters this line.
Beamy and the Correxy just pushing straight into Nemesis. They know this is the team to shut down. 13 kills, 23 points ahead of Nemesis currently. And with them, with the amount of pressure already onto them. Look at that Hackatory. The boys are pushing out though. This is an aggressive push to get out of the compound, to put pressure onto VP. Hackatory finds Nixie. Can they get more out of this one?
Story looking to do what he does best and get up in the face with VP.
Beamy.
Another goes down to Nixie, but Beamy is absolutely blasting right now. Finds 2 and evens the deal. Lucarux, though, last player alive now for Virtus Pro. 14 kills on the game. It's another massive game that they're having here. And this seems to be their MO, right? Just come out swinging, get yourself these huge, juicy matches, and then just sort of cruise control over your others. Very, very good stuff from VP so far. And again, this game is just decent either way. Already a clear 24 points ahead of Team Nemesis after this game is said and done. Ascend, though, might be on for the back-to-back.
Yeah, Ascend is just laughing inside the circle. Meanwhile, all the other teams are trying to fight each other outside. Hello, My Bad, trying to heal and try to get into this one here. 2 solos. 3 solos, sorry. VP, Nemesis, and Vitality. And a full foreman now on Na'Vi. It felt like Stayed actually had a time to strike onto Na'Vi with the 2 knocks that we saw. And then instead he goes for this one here. He could have, he had 3 nades. He could have gotten 2 knocks and confirms with that, because the rests were going on too. And Lukarux, that's a broken observer. It's not looking the right direction on me. Here we go. There's the right observing perspective we're going for. VP, 15 kills though, and a 3rd place for them, guaranteed. Shots coming in from him. P90 in the hand of Lukarux is pretty different here, but can he get more out of this one? Can he squeeze another point out of this one, Blank?
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi's down to 3. You got Boostic in the front line, just holding him out. Gonna head back, see if he can purloin some more lethals on side. Nade would be good. He has a rough idea of where he's playing. That is just Lukarux to a T. I mean, what? Even though he goes out, those shots are disgusting, all things considered. And now it is a 3 versus 4. Can Na'Vi, from an incredible position at the start of the game, potentially get the 3v4 going? It's Chris with the AWM fully kitted out.
It's Chris with the green machine. The big boy gun here. There's no way they're not losing this one here, it feels like. They've got all the terrain advantage. They've got all the crates. They've got all the gear. Na'Vi's hurt. They committed so much smoke, so much utility. And here we're sitting with 5 smokes on nade and 3 stuns. Full 3 gear for It's Chris. 4 nades on Keta. And it's a Keta 98 even. Look at that. Look at the total amount of utility they have to spare. 10 nades. Plenty of smokes. On the side of Na'Vi, it's very sparse, that's for sure. 1 nade, 3 nades. That's a 4 total. So the utility wall is definitely to be won by Ascent here. And look at that. They've got nothing to play ahead of them without Ascent having locked all of it. But the big one for me is if Na'Vi plays this together as a 3-man and goes to against one position, they could potentially win it and then take the fight against the other guys here. They're playing kind of spread out, but it's maybe spread out a little bit too thin in between the Ascent guys.
I mean, the problem is for Na'Vi is that they get a beneficial circle shift for them, which comes back over towards the western side. But it's open grounds they start moving out. I don't think I saw any emergency cover flares either, so life gets very difficult for Na'Vi. And even if they get close enough to throw their grenades, you're right, there's so much more that Ascent can send back at them. So they do have to single out positions, right, and slowly pull Ascend apart piece by piece.
Yeah, that's how the approach should be released. Let's see what they decide to. They're in a coop right now. They got the smoke ahead of them, and now they got space. They got something to work with. And Kiliakai, look at that, it's Chris. He's got the angle. That's a shot. The jump is a little bit difficult to hit. He was at the edge of the smoke. No silence on that one, so they have no doubt. 81 damage done. Now shots coming in with them 249. 45 damage done as well. K9, so that sounds like Keta 98 shots going out towards them. Look at this, Na'Vi under tons of pressure already.
Send Keta starting to move out. It's another slow, suffocating finish coming through from Ascend. And why not really? Every single advantage is in their favor. They had to close this one out strong with the back-to-back, which, you know, will put them, should put them closer to that top 4, right? I mean, it's only 2 kills on the game, but still very successful couple of matches that they've already had to date.
Yeah, very impressed with what they've been able to do here today, especially Kiliakai. He had 0 kills yesterday. They've been able to turn it up, and Kiliakai has been turned on. He's such a machine usually. And here, this is their game to lose, man. But it's the side of Pustik, Hagatori, and Ferris. Difficult to deny that these guys are really strong, and nades are coming in too. Hagatori finds Kiliakai. Nades are coming in towards Keter. They're going to have to commit so much utility to save this. And look at this, T-Bone with the off angle. He's got such an off angle, and look at that, shots coming in towards him straight. It's an immediate headshot onto him though. And now the delay from Navi's being sent. It's going to be try to survive. He got shot. Med kit. It's gonna come off. He's gonna be 100 HP. Now he can take the shot towards the next guy here. Fairest down low himself. Now the shots is coming through because he's not in this exact LOS. But it's Chris finds Fairest.
Yeah, Hackett's already finding that. I mean, that's a hard pickup to go for. ADBM sent in. Found the shot though, but for Na'Vi, losing Fairest is a big problem. Keta now creeping his way over, proned. As Chris will boost up here. Ready for this endgame. I think it's likely the Fairest gets back up again. They're going to just play this as two.
I don't think so. Is he going for it? They're...
Yeah, no. Yeah, so they're just going to play it as two.
Right. Okay. Nades are coming in too as well. Connecting onto Boostic here. He's low. He's going to try to hide behind a tree. He's got the Doritos to work with. Let's see here. Hackatori leading the damage charge here. Can he make something work? Can they play this one out right? Na'Vi has a better angle towards that center dot, but a Panzerfaust in the back of Kilyakai is scary. Doesn't connect from its Chris. Now they're going to have to go back to get the arm and the machine working again. The well-oiled Ascend machine.
8 kills for Na'Vi. This game means a lot to them. Get themselves back in a position where they can strike up towards that top of the leaderboard. Hackatori with barely an angle will find Keta. Kilyakai with another Panzerfaust in hand. A 2v2 though now. From unbelievable odds here on the side of Na'Vi. The Panzerfaust does nothing. Explodes in a puff of smoke. But Na'Vi stands strong.
That was crazy. So well played. It just gets the confirmation onto Fairest. They now know that it's an effective 2v2 here with Keta being knocked off the offlane. I really like the Keta push there. That's the exact way to do it. But when you go off the machine himself, Hackatori, you just get insta-denied if it's not a quick knock. No utility on the side of Na'Vi. 2 bandages only on Boostic here. 5 bandages and 2 first aids on Hackatori. No more utility at all on the side of Na'Vi. They have to win it from here. And have to win it like this.
Hackatori.
4 nades on Keta, and he got knocked on that off angle. That is detrimental, but look at the amount of stuns that's still in play here. 3 stuns on its Chris, 2 on Kilyakai. They can still make this work.
I mean, the nades bin on Keta is really the big deal because in a raw gunfight, it really does feel that Na'Vi sort of has the advantage here. Hackatori is kind of been blasting from this position, but how does he get out from behind this position? He's just going to send it forward. It's Chris sprays through the smoke with the M249, gets a little bit of damage done. Stun grenades sent in.
A lot of stun grenades committed to go to an off angle that's not getting them a lot already. It's Chris find Hackatori. It's traded immediately, and now it's Chris versus Boostic here. Can he make it work? Can he make the dream come true for Rich Chris and Ascend to get this win home here? Let's see what happens, Blank.
Oh man, it's been another classic Ascend suffocate, but Na'Vi looking to break the fingers, break the lock here as the M249. Boostic on a triangle, and Ascend will win M249 from it's Chris. Ascend are able to make it happen. Still, Verspro with 15 kills, but it's the back-to-back here over on Tego.
What a crazy game for us to have a Northern Ireland Tego game here, Blank. And wow, as we bring Calaris into this one here, the VP start with the red zone knock as well. I cannot believe it, James.
Yeah, that was a thing. I've never seen anyone die to a red zone before, and you know, of course, blah 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 blah. But I will say, like, the fact that Chris and Kilyakai were actually able to win that against Boostic and Hackatori of all people towards the end there. Kudos to those boys, because I'm gonna be honest, when you're going up against Hackatori and Boostic, I don't have much faith, Avenger. They are killers.
Yeah, they are cyborgs indeed. But yeah, utility's king, that's for sure. The Keter 4 nades. I was thinking, okay, this is easy for them, but Hackatori insta-turn on him. Boostic also insta-turn on T-Bone once he started shooting and showed himself. That was so crazy to see. And what a great game, and what a absolutely insanity showing here for VP. For them to also be just insta-pushed by Na'Vi. I don't think they saw this coming for them to leave the compound.
Yeah, I mean, just too many conflicts in the end, right? Despite you get 15 kills and putting yourself even further into first place right now. I think one thing's for sure, Blank, when I look at Virtus Pro, I said it whilst, well, I said it, to myself, whilst this game was going on, that I don't know how they now lose this tournament. With the form that they're showing, right, I think Virtus Pro is just going to be able to run. Even though there's 6 games remaining, they just look insane.
I don't think they're letting up either. I think Virtus Pro is just constant massive games that they're showing us. It's astonishing. And it is kind of funny that you have this game where Ascend wins, but still the headliner is Virtus Pro with 20 points here and 15 kills. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Properly astonishing, but that is technically a back-to-back here for Ascend. Very importantly so, because again, if you want to challenge what was the top 4 coming into today here, Avenger, you needed something like this, and Ascend has definitely been able to deliver that. Now, only 11 points behind where noslack is, who was able to get a few points on the board here or there. It's nothing quite as comparable to what we saw from them yesterday, but now Ascend's in striking distance here.
Yeah, they are. They're getting close. Noslack slacked a little bit today. PG really turned it down, but yeah, Ascend, what a day. Beautiful for them to step it up like this here. I'll say this, though. Obviously the big story is Ascend and Virtus Pro having fantastic games, but look at the difference already from Virtus Pro all the way down to Ascend. Like we're talking, it's 59 points difference already. That is kind of unheard of, that they double 5th place points already with the games we've played already. Obviously 1 more game today, 5 more tomorrow.
They're just a class above right now, and that's crazy considering how much we say for EMEA, it's the strongest region in the world, it's the deepest region in the world, and yet Virtus Pro is able to put up the craziness that they have so far. But hey, Hakatori's back. We've got himself with 750 damage here, Blank, and finally we get to see Hakatori at the top of these boards.
Yeah, I mean, Hakatori, finally, like you say, we get to see him in action. And it was very obvious that he was feeling it towards the end of that game. I mean, there's moments where they show themselves for 2 seconds, barely 2 seconds at that. It's like a second, and Hakatori is instantly just sending bullets down range. It's very scary, very, very scary to go up against. But yeah, I was happy with the way this game went for Na'Vi. I think everyone had a very, very difficult time. And it really does show how intelligent a lot of our teams are here, the way they play it out. Because this is, it's a lot of desperation on the Western side where you got to take any advantage you get. I love the little Team Nemesis wrap out where they try to hold off all the teams coming in from the Northwest side. It's the only way you can get those points.
And one of the teams that was our focus for this one was S8UL, who technically was coming in from that west side and had to eventually, because of the circle shifts, coming kind of from a north angle, or at least northwest here, Avenger. And it felt like they became victims of some of that kind of, not carnage necessarily coming in from the northwest side here, but just having to come in a little bit later than some of these other teams.
It is extremely difficult because of how the circle turned out, right? And then there is so many teams coming in from the same angles because how everything lines up. It's basically like vertical ridges going down where they're like small rivers flowing down from the mountain, and then the ridges kind of play out like they do. Super difficult.
And that is S8UL having a bit of a rougher time here towards the back end of the day. They definitely, you know, got some very, very good points earlier on, but now with 1 game remaining for today, they're going to need a whole lot more, Blank, to be able to try and catch up to what is going to be that top pack. I think for a lot of these teams now, I think podium is almost out of the question. Like, I don't think Virtus Pro slowing down. I don't think Nemesis is going to be able to yield a top 3, and then I'm thinking Twisted Minds. I don't know what's going on beyond that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for a lot of our squads to get towards that top side of the tables. Now, I think players were able to put such a significant amount of effort in on that first day. They created a big buffer. But over on this day where it's adaptation, those changes haven't really mattered. I think some teams have done slightly better here, but the level of play from yesterday from our top teams has not really differed from today. I think that's the big issue.
There is one clip that I wanted to look at. There wasn't even like gun skill or anything like that, if we can roll it, as T-Bone obviously was kind of the off angle against them. Now, watching the distance, when the shot comes in and how quickly Boostic actually reacts. Oh,
hang on.
Just the man is inhuman.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a world, Avenger, where it might have just like lined up that, okay, he was looking that way as he ducks behind the tree to maybe get some information about that. But the speed and when the shot is fired, for me, lines up very nicely here, Avenger. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's such a cool clip here to see. Obviously, the sensitivity on players, some of them are kind of lower, but I'm pretty sure he's a mid to high sensitivity player, so that instantly turns, instantly sees. Sure, there's also some observer ping difference here that we might not have the exact true one, but still, from T-Bone's perspective, that is scary, you know? That's not the aggressive side eye. That's the death stare immediate there.
There's these clips on TikTok and things like that of like people playing horror games and they see in the distance like the ritual going on and they make a slight noise and all of them, the like NPCs turn around instantly. That's what just happened there. It was a horror movie for T-Bone as he stares him down. But let's listen on some team comms from that previous Tago and see what was going on.
He's running. He's just shooting it. Lead a deal. Go back. He's fine. He's dead.
Nice! Let's fucking go!
Ascend very happy once again. Back-to-back, very important for them as they're able to get it. And we were saying whilst we were watching that as well, though, and we saw it again, it's what I was saying about Boostic's situation. I can't watch his stream, Avenger, because it's the thing, I can't, he's like looking everywhere all the time, like zooming in on things and stuff like that. The new breed of player is just scary when it comes to their reaction times as well as the numbers they can put up.
Yeah, it is. He's a player that gets an insane amount of information, the way that he's scanning terrain, scanning everything, and yeah, he's really all over the place. He's such a great player. Good to see here. Head-to-head versus T-Bone here, the rivalry coming through, but yeah, 12 kills with that 2,700 damage. Obviously not up to the 3,500-ish where we have Example and Beam in the guys, but still close considering where Na'Vi is right now.
Regardless of the rivalry, Ascend's got a back-to-back. Can they make it a three-peat? We'll see. It's the final game of the day. As thank you very much, Avenger. We'll check in with you at the end of it. It's me and Blank to bring you Miramar for the last one for day number 2.
Indeed, off from the north side down towards the south. It's been a great day today. And I think the best way to end this without it would be with another double-digit kill count for Virtus Pro. I'd love to see it happen. And at that point, they pretty much cement themselves at the top of the lobby, I imagine. Because this really is Virtus Pro's chance to just be like, put a stamp on it and send it off, right? We're done. I think for some of the other teams, it's also their time to get back up to that marker. If Team Nemesis can have a big game here, Virtus Pro goes out early, there's a chance tomorrow that we do still have a fight on our hands.
It's one of the advantages, once we take a look at the drops and the playing path and all that, that the GPT teams, I would say, have by playing these first PGSs, right? I do wonder where Virtus Pro would be right now if they didn't have the absolute flop that were PGS1 and PGS2. Because, of course, they came back PGS3. All right, observers, calm down. Look at them, cheeky boys. Ah, they're cheeky. Look at them, they're cheeky. That was unintended. Oh, my days. What was I talking about? Look, the circle's middle.
Yeah, the circle's middle. You were talking about the flop from PGS1 and PGS2 for Virtus Pro, yeah.
Yeah, well, because the thing is that they might have got, say, for example, if PGS was just one tournament compared to the 3 that it was, they might have got into that in inverted commas, first PGS, having a flop and then never really finding the success that was PGS3. Who knows, right? I'm really thinking, crazy theories down the line here. And I think that in part they look so amazing right now here because of, what happened at PGS3, how much dominance they showed on the international stage. I'm not discrediting the fact that they are spectacular players and very, very good squad as a whole. But something to think about. Regardless, they're looking amazing.
Well, again, with the switch from FPP to TPP, there's got to be an evolution inside the team. And for Virtus Pro, again, I think it's fun. They don't have a great time at PGS1 and PGS2, and then they come out swinging in PGS3 because there has to be that improvement period. And I think for VP, it shows a lot of goal, a lot of gusto where you can really get yourself into a position where every single time you're going up on an international stage, it's tough. but you keep improving, you keep coming back, and then finally you find it.
Yeah. Well, Beamy currently, his loadout is a mutant and an M16. I hate that. I'm hoping he has a different loadout when we see him next. But if he did, imagine that. He tests himself. He's like, you know what, guys? We're so far ahead. Mutant and M16, that's my loadout. Okay.
Yeah, one bullet shots only.
Just little cheeky bursts.
I don't want the burst. No burst. There's always a devastating feeling getting taken down by the mutant. Even more so when it's like, if you get taken by the M16, it's like, it's fine. But if someone picks up a mutant and takes you down with that, that's intentional. They picked that up purposefully.
Just to spite you.
Yeah. I don't like it.
For Na'Vi, they want to be spiting Ascend in this game, obviously, as Hakatori and Boostic. It's funny, I wrote in our production chat, Chris and Killy versus Hakatori and Boostic. Good luck, Germans. It's going to be a rough one. But hey, they won it out. And fair play to them, going up against what is an absolutely terrifying duo in Hakatori and Boostic. Admittedly, a little bit of a kind of smoke advantage, right? They had a lot more util than them to be able to work with, and some good reads on where they were moving and stuff. And obviously Boostic towards the very end. Oh yeah, Killy Kai is Austrian, isn't he? Never mind. A little bit towards the end, Boostic having to move away from some of that cover. It's, he's kind of open and dead to rights at the very final moments. But still, you can't take it away from Ascend, man. The fact that they've got a back-to-back win in a lobby like this, it's not the most flashy wins, but wins nonetheless.
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to talk about, right? They weren't flashy wins, but I think for Ascend, I think it's a very, very... It's a humbling thing and an impressive thing to do, to know you're in a situation where you haven't been having the greatest games, but then you start to bring things back. Let's not push the boat out, right? Let's stay on smooth waters and just finish these games out. They're not going to look insane. They're not going to look super cool, but we will win them. And to have control of yourself like that, it's a good thing. I think it's a very, very good thing for Ascend. I think it's arguable that in that situation, yes, Na'Vi does sort of outclass them mechanically there, but they still get the win. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Yep. And we're on board with Mr. T-Bone himself. As I'm surprised actually he's not going to be on the post show with Mr. Mark Powers. I think he's going to be doing something with McClay as well as Scav. Talking about the games. Maybe Scav will be as interested today talking about today's results. Yesterday's were great here for noslack, but today's been a bit more mediocre for them. 1, 2, 3. El Diablo. Of course! They love it.
I hate the way the game loaded in as well. So I was even surprised when it appeared. I think for noslack, I'd completely agree. I don't think they're happy with the way today's gone. I think it's a bit of a mental boom situation back on Rondo when you get taken down by Twisted Minds. That's a frustrating thing to happen to you. And then you're trying to find your footing after that, after slipping like halfway down the mountain. It's a rough one. It's definitely a rough one for noslack. I think they can bring it back, though. I think it's a very, very good team. They've just been a bit down on their luck since that match. Like, that was their match to perform well. They had an insane position. And then it's right as the circle is starting to close in, you get delayed. It's a death sentence at that point.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if, of course, for noslack, a bit of a surprise that it's not gone as well today. But for our observers, not too surprising. I've called you out on your island observing. I've called you out on your El Diablo before it's happened. Called you cheeky on the islands. Come on, do something, observers, that I'm surprised by for this game. Come on. That's a challenge.
Dude. Okay.
They're going to do something weird now, but that's great. Cool. I love weird.
And now this is fine. We're following the glider. This is typical.
Yeah.
You can't challenge them like that. No,
they've got to set something up.
No, because it's going to happen tomorrow. It'll probably happen tomorrow once you've forgotten about it, because that's the type of thing they'll do.
That'd be smart. That'd be really smart. I like that. Let's see if S8UL can do something smart. Trading a few meds here and there. They've got a BRDM like that. They will be coming very late to the circle, though. But SE. Okay, well.
Well, I think that's one love to the observers. I'm not.
They've got
lie.
me. One love. Yeah, exactly. Stop that. All right, boost the BRDM.
It's 2-1. It's 2-1.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Boost the BRDM for S8UL because they are in Narnia right now. We'd rather not be in Narnia. Come out from that wardrobe. And Mr. Keta98 himself. Let's see what they're going to be able to get undone. As it's Chris, one of the heroes from before. Going to be shooting at that glider from before. No slack. Get out of Dodge. Get out of there.
It's a good time to get that information on board. This is the fairly central circle, right, as well on Picardo. Everlong taking control of that early on in the tournament. Very nice for them.
Yeah.
Good position to start in. I always do kind of like these circles as well. Very, very fun to play around with. The northeast circle on this one, where we head over towards that ridge side and you start having everyone try and find a little cove to call their own. It is a difficult one, but it's also a little bit of an actionless circle for a little while because there is so many positions to play.
I think for Everlong, with their central positions that they've had, it's all nice and dandy that you have them, like the Picardos, like the Pachinkis and things like that. They just need more experience in these, top-level regional lobbies. I think if they did get that down the line, like a few PECs down the line and still held onto those middle positions, maybe they can make a challenge, right? But 15th place, 23 points from those locations. It's not what you would expect from a team coming in from those locations. So it's just lack of experience at this level.
I'm about to drop some knowledge.
Okay.
It's not going to be incredible knowledge, but I'm going to drop it anyway.
Okay, go on.
If I was Everlong, personally picking Picardo, picking Pachinki, I don't think it's super useful for them.
Okay.
Because it feels like for Everlong, I didn't really expect them to see them in the top 5. I'll be honest, right? But I think playing at this kind of lobby and playing in from the outside edge is a lot better experience. Again, though, for them, it might just be a case of we want to try and get as high understanding as possible. This is a way to guarantee some placement points at least. And again, they can always play engagement screens.
Sure. I think if it's up to you, you take it, right? Like, nobody else is there.
Yeah.
You may as well give it a pop, give it a shot. About this circle, though, here for a moment, the Virtus Pros found themselves in the middle again. Help! Like, what? How? This is crazy talk. So, you know what? Everlong from Picardo, hop down there. Go and deal with this 2-2 split of Virtus Pro, please.
Hang on. You send them to the deaths. That's not cool.
Go on, battering ram. You know, like that ogre in that hits its head into the door in, is it Minas Tirith? Which one? And then just falls over.
Helm's Deep.
No, there's no ogre at Helm's Deep. There's definitely an ogre. It's in the Hobbit movie. No, never mind. They're not as good. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, in the Hobbit's movie where the ogre he hits his head and he goes, ooh.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
He falls over and goes, ooh. And
yes,
ogres
exactly.
They're really non-threatening in that one. When they're like one of the most frightening creatures in the entirety of the lore.
Well, Everlong has apparently ogre headbutted Saint. Saint might have disconnected, and that's normally why you see those kinds of punch outs.
Wait, what?
Just stop him running in a certain direction. And something's happening.
Oh yeah, I think he's decent.
Maybe.
Or he's got like a
he's
book.
Stuck.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It happens sometimes, but I mean, you're in a position where you could. Yeah, okay. He's not reacting. He's not healing or anything like that. So it must have been a DC. It happens. And they've got themselves okay covering Picardo, right? So it's okay to be able to kind of get this back on board.
Is this because I dropped some knowledge? I'm really sorry.
Yeah, you called them the ogres that hit themselves heads into the wall. That's crazy, Blank. You caused that.
No, you did that. I think you did that. Yeah. No. You called them ogres.
Well, let's head to the battles elsewhere, I think. As Nixie somehow already has 160 damage on board as they're shooting at a few people. There's only been one casualty so far. That's why we're just having a good old chin wag. Unfortunately, that was Na'Vi losing out one member, which is not the best situation. Spiro going down after... That's the thing. Na'Vi almost always, like, you see them come alive at the end of days quite a lot of times, and that's exactly what happened on their PGS2 win. Like, the 2 last games suddenly absolutely jet themselves up into first place. So they're very good and very adept at doing that, but losing one early means that makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, mechanically for Na'Vi, it's always been very, very impressive. I think it's that this late game decision making that's been sort of thing that they haven't been able to quite fall back on. I think Virtus.pro has been very quick with how they want to make these decisions. And it might not be that Na'Vi doesn't know how to make those plays. They've probably got a huge amount of plays in mind, but I think right now it does look like they're trying to figure out how to play around this lobby. But if you ever set themselves up in a good situation to play central, oh my God, they look so good. But yeah, I personally think that you're right, they're starting to pop up, but I do think tomorrow is Na'Vi's game. I think they're starting to figure this lobby out.
You saying, oh my God, they look so good, coincided with us showing Ascend's webcams, and I was like, damn, that was a real quick topic change. But no, you were still on about Na'Vi's.
Oh, the green screen fiasco.
Well, anyway, the circle has indeed still centered on the position of Virtus.pro, who still has the 2-2 split across very high prio compounds. So now we're going to see who's going to be able to thread the needle and move on and forwards. SAUL is actually moving in, and Esports does find Molodoct. So that is a pretty difficult casualty to take here for SAUL. Molodoc's a very important player for their fragging capabilities. So that's rough, and there's no real getting that blue chip back either, or even really any time of getting the blue chip and then going for a res, because he's so in the open where he went down.
Yeah. Again, I can't fault them for that, though. I can't fault them for that push. You see that this location is open. You've come in very late. I think you just take it, right? You absolutely just take it.
Where's the BRDM? They must still be in play, and they were just having more vehicles. Oh, Na'Vi's got a BRDM. Okay. Didn't go for a res, though, I don't think, during all of that. I don't think they have the chip. But 3 gear on Fairest. If Fairest, if he plays this anything like a Batulins would, he'll be using this for information as the IGL, just kind of scouting around, using it for a much better vantage point as they try and slowly work their way in towards a circle like this, which can always have its upsides, but they do know that there's going to be teams moving in behind them, so they've got to be very cognizant of that as well.
Yeah, it's the IGL's best friend where, you know, you could be driving into circle and have the map fully open. No way. And you're not in danger. That's crazy. Yeah, so it's a very nice thing to have. The Borz, they're heading in on that eastern side. It's not quite the day 3 that we saw from in the qualifiers. And I think that it was expected that Borz wasn't going to do insanely well here. But it's nice to see that Borz did have a bit of bite to them. Right, but it just hasn't translated very well into the finals. PGG, on the other hand, I am very glad to see that they're still kicking. Right, I think they're still doing well. I think this is a strong team. It's definitely not one of the strongest teams in the lobby, but they can take it and kick it with the best.
Yeah, they've done all right for themselves, keeping themselves in at 52 points at the moment. Sloy Jacket once again, Marshall down for Borz as they're trying to wiggle on around all this happening, going on. The funny thing is, Sloy was the one that was miles away from that the 3 as well, so doing all right for himself, taking 1, and then now rendezvousing with the rest of the team. And as this circle bears down, oh boy. Okay, so I imagine Virtus.pro is going to all group up on that south compound, and then from there, everybody else is going to try and inhabit those circles, those hillsides. But the fields south of Virtus.pro are kind of annoying. You can technically live underneath that compound later in the game, as long as some of those lines of sights from the south side are completely gone and shut out from the circle. But it gets a little bit dicey.
How have we got sort of a repeat match 1 for Virtus.pro?
I'm loving it.
Just a different location. They're just like, take the compounds as per usual. Great shots from Viz though. Over towards noslack, losing Sata, which is a really big deal. But it's all popping off as many teams are trying to make their way in as quickly as possible. The Mythov looks over towards Vitality. Viz are getting stuck in with noslack still. PGG finding the remnants of Borz. 80's absolute carnage all across the map. And everyone knows why. It's because a ton of this area is very unplayable. You need to secure these locations, and now
It was your boy Ares. He was popping off against Vitality. They're down and out in 8th place for the rest of the day. Unless some people are going to actually leapfrog them, though. HiVE moving alongside this. Actually did a lot of damage to them, but so did Virtus Pro as well. And where are we going? Okay, well, they're going to try and push on up on foot, but I think they're going to get blasted.
What is that? Okay, well, Everlong's hiking. They're hightailing it up the dirt road. I don't think it's the most successful approach that's ever been taken, but we'll see what they can get done. All right. PGG will find the remainder of Borz. I mean, they had their teeth sunk into them. I don't think they were going to let go anytime soon. So now PGG does control nicely on the eastern side, which again is a little bit of a repeat from match 1.
They'll continue to do it at the moment as Kiliakai finds himself embroiled in a bit of a fight here with Bushido Wildcats alongside the Concretes. What can actually go on here? He does see him through that window as well. He's just hoping for... If he actually comes up from a prone position into a crouching one, he may have been able to take some shots, but that leaves him very exposed indeed. Okay, we charge up a nade. Are we going to be able to post it? No, around the corner. Ooh, did a bit of damage there.
It's a great airburst. If they were still playing in that corner, that would have been...
Driving.
A lot of damage done. Good shots from Miss Chris. Just the blue zone pushes him out of that location as well. Sadly, T-Bone will go down to Code Marco on the backstop there. Starry Skies will find Bushido Wildcat Celtic, and the quick flush comes through from Diffex. A nice steal from him.
Trying to move in on the S8UL position. I don't think it's going to be working out too well. Aduzi back in the BRDM, gets himself out of dodge there for a moment. As 2, you've got to be very careful here as S8UL. Oh, Bestalosh. Good steal, though, on that.
Team Nemesis on the south side, looking to see what they can get done over towards the teams on the north here. And for first prize, it's a bloody freebie. they have found the Miramar Magnet. We meant to delete that from the game, but it seems like it still exists. VP currently in a very strong position. And again, this is where we can kind of say that if VP gets another massive VP game out of this one, it's sort of very done tomorrow.
Lou. What on earth? Lou here with a triple spray. Oh, I need a first-person perspective on that at some point. Jeez Louise, Lou's just absolutely done him. A 4-piece for Lou against Everlong. And now it's all going to kick off elsewhere here as Metalman taking down it's Chris as they're trying to make the transition on through against the edge, but it's not going to be easier, man. I mean, as you say, Diffex with a... Okay, this is crazy. But the thing is that all of these moves trying to happen at exactly the same time, there's just not much to play. And if anybody gets out of, like, the conflict on the edge, they go into the prying eyes of Virtus Pro. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, it's real hard stuff right now. I mean, the fact that Diffex is getting some big work done with a mortar is crazy. Na'Vi looking to finish off the job for them. Another mortar comes through. Finish off Pains, which is nice. Artoon is a little bit terrified right now.
No doubt.
Of a shot. PGG starting to work their way in on the ridge on the eastern side. HiVE have to move down and out of this position on the north. It's a bit of a rough one to work their way through, especially because Twisted Minds already cleared out the majority of the space on that north side, so they can have full attention over towards HiVE now.
Nemesis is so prepared for the push that they're going to be making on an S8UL because multiple of them have Panzerfausts against what would be the BRDM hop in, hop out, hop in, hop out. If Aduzi actually needs to do that in the defensive posture against them. As Twisted Mind still on the warpath here. Not going to be letting this go anytime soon. Lou with another one here. Salik goes down. Perfectix takes Mogor. Twisted Minds is like, well, what if we just shoot at everything now? As we're trying to move in on this north side and try and shut a lot of people down. Dante's dead. Off to Subila. Things are getting a bit crazy, Blank.
Well, I think for Twisted Minds, it completely makes sense. They know that they have to push really hard in this match if they want to set themselves up for tomorrow, where they can maybe take first place. It's looking more and more unlikely with Virtus Pro's position currently in the circle. I think the big benefit right now... Zakatori will find Sabila, and another nade gets so close. PGG's getting very unlucky with these nades, man. They've been posted very well. But as I was saying, I think for Twisted Minds, it's not as bad because Virtus Pro currently don't have a huge amount of influence just yet.
No, definitely not. That first nade was a heat-seeking missile. I couldn't believe the throw on that one. But Navi somehow weathers the storm. PGG still laying above them. Perfectic sits Mogot once again. Twisted Mind is mad here. Salik's trying to do a bit more damage here to Navi. Lou finishes off Mogot in the distance once again. They still have a little bit of room here to be able to play with that. Double flash goes forward though. Salik blinded as the FAMAS-wielding Fairist on the left-hand side. Looking for a bit of an opportunity wherever he can see him, but he does get spotted out by Salik. There needs to be more peeking coming in from PGG, but if the other player does peek over, he's going to be vulnerable to some other players. Look how aggressive they're moving up against this. They knew that they could, and Salik's down.
Yeah, I mean, that is a bold play. I mean, he has to peek that. Like, he's got no choice. He set themselves in a position, but I think, again, that's where Na'Vi shines. They are so mechanically gifted that they can afford to make a play like that, where he trusts in his teammates that they're going to hit that shot, no matter what happens. Lou finally is put down after his rampage on the northern side, but not quite finished off just yet. Zabilla will find rocks and finish. Aduzi will flush out Stayed on that southwest side. Team Nemesis has been struggling slightly versus SAUL.
Nade, but obviously it's still in the BRDM. Where are the Panzerfaust? They may have actually spent them off. A mailman, he gets run down. I think they might have spent the Panzerfausts. As I said, I thought that they were prepared for the eventuality of what is to come here with this, but now they're just spraying into it. As the Doozy gets on out, looks to charge up a nade himself, throws it on over, gets caught on the legs there a little bit, so has to duck back on in. Out.
Team Nemesis is going to be very, very difficult. They sort of have to abandon Melman here. It's a hard push. Doozy's playing this very nicely. He's being super oppressive in BRDM. They set up a side angle. He's in fact just going to go for the rundown. And he does find
Oh my
one.
days.
Diffex gets blasted out of the way. And a Doozy... It's so cruel.
I can't believe that first tap actually just straight knocks him, by the way. It was like the slowest vehicle of all time. Again, it's like the Austin Powers, the Zamboni running over the dude or whatever, or the roller. No! And eventually he just doesn't move. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a sad one. I think he probably should have got in the vehicle a little bit sooner. But a Doozy takes no prisoners. Oh. That Panzerfaust he just picked up as well.
I didn't see.
I think he picked up a Panzerfaust off of Melbourne, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, he's ready and prepared to go. You know, he knows as a BRDM player, his worst enemy is a BRDM, as they will move further in. So SAUL do get themselves up into a top 5 during this game. 54 points, middle of the pack. I think a good result for them would just... If they could end tomorrow in a top 5, I think that's a pretty good result for them.
And meanwhile, in the compound, the one compound still remaining. It's Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Can someone please do something about this? Technically, actually, with SAUL, Twisted Mind, and Na'Vi still remaining, actually, they're 3 really good candidates to try and do something against this. I don't know whether or not they can, though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bombastic ending, right, with Na'Vi versus Pro, Twisted Minds, and SAUL still in the lobby. Starry Skies, it's a bombastic ending featuring Starry Skies here. And I think for Virtus Pro, though, again, I'll bring it back up for what I brought up earlier, is that they haven't had a massive amount of influence in this game. There's no reason to leave here. But this is where they need to start flexing out a little bit. And they know they need more kills to make this game worth it and push themselves into an even more insurmountable position on the leaderboards.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro knew that this push was going to be coming here from Na'Vi, so they just made sure that they greeted them instantly as they were able to push on up. Cyrus takes example. That's really good on the other side, though. If Cyrus Guys gets the circle shift, they might have to go their way, but look at Rooks going around the wrong way and gets caught by the FAMAS from Fairist. Really good stuff here by Na'Vi to go for these trades a little bit. If they could just flush Rooks, then maybe there would be a little bit more of an opportunity for the rest of the teams that were having to challenge this compound. But Nixie goes for a long-range spray. Fairist once again with the FAMAS. It is deadly. And you've got to be very careful. A doozy. Oh, everything's going wrong for Virtus Pro. This is spectacular.
I mean, Virtus Pro is getting massively dismounted. You're right, for the leaderboards. It is great news. It's going to make tomorrow a little bit closer. For Virtus Pro, it is a disastrous approach from 7 kills, insane position, getting pushed off, but Na'Vi is just aflame right now. It is so cool to see them playing at this type of level. Twisted Minds, though, can't count them out just yet. Starry Skies looks to hold on. You got Nitro in the background. He is doing a big amount of work for the team. One player left remaining. It is Lou. He has been on a tear today, and he will keep the team alive. But in comes Bestalosh.
Okay, right. He's just crashing on in Kareen, and then he didn't get either of them. Oh, he actually, there was a temptation for him to get out there and maybe try and confirm these flushes, but obviously Lou is still lurking. You can't go for that. He's actually going to go on one side. I get it. Very smart moves here, considering where Lou repositioned himself. And now, of course, here, Lou, unfortunately, tail between legs. Can't really do much about this at the moment. Gonna try and post a nade on over. A little flash. Seeing if he can kind of get tool-ins, but not the case. He's confirmed by Starry Skies. Oh, Panzerfaust. Did you get out of the boot? He's crazy. He's crazy.
Gets one.
Oh, he got the car ran him over. Oh, my God.
Oh, dear me. A doozy. What a nightmare. And that's Twisted Minds. I mean, that's what I thought Lou was doing the entire time, is that he was going through all of the boots in every single vehicle, desperately opening and closing them, pretty much, looking for a Panzerfaust. The quickest hands in the West.
Okay, well, okay, we're just going to spray this now. Na'Vi is only 2 alive, and there's just 1 versus 1 going on, or 1 versus tank on the other side here. Bestalosh is a bit of a tank as well, though, as he does tank a lot of those bullets, gets back into the BRDM. It's still a bit healthy. Na'Vi's going to start peeking across and seeing exactly what is going on from this. This was a very Game 6, Game 5.
Yeah, it really was. It's all got a little bit to pot here.
Hello.
Oh, well, the nade does damage the BRDM and finishes off Lou. These are some crazy nades been sent in. Bestalosh is just going to run it. Yeah, he's just going to run it out into the blue. Fair play.
Got Jammer Pack for the moment.
A bit of a problem.
All right, congratulations, Na'Vi. You win the game, but most importantly for the rest of the lobby, Virtus.pro doesn't win the game here. Very important indeed. What an interesting game. I thought it was going to be quite formulaic with Virtus.pro having that compound. Let's get Avenger back in, have a bit of a chat with him about everything that's going down as well. Because this ended way quicker than I thought it was going to Avenger, and not in the way I expected.
Yeah, what a crazy Game 6 scrims of Game 5 of PC here we had. That was kind of wild. But also, what a central position we were able to lock down for VP once again, man. That was crazy. But yeah, S8UL, but way better day today, guys, than it was yesterday. And that's one great news. And then, of course, they are able to, push their campaign even further for tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah, extremely important, of course, as for some of the teams trying to jump on up, right? I mean, Ascend as well. 14 points at the start of the day, alongside S8UL. 14 points at the start of the day, and both of them have had quite meteoric rises. It's just a shame for them, Blank, that there's been far bigger rises across the board elsewhere, because otherwise we'd be talking about these teams all day.
Yeah, we would do. And again, it's nice. It is great. It's great news for a lot of our squads in terms of Virtus.pro going down as early as they did. It's still a tough approach for some of our squads underneath them to catch up them tomorrow, but it doesn't look so much of a really difficult task anymore, right?
Yeah, and still no Twisted Minds win, right? I'm watching the last moments of this game thinking to myself, oh, okay, maybe it's time for Twisted Minds to be able to get the win. But Avenger, Starry Skies actually put in a lot of damage against them, and then, you know what, Bestalosh just comes in and does BRDM things, I guess.
Yeah, the BRDM things on both the receiving and the giving end for this duel, guys. They were playing around with Team Nemesis. They were playing around with a lot of the teams coming in, and then, turns around here. But 4 teams on double digits for the last game here. It might have been a Game 6 of scrims for this one, but what a fantastic way to accrue more points. And in my book, guys, this is a Twisted Minds victory we needed, because they got the most points out of this.
Okay. I mean, if you look at the top 4, right, that's the big names that we kind of expect for a lot of these games, but it's kind of really been anything but. But here is the standings. The tail of the tape going into day number 3. And again, this looks extremely reminiscent to PGS3, where Virtus.pro is playing internationally and so far ahead of the competition. It's back again, Blank, and I don't think... the only 2 teams that have got even an outside shot of being able to make a challenge to it is Nemesis and Twisted Minds tomorrow.
Yeah, there's only really 3 teams right now gunning for that first place, and it's going to require Verse Pro to have quite a few pitfalls tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
That's the only way that Team Nemesis and Twisted Minds can really catch up. It's that or Twisted Minds and Team Nemesis play out their minds. And I think that it's so hard to maintain that type of caliber all the way through, because at the end of the day, PUBG still has that RNG involved. Like, you can't always have insane days. You could be the best team in the world. You're never going to be top of the pack every single game.
No, for sure, for sure. I think also not only an important rise for Ascend and S8UL, Martin, but also an important rise for Na'Vi. I mean, I was saying that Ascend and S8UL were on 14 points at the start of the day. Na'Vi was on 17 points as well, so this is also a big rise for them.
Yeah, I mean, only 17 points for noslack here or so, I think it was. That's such a turnaround, obviously, but that's the bad day. Oh my god, Ludo, 1k club for him, 6 kills. That's the bad day for noslack. I gotta say, I'm so happy for Na'Vi to turn around, because yesterday they had 17 points, so they kind of swap a route a little bit with noslack, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. That 4-piece from Lou on Everlong, like, we didn't get to see the triple spray down with the M4. We got to see the nade towards the end, but I would love to see back that triple spray, because it was the picture perfect, like, off angle for him to just be able to exploit exactly where they were blank and just destroy them. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, for Lou, he's just been so good in that last game. I mean, he had some fantastic moments, but it's cool to see the Twisted Minds where there's been multiple times where we have seen different players on that team all today have like those cool moments. Like, we have Batulins, Lou, example. It's been really fun. It's been really fun watching them all.
And Ascend had kind of the butterfly effect hit against S8UL, right? Imagine if Molodoc hadn't gone down there and S8UL was able to come in a little bit stronger on that southwest side. As we take a look back at Ascend to see how they were playing things out. Bear in mind, it bears repeating, they got a back-to-back chicken dinner before this, so we were really kind of wanting to see if they were going to be able to do a little bit more with it. Taking some wounds here and there, Avenger, though. It wasn't to be for a big game for them 3 in a row.
Yeah, they've had a fantastic day. There's no denying that. I don't know exactly how many total points they ended up on, but yeah, it's been a great showing. I think the first 4 games had 44 points, and Virtus Pro had 60 points. So yeah, obviously a huge day for us, and to turn things around compared to what we saw yesterday. Obviously good for those guys. I saw some of the tweets on their socials, and it was pretty shambolic, I'll say at this point.
Okay, well, let's check in with some team comms from that last game then and see what some people had to say.
Поищи, может, панцер в какой-то искать.
Флэш как меня. У нас в пикапе нашим...
Панцер! Они сейчас выйдут, инст.
Один окнус.
Слева добей.
Все.
Под верхнего не поставься. 10 патронов. Под верхнего подставляешься,
там внутри.
Надо дохуяривать. И патроны забрать. Вниз.
Он знает, что по тебе урон так. Да. Блядь.
Okay. All right, and that is, of course, our team comms coming in. A lot of Panzer, and I understand why. Let's be frank. All right, but we do have our interview ready and good to go, as we have from Ascend. It's good old T-Bone. How are you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
Not too bad at all. Not a bad day from good old Ascend here. So I guess my first question, actually, based on that is, yesterday obviously didn't go that well, right? What was the learnings you guys took from yesterday coming into today, or what did you change, do you think, overall?
Honestly, we just haven't had that many games as a team. Like, we're coming in from German comms and now English comms, and this is our 10th, well, a little bit more now, right? It's, 20 games now total as a team, official games. So honestly, things were a bit rough comms wise, and we wasn't just playing off each other basically yesterday.
Yeah, I've watched quite a bit of your stream. I've been lurking. I've been watching some of your scrims as well, and I've heard that opinion before, right? Like it's difficult for you guys coming in against, say, the cup teams that have had a few weeks of cups to be able to kind of warm up into. Do you think that has been an extreme advantage for the cup teams compared to like you guys, for example?
I would have loved to have played the cup. It would have been so like really beneficial for us, I think. So definitely an advantage for new rosters, I'd say. Old rosters don't really make a difference, right? So
yeah, that makes sense. Blank, you have a question?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously watching your 2 wins is great, but you play them quite slow towards the end there. And again, that sort of leads into the team chemistry. You guys just ensuring the win, basically. You just didn't want anything to go wrong. I think we could quite tell that on our side, at least.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, honestly, there's pretty messy end games. I ain't gonna lie to you. From my side, I wasn't very happy still, even though we won. But I mean, Hackatory was different in that game. He just owned us all. Let's be honest. But yeah, like we just take it easy, basically, slow and steady.
Wins the race, man. Wins the race.
Mr. Avenger.
Yeah, good to see you, Luke, turn things around here today. That's awesome. Congrats on that. That's going to go good for tomorrow. I got to ask, though, on the Tego game, you had the off angle, you saw the 3 guys, and then you started shooting, and there's an inhuman player that just insta-turned on you. What was your immediate reaction there with you basically just getting caught out quite quickly there?
I mean, Hackatory is just a beast, right? Like, he shot me straight through smoke as well and just insta-killed me. It just is what it is. That's just Hackatory. What can I say? I'm probably one of the best players in the world, if not the best player in the world. So
yeah, he's a case for it. He's staring at us at the #1 spot in the Survivor and rank quite often here. So yeah, he's one of the best out there, that's for sure. But yeah, good for you guys to win that, and congrats on the comeback here for Unicent. That's awesome.
Cheers.
Yeah, for sure. Any final words, final things you want to say, T-Bone, before we let you go?
I just want to say shout out to Ascend, shout out to all you guys casting and crafting and all the fans. I appreciate it. And that's it. Thanks.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining us, T-Bone, and thank you for being one of the only UK representatives still alive in this final. We need more of the boys back on in. But, well, good luck for tomorrow, my friend. Bye-bye for now.
Cheers. Bye.
All right, that is T-Bone coming at us from Ascend and giving some insight into what was actually going on here throughout the day. You guys at home can get yourself hunting for some treasure and get yourself the rest of this code down on the social medias. Maybe you can get some cheeky G coin. Don't bury it though. Do definitely spend it. Don't be doing that. But that is almost it here for day number 2 as well. Once again, another kind of crazy day of games, Avenger, and yeah, it wouldn't be the end of a day without a game quite like that to finish it off. That was special.
Yeah, that was crazy. I did not see Navi winning that, being down to the numbers that they had. VP having the compound still. That was kind of unheard of. But then VP still having 70 points today in 5 games is just on another level. You said it multiple times throughout today, James, like these guys feel unstoppable, and with a little bit of love, with a little bit of circles coming their way, there's just undeniably one of the best teams in the world right now.
A little bit of circles coming though. It's been definitely a spicy one for today, but hey, I mean, you know, nobody's ever going to say, oh yeah, Virtus.pro only won a tournament because of circles. That's not really a thing, all things considered. So very impressive stuff by them. Here's the current PGC points, and of course, in the finals, there's a lot of PGC points on the board. If you win the finals as Virtus.pro, for example, you'd be walking away with 250 points extra, which would be spectacular for them. But they've already won a PGS3 anyway here, Blank, so it feels very unlikely that they would not be making it to PGC, my friend.
Yeah, it's a cherry on the cake, isn't it, really? That's what it is.
Yeah,
for Virtus.pro. They're just a bit of cream on there. It's a good time. It's a good time for them. I do think for Virtus.pro, this has just been a fantastic performance all around. I think they should be very, very pleased with themselves, honestly, coming off the back of this game, and I'm sure they are.
Yeah. I think when we think about those top 3s as well here, Avenger, it does also bear repeating that Nemesis is still kind of hanging on. I mean, they're not, they're a little bit far away from Virtus.pro at the moment, but if Virtus.pro does fumble, like Blank said, there is a world where either Team Nemesis or Twisted Minds, but the fact that Team Nemesis is still up there contending for it is very impressive considering they're in inverted commas cup team.
Yeah, I mean, also considering Virtus Pro is very likely to get the invites to events down the line. This is basically only for them the PGC points that they're fighting for, right? We're looking at them for PGS, looking at them already for Esports World Cup, considering there's invites coming from the PGS system as well. So I think Nemesis is best pleased with their position right now and is looking really, really good. Obviously, total points matters, but it's really interesting to see how far they can take it tomorrow. And then if they can compete with either Twisted Minds or Virtus Pro.
Yeah, definitely. And Twisted Minds, actually, now that I think about it, they're defending EWC champions, right?
Yeah, they're already invited. So that's another place that actually doesn't matter.
That'd be interesting, to say the least. There's no slack. Go to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, you ends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We said it yesterday. Anyway, of course, tomorrow we have 5 more games remaining to determine who is going to become our champion for the first finals, at least. Of course, it will be the combined 2 finals that really crown it on out and get it all sorted here. But a good time, Blank. 5 more games to determine who's going to be able to take it. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think tomorrow it's going to be a great one. Selfishly, I'm hoping that VP does have a bit of a slip up at the start of the day so that we can have a bit more of a closer ending. But the saner part of me thinks that VP is going to come out swinging.
Yeah, regardless, we'll have a good time. You'll have a good time if you tune on in to hang out with us and enjoy those games. Of course, don't go anywhere, because technically in a few hours' time there will be PAS going on as well, as that continues to roll on. And a little birdie told me, as I watched the VODs, that the athletes of Christ are currently ruling the lobbies here. So some of the teams are going to have to deal with that. The Brazilians taking all the top spots. It's crazy. You want to tune in to see if North America can actually fight back. All right, we are done here for day number 2. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place for more PUBG action.
Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.